afternoon and welcome to the Wargaming.net League Season 2 Finals here in Katowice. We have an action-packed show lined up for you guys today. 4 teams are going to be battling it out to see who can be Season 2 champions. Is it going to be Kazna Crew, LAN veterans who've been here on multiple occasions? Will it be Ding? They were Season 1 champions. Could it be Gohard, the newcomers, or could it be Oops, who came so classed last season? Well, there's one way to find out. First of all, let me introduce you to our casters today, which are going to be Wgl and Mojo.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Yes, indeed, it's going to be me, Wgl with Mojo. Mojo, quickly, I want to know what you think is going to happen during this event. What do you see?
I see a great havoc coming in because this season was most unpredictable ever. And I mean, even we got a new curveball by Wargaming like a month ago when the patch went out and the meta changed completely out of the blue. So these guys had quite some time to prepare for each other now, specifically for each other.
Yes, especially Ding already being safe for a month. It should be the most prepared team coming in here. But the pressure should be on them as well. Returning champions, can they do it again? A very young team against them, Gohard. So it remains to be seen how they're going to perform at LAN because they did well during the season. But this is where it matters. One mistake and it's over.
It's going to be super critical how well Ding can adjust to new tactics. We know that Gohard can surprise them, and we know Ding is kind of a team that can fall to plays like that. Same goes with Oops and Kazna. Oops is a team that's really talented, but so lack of experience in tough matches. On the other hand, Kazna been here forever, so they can just sit and wait and see what's going to happen.
Well, they pretty much live for these LAN finals. Kazna Crew coming in here again, looking for another title, perhaps repeating what they did in Sofia, but there's a lot of more intelligent people than me and Mojo, and they're on the analysis desk, so let's hear their thoughts on it as well.
A lot more intelligent. Well, that's a push, but we'll take that compliment from you, Daki. It is unusual starting off with compliments today, but hey, we'll see if we can keep it going. Let me introduce the guys that are going to be joining me here on the desk, starting with, firstly, the guy to my right. It is Deadzone, joining us from Oops.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to some great games today. 4 great teams have battled it out over the entire season to be here. It's going to be amazing.
And we have a newcomer this time round with us. It is Scarium from Gohard.
Thank you very much for the welcome. I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad to see these matches in person, and hopefully it's going to be exciting.
It is indeed. We've had an absolutely chaotic season this time. It's been really difficult to try and predict the matches. We've always seen landslide victories one way, unexpected turns throughout the other matches. So the finals, this is it. This is where the cards are on the table and teams have got to step up.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting who's going to win this. We got, like you said, close matches. We had the team on the last place winning against team on the first place. It happened every week. It's just a gamble.
Yep. Now let's have a look at the schedule, because our first map is possibly actually the one that's the most important out of the 3 that we're going to see today. It's going to be starting off with Gohard versus Ding, and then Kazna Crew versus Oops.
The Gohard versus Ding match is probably going to be the most interesting one for us to start with. Kazna Crew versus Oops is going to also be really good, but honestly, it can go either way.
The interesting thing with the Gohard-Ding match is that if Gohard are able to beat Ding and get through into the finals, there's multiple... This is the other thing as well. We're playing as well for 3 spots for the Grand Finals. These 4 teams here, only 3 of them can go to Grand Finals. If Gohard get through to the final here in Season 1, and if they win Season 1, there's 3 different scenarios where the different teams can go. Gohard can actually win and not go to Grand Finals. They can win and Oops don't go to Grand Finals. They can win and Kazna Crew don't go to Grand Finals, depending on other matches. So this first one is super important. Now, Gohard, as we're saying, they were a team that came up from Silver Series prior to Season 1. They came so close in Season 1 to get into the LAN finals. If you don't know about this team, here's a little video refresher to help you know about them.
Gohard is attending their first LAN finals. By taking the 3rd place in the regular season, they have showed everybody they are no opponent to be underestimated. The only question remains here, if the eagerness from Gohard they have shown during the season will be able to take on the experience of Ding at LAN.
We were very nervous coming here, but I think once we got all together, we got to play a bit together. It's really just shown us that we can do well here, and we're ready to play. None of us had ever met before yesterday, so it was really great to meet up with everyone. We've been training so much together and we've been spending hours and hours every day working together to be better. So really it was really kind of rewarding that all of that has come together and we all got to meet up. There's a lot of pressure in many areas in the fact that it's our first LAN, so we're not really looking at the moment for the grand finals. We're looking to just win as many matches as we can. So we've got 2 matches here to win. If we don't win the first one, we're not going forward. So there's no point focusing on additional matches. We're just going to play our best in our first round. Our first opponent will be Ding, which has been a team that's very consistent. They've been at a lot of events together and they've been playing together for a long time. They're probably, most people would say, the most challenging opponent to face, and especially going in as our first LAN, that's going to be very difficult. But we've beaten Ding in the past. We've shown that we can beat anyone, so I don't see why it would be any different here.
Okay, make some noise now. Joining to the stage is Gohard. Team huddle there from Gohard. Now, Skyrim, you actually are part of Gohard, so we won't go to you first here. Kevin, you played against Gohard. What are they like playing against?
It's actually really surprising for me at the start of the season that Gohard would be this strong this season. You know, they've constantly improved over the season, managed to get a strong position in the end, finishing 3rd place just behind Kazna.
Yep, they came up from Silver Series in the first season, qualified automatically, and then you guys played really well in Season 1. That's where you played a lot of the time, and you actually carried my fantasy team as well, Skyrim.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be carrying your fantasy team. The team has really grown to. It's really grown since the first season, bringing in Maga, Collapse, and Zafarchik being our new leader. And our tactics have been developing, our reactions have been developing, and as you can see, these are the results. We finally ended up being on stage.
Yep, indeed, you came so close last season as well. Almost got there. Everyone kind of thought that you guys were going to be the runaway. Certainly the goal last season when Niall was always being interviewed, he said, we want it. We want to get the season championship. And they stand a really good chance of doing it this season as well.
Yeah, it's looking forward to them playing against Ding here. It's going to be a close matchup because Ding is like the big boss. They've done it all. They've been at the Rumbles. They've been almost everywhere except the Grand Finals then. And they're looking forward to getting that Grand Final spot.
Yep, indeed. Their opponents, Ding, they were undefeated last season, but they were rocked a little bit this season. They had multiple defeats, actually, and even Gohard managed to defeat them near the end of the season 5-0. So, super interesting one for that one. For those not familiar with Ding, well, here's a little video refresher to let you know more about them.
Current Wgl Eu champions Ding are back again, but no longer undefeated, yet they still managed to take the first place during the regular season. With this season being closer than ever, and with all the pressure on Ding to perform, it remains to be seen if they can claim their second Wgl Eu title.
Yeah, of course there's a lot of pressure because everybody is expecting us to do well, and I mean the other guys to do well, and we trained hard, so we're gonna go for the win and just prove again that we're #1. Last season was very dominant for Ding. They had an unbeaten track record and they performed very, very good. And in this season it was a little bit different, mostly because of a couple of game changes, if you remember the current mouse meta, for example. And a new member in the team, actually 2 new members. One is for support, the other one is for damage dealing and everything. But it's mostly because of the all these new changes and all these new teams. And you have to give credit to the other teams because they are performing very, very good, and they have adapted to these new tactics very good. So maybe that's one of the reasons why it's been such an interesting season, such a rocky season. You didn't know what's gonna happen next. Because we're currently considered as the favorite team, there's more pressure to it, of course. It's naturally because everybody, most of the guys expect us to win. We want to win. So of course there's a lot more pressure on us and coming at us. So yeah, I would say that's true.
Introducing the Season 1 champions. Make some noise for Ding! Okay, now here we go. Ding, undefeated last season, as we're saying, but this season has been a bit more ropey. They lost their first match of the season against Oops, actually, didn't they, Dead Zone?
Yeah, it was a really close match, and you could have seen actually overall over the entire season we could see that Ding had issues with adapting to the new patches, adapting to the new mouse meta. With the patch coming before the match day, they actually did not adapt at all to the mouse meta, and they had no HP to fight, and they lost the map quite quick.
Scarium, how do you rate their chances this season?
They are the team to look out for. They've been the team to look out for through the onlines, and at the offlines they won the Giants alongside Kazna. This will be an uphill battle for Gohard, definitely, and I can't wait to see what Ding have prepared for us.
Yep, we see the lineup now, we see the picture, we see Breakneck actually in the picture. It was earlier on in the video, we saw Sheesh, many people, always wondering when we stream, we always talk about Sheesh, and well, there you go, he is a real, actual live person, and he is here with Ding. Now, there's something we were talking about earlier on as well. Ding generally don't play artillery, if that was a weakness perhaps that a team could exploit.
It's actually really interesting to see that Ding has only used artillery 9 times this season in the entire season, while Gohard has used it 37 times, which may be a weakness against mouses.
Do you think that's something that will work against them or work for them, Scarium?
It remains to be seen. I would imagine they would probably be prepared for anything that Gohard might bring, including any artillery strategies like the one in the playoffs, including using the Conqueror gang carriage.
Indeed, actually that worked out really well for them, yeah.
Well, it got taken out quite quick actually. Safarchik being in the back with his Conqueror, Yusuba moving aggressively forward, just getting taken out without doing any damage.
We can see here the comparison stats between the two teams. Ding finished the season 39 points, Gohard on 36. Gohard ended up playing more rounds than Ding, however.
That is mostly because our winning matches have been quite a bit closer sometimes. Our losing matches, we've lost a few matches, for example, and it could very well be due to that.
Yep. We were talking earlier on, Kevin, about, Dead Zone, about the average round time as well between both teams.
Yeah, it's quite equal. You can see that Gohard are just, taking their time a bit more, maybe using their artillery to the most efficient.
Yeah, you can see by the slightly longer round time that they do like to use the time of the round to play for artillery, really. So we can up the team before going in, pushing in, and taking the win.
And with Ding as well, we had higher average damage there as well, and individual damage. I think that's generally because Ding have two outstanding players in Breakneck and Positive that are like pretty much consistent the entire season. You can always bank on these guys doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, we've seen them, you know, shine at the Rumble in New York as well. We see the carry that Positive had against Kazna,
The 1-on-3,
managing to win that game. Really amazing plays by him.
And now, with their opponents, Gohard, Scarium, who do you rate in your team as being the out-and-out one to always look for, to say, like, if the chips are down, who's that one guy you're going to, or even two players that you're going to rely on?
The main player I'd be looking out for would be Failware, actually. He's the main damage dealer for the team. He's always been doing consistent damage. I think his average damage over the season has been about 1,900 something, 1,970. So it's almost about the highest in the whole league, and I think based on fantasy points, he's the highest in the league. Another player that I could talk about would probably be Carry Barry, but he's sometimes Carry Barry, sometimes never Carry Barry. So it depends on how he's feeling today.
It is indeed. This is something that's important as well, is that Oops, Kazna Crew and Ding have all played in LAN before. This is the first time that Gohard have ever been here on LAN in front of an audience, and that could potentially have an impact as well. Sometimes, you know, in front of the cameras, in front of the crowd with the noise, it can be a bit overwhelming, but other teams can react to it completely naturally.
Yeah, I would imagine they'll be pretty tense about this moment. It's what they've worked throughout the whole season. They've worked for this. Now they're here, now they have to prove themselves.
Indeed. Now, the match format here is going to be best of 13 rather than best of 9 that we play for, so it's going to be first to 7. And the maps, let's actually have a look at the vetoes for the maps that were ruled out by the teams. Ding taking away Muravanka, which is quite interesting. I would expect Gohard to have removed that one, and Gohard removing Cliff there from the map pool.
It's actually really interesting because statistically seen, both teams already, you know, didn't play Muravanka a lot this season. But Cliff, though, it's a team that both teams played quite a lot.
Yeah, and I'm quite surprised to see Cliff being banned, because I would imagine Gohard would have prepared for it quite a lot.
Yeah, I guess the teams just want to play safe, make sure that nobody can rush them.
Yep, so our first map of the day is going to be on Mines. Right now, I do know that on that desk right now, Daki and Mojo will be killing themselves laughing at my pronunciation of Mines. Gohard starting off in the defense on that one, Dead Zone.
Yeah, on the defensive side, it's currently quite a good map to play defensive with the new meta, using mouses to full effect. Trying to get that HP down in just 10 minutes is quite hard.
However, with the removal of the boost from the south on the hill, it's been actually a bit more attack biased as well. So it's going to be a bit of a hard battle for Gohard.
Okay, next after that one, we're going to be moving into Prokhorovka, where Ding will be starting out on the defense, and then going into Himmelsdorf with Gohard on the attack.
Gohard is Himmelsdorf is a pretty interesting choice, because Gohard are actually pretty good at it. I would imagine Ding to maybe ban Himmelsdorf, so maybe they've got something special prepared for it.
I think both teams, you know, they've done well. They've worked on this match, the most important match, getting into that final, especially for Gohard. Like they already said in the video, they want to get to that final. They want to go to those grand finals.
Okay, there will be a little break, I believe, after that third map, Himmelsdorf. Then we go into Ghost Town for the fourth map. Ding starting off on the attack, with then Steps coming in fifth with Gohard on the defense.
Ghost Town is actually the most even map that we have in the league at the moment, even with the introduction of the mouses. So it's going to be interesting to see if they bring anything new, or they just play it slow, normal, as they did throughout the online season.
And then Ruinberg, map number 6. It's a map that generally everyone avoided recently since the update with the mouse meta. So do you think we'll see some surprise tactics coming out there, Dead Zone?
It's actually really interesting, because Ruinberg was normally more defense favorite, then went to attack favorite with the new mouse meta, and back to defend favorite.
And it's quite interesting to see that Ding will be starting on defense first. So you'd imagine Ruinberg is a more defense-biased map, so if it's coming to like a 6-5 or something of the sort, and Ding starts first and they're leading 6 points, and it's going to be a lot of pressure on Gohard.
Okay. Now, actually, there we go, that's an important bit. Tiebreaker is going to be Ghost Town as well. Ghost Town, as you said, being one of the more balanced maps. That's going to be really interesting for the for whoever gets the first quickest win, actually, because that could be really telling for what tactics they want to do on Ghost Town.
It's actually really interesting, because Ghost Town, like we said already before, the most equal map. It's going to really decide on skill who has, you know, the point, who's going to win this game.
It's one of the ones you always can get either cap shenanigans or you get fights. What do you prefer seeing yourself? Do you prefer Scarium, the fights, or the cap tactics?
Definitely prefer seeing the fights. There's a lot more player skill involved, the matches are longer, there's more to talk about, there's also quite a lot more to see.
It's actually really important, how do you adapt right now to the lineup that you're going to see on the screen? Because there's so much possibilities. We've seen tactics with 6 mouse tanks on attack, 6 mouse tanks on defend. You don't know what the team is going to do. Maybe you're going to fast cap if they have 6 mouses. They won't be on time with capping or decapping.
Okay, now the really important question. I'm going to put you on the spot here, both of you. Predictions here for the first round. Is it going to be Ding? Is it going to be Gohard? And you can't do what Daki says, and Daki just says, I think one of the teams will win. Either one of these teams will win. There will be a winner. Which team do you think is going to win? And I even put it out and ask you for a score prediction as well.
As for a score prediction, I honestly couldn't tell. Obviously, I'm gonna root for Gohard, but realistically speaking, because Gohard's got the more experience, Ding's got more experience actually. Excuse me. They will probably take the edge in this match. Although hopefully it'll be a very close one.
I'm also hoping for a very close match, but looking at the previous events, looking at Ding, just so much star players, I think Ding is going to take it somewhere around 7-4.
I'm going to go with Gohard, and I'm going to go with 7-4 Gohard. Because I think what I want personally in my heart is a Gohard Oops final, because I think that's the most exciting scenario we can get today. And while they've been playing great for it, Ding have been playing great as well. It could go all the way. It could be. I mean, last season 1 we had 7-6, 7-6, then we had 7-5. So it was a really long day. Let's try and find out if we can get predictions from Dekilzer and Mojo as they're ready to start off the match.
Well, predictions, we don't venture there because it usually ends up with betting. But Mojo, you wanted to talk about the ban a little bit. Cliff being banned from Gohard.
Yes, Cliff is definitely their second worst map. Murovanka is kind of a horrible map for both of those, so it was highly expected he's gonna get banned. They both played it just 3 times with meaningless success. 33% both, but Cliff is the only map below 50% for Gohard, so it's kind of a normal choice for them to ban it, considering they lost it 2-0 to Oops in the playoffs in the seeding match. So I would say that's quite a normal pick here in their side, because they're just playing now the maps that they have better success rate on.
Now, looking at this map pool, Mojo, what do you think in terms of what's going to happen here? I mean, we hear the desk, 2 of them in favor of Ding, Ryan in favor of Gohard. No surprise there, but if you had to pick a winner between these 2, what do you think? Because the desk, we've talked about it, the experience coming out from Ding is tremendous. I mean, LAN events, they've been there, they've done it. Gohard, their first time, but when speaking to them, they felt pretty comfortable. They didn't seem nervous, they seemed ready to go, and perhaps their eagerness, because Ding has already done it, so they don't really have, they have to reprove themselves, but in an essence, how much do they actually want to win? Because they're already going to grand finals.
I kind of think this match will be one of those 7-5, and I can't say with certainty who will win. I would pick Ding because of experience, but there is a chance here for Gohard for sure, because I like their tactics, they're more innovative, they might surprise Ding here, and if all the players manage to perform, they have a high chance actually to win it. Like as Skarium already said, yes, they have some stable players like Failware and so on, but there are some guys like Kerryberry. If they actually manage to be in the top of the team, I think they have a really high chance to win Ding.
Yeah, but it depends, you know, I think it's really going to come down to those first 1-2 rounds and see what happens there. And speaking about that, let's get into it. Mine's going to be our first map, Mojo, the lineups here. What do you think of them?
Oh, we have so many heavy tanks, of course. We've seen something like this done before. Gohard defending here, going with Type 5. But look at this. We already have Ding's tanks going for the water.
Well, Mojo, let's find out and see what is going to happen here between these 2 getting into it. Already, like you said, Ding pushing down the 1-2 line, sending Breakneck over there. What is the plan here for them?
They definitely want to avoid fighting these brawl tanks, heavy tanks like Type 5 in the center and Mouse. But they want to establish some dominance if the players from Gohard are trying to go on the left side and snipe them down. That's why they have T49 so far ahead, everyone ready to snipe. After that, they can do the slow approach on the center if they feel like it, or they can just pressure the cap, because Gohard in this game does not have an RT.
Well, we can see Meritorious in his mouse is going to probably position himself on the cap, Mojo, with the T49 behind. So Ding here going for a cap shot. How do you see this work out, especially against the Type 5 from Coca Collapse that could peek over and remove Greets in one shot?
Still, there is a possibility for players from Ding to just like track him and end his career right there, because that tank is super chunky and it's really hard to just maneuver him left and right when someone is positioned like that.
See Coca Collapse POV here, just looking towards the island, nobody making a shot towards him so far. Hooknik actually gets spotted out in the grill, he needs to play safe. Annihilator Now, coming closer to reset the cap, and in the meantime, Barry and Failware and Maga actually, are they going to counter push Mojo?
Ooh, Hulknik already took such a huge hit. They were expecting his position, and he got pre-aimed already. I mean, there will be a counter push here on Breakneck. Breakneck is in danger here.
Yeah, and it seems like everybody from Gohard is currently pushing in Mojo, and I don't see this working out too well for Ding. They've already lost Kuritz almost, and Hulknik as well, not faring much better. Coca-Collapse making a big shot. Breakneck now getting pushed on by the 3 bad shots from Gohard, and what a play here, already removing Breakneck, and this is going absolutely brilliant for Gohard.
This is a disaster for Ding. They were completely outplanned here by the Gohard. Gohard has supremacy almost everywhere, but there is a counter-attack to the middle. But look at this, Type 5 connection on positive.
Mojo, there's only one thing to do now, and listen to the teams, we can see if they can recover from this.
Не на гору могут поехать.
Я
мы сейчас, у нас
ready.
блок.
Didn't think he's
У
ready.
меня сейчас будет пизда, потому что меня разберет вот этот вот челик. Когда насадим бот. Уже начал разбирать.
Ну кати потихоньку.
And they messed up when
Я
they
понял.
За фаршот.
Блин, я могу топить сейчас.
ВЗшку надо убить чаем, я выставлюсь
Да.
по ней. Засвети ее. Ты можете
Сейчас.
Она, по идее, меня целит.
Танчил. Я могу танкануть сейчас вы.
Ну, засвети ее там, конечно.
КД. И тайп КД.
Я доберу ее, будет.
Добирай.
Пройдет.
Елена, are you coming?
Я когда?
Можете еще.
Бат.
Бля, КД маус. Бат -1. -2 у бата.
Попал, не буду на гору ехать.
Я шотный. С респа бат -2 давал. Failware.
Елен, югу,
Елен, we need help here.
I'm coming. I don't know why you went alone.
Все нормально. КД,
КД. У меня 15.
Бат на гору.
Бата, зацельте бата быстрее.
Я целю, я целю. 2 бата.
I'll shoot the second.
Дал.
Or no.
Ну, я, по идее, иду. Тут второй бат, все.
КД маус снизу.
А чё? Зачем вы так быстро в захват стали? В чем смысл? У нас 0 вообще отстрела по воде.
Easy. Please run.
Я там же не мог проехать, меня засветил до 10. Я по красной ехал.
Да ты должен был сразу...
What a play, Mojo, coming out here from Gohard. That counter push, it was risky, but it worked out beautifully. And picking up this first round is going to mean so much to them.
It was really timely fashion how they did it. I liked the aggression that was shown. They didn't hesitate in the reactions whatsoever. They knew the cap pressure is imminent and they never saw anyone going for the hill. They pre-aimed the position when Grille might be. That was actually a really nice move. And in same moment pushed with butchers. Absolutely nice reaction here by Gohard, and really nice things to see how they're handling themselves.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there from Hulknik, because it seemed like he was in that C1 pocket and he still managed to get connected by Coca-Collapse, who's still alive right now as well, which is pretty impressive seeing the amount of fire that came towards him. Kuritz now the last man standing. One more shot. Wiggling backwards, forwards, Stafarczyk now, who's going to pick it up? It's Kuritz actually gets Stafarczyk, but Failware picks it up, and that's Gohard picking up their first round. Not what we expected.
This is something they really needed. A good start is always needed for a new team when they come to the season offlines, because this is, as they already said, this is the first time that they actually met each other in real life. They need this kind of encouragement to make them go further and further. And if they manage to actually take this map, this will be a really good foothold for them.
Yeah, but I just don't want to get overexcited. I'm happy they took the first round. Even if they take the second one, Ding is that kind of team, though. They need to make sure they're still calm, because even if they pick up this first map, in essence, Ding is the kind of team that can just win the next two.
I agree that, but we must remember one thing. Since the patch, since the 17.1 patch came and the meta changed, Mines actually became super aggressive toward attacking side, and Ding just lost that. They just lost that, and that's a really bad thing for them to happen at the moment.
Well, they're going to have to prove us on the defense now that they can do it. Post-battle stats here. Coca-Collapse actually 5,210 damage. That is an absolutely ridiculous amount for that Type 5 in such a short match, Mojo. He had some very crucial connections during this one.
Yeah, we saw the connection #1 on Grille tank, but after that there were some follow-ups on Bachat and so on. So yeah, I would say that tank paid off heavily in this game. I believe his initial plan was just to go for the middle and use him to brawl the tanks there, but this went out quite handsomely, actually.
Yeah, great reactions there from Gohard, in essence, you know, taking back the 3 batch that's from the hill, counter-pushing the K-line, not afraid whatsoever to get shot on the crossing. Well, they knew Hulknik couldn't peek anymore, and they knew Kuritz and Mouse were there, and that's really everything that could shoot them.
I must commend the reaction time from Gohard, because the tactic that Ding did was, you know, one of those one-way tactics, you cannot really get out of that one easily. Once you trigger the cap, you must put tanks around all over the place to just cover that, to snipe, and you are locked with positions. Gohard immediately knew what's going on, and they had several tanks going, already rolling all over the map. Who will attack the water, who will cover here, who will do that? That's really, really important and really good to see for them in the start.
Well, we're gonna have to find out how Ding can recover on the second round though, because they're gonna arguably want to pick that one up. They don't want to give up the first map here to Gohard, a young and eager team. You don't want to give them that advantage. You know, going 2-0 for Gohard would be amazing, but lineups here, Mojo, double E4 from Ding.
This is a really heavy defensive setup. We've seen it used before because E4 are great when you want to pen the heavy tanks like Mouse or TIE 5 heavy so on. Also, on top of that, they do have an RT piece now. It's really important to see where it's going to be positioned in the start of the game.
You can see here the positioning from Gohard in the beginning, trying to do some damage towards positive. Kaiser in the TVP fires 2 shots, does not connect any. And actually, Ding, Mojo also bringing out the RT piece, meritorious. Like the analysis desk said, they've only done it 7 times during the season, but they decided to bring it at the LAN finals.
Yes, Mary is playing an RT now, and as I said, it's important to see how will they position it. He's on K4 bush, you can see him down there. That means he can actually decap the water side easily. Also, he can position himself to shoot up if someone tries to boost on a mountain on 0 line.
It's going to be interesting to see what they go for exactly. Shokish here pushing up a little bit in his mouse, Mojo. This allows him for more spotting, get earlier information. You can see Meritorious is actually aiming for the climb over there.
Yeah, he's trying to see if someone is trying to boost on there. Of course, we had one match, if you remember, when Kazna Haiba pushed from that side with mouse, and he actually saw Zafarchik in RT climbing up and he shot him down. Of course, Gohard does not have an RT now, but usually you send some tanks there to spot and to make rotation for the team happen later.
Now, Mojo, Carrie Barry is moving on towards the island. What is the reason behind this? A mouse on the island is not something we
I believe
see
this
quite
is the
regular.
first excursion of such a tank in this outside of the randoms. Of course, there you can see everything pretty much that exists in the game, but I've never seen in any match mouse going here. Of course, he can play cooldown here, and it's going to be really hard for players from Dig to pen him, but he's going to be rather easy target for RT if he is spotted.
There must be a reason behind this, and I think it's part of the overall strategy from Gohard, perhaps. When they push somewhere, there will be a mouse holding the 1-2 line.
Yeah, but why would you leave a mouse there? This is going to be quite interesting to see. So they want to have him as a sniper. Okay, DPM, 9.59 seconds even with a mouse, with all the perks, is quite usable. But angles he's going to get from there, he must play the crossfire for the rest of the team. Then the push must come from the village side.
Collapse. Got spotted out there by Breakneck, who decides to back off already. This defense from Ding, it's a pretty standard one. And what do you think is going to be the easiest way for Gohard to break it? Because they do not have artillery.
Well, if they manage to chase away Shokish from below the mountain, they can climb someone up, and then they can deal with Art even by blind shooting. That's the position that sometimes Ding done several times. If you remember, there was a match where Breakneck actually shot Artie just shooting blind in those bushes.
Meritorious is permanently aimed on that area. He's going to be the crucial player really for this round. If he can get Zafar before he climbs up, is Zafar going to try to climb up straight or just going to play here? Seems just to want to play here. Spots out Shokish. Mary relocating his aim, but Zafar pretty safe over there.
Yeah, that is a no-go zone for artillery piece, but if he tries to get up or anyone else, then he is going to be in a problem. But there is too many guns aiming for that side. No one will just go blindly climb up. Zafar was just spotting how many people is actually aiming, because they do not want to sacrifice a tier 10 for that.
Yeah, and with Zafar spotting Shokish out, Shokish is forced to back off, and now Collapse can actually start making his way across the sea line safely and push back that mouse with HE ammunition.
Yeah, but it's gonna take some time, you know. Mouse, the fastest tank in the game, sure. 20 kilometers on his best of the days, and he still needs to get there unspotted, preferably, so he doesn't get shot by some E4 or RT from distance.
Collapse, let's see what he's going to be able to do against Alien. I mean, HE ammunition versus mouse, he's going to take him a decent amount of shots, unless he sets them on fire twice.
Well, the problem is, the only problem here is, okay, Collapse has a gun that's a derp gun that does 1400 damage, but that's to no armor tanks. His 75 mil of penetration is not really something that you can fight a mouse with. So a couple of hundred damage here and there. But in order for him to do decent damage to mouse, he must not be spotted, because every time he actually gets a shot on mouse, he can get shot back. And here you go, already first shot landed.
Yeah, he trades 1-for-1 with the mouse of Shokish.
That's not a good trade.
No, not for the Type 5, but I mean, if they're willing to sacrifice for that, Breakneck actually going very aggressive here towards the hill, trying to get some information. Spots out Annihilator and Kaizu. I mean, Ding likes to play the information game, and spotting out those tanks, they're actually going to be happy with that.
I really like these new modules. With all these lamps, you really know who is spotted and who is not. Coca-Collapse here, he will have to do a lot of blind shooting toward the Shockish because there is no one actually spotting him, proxy spotting up from the hill. So no real option to know the success of the shots he does.
So what do you think is going to be the plan here for Gohard Mojo? Because Failware Maga have now joined on towards the island. Are they going to go for a push here?
This is something I've never seen before, but Gohard is kind of a team that likes to surprise people. That kind of play can only lead to pressure toward the water, toward the lower cap. Well, they do not have enough forces anymore on upper side of the map, so this is the only option they have left. If they manage to take out Arty and Positive maybe, and not lose too many tanks in the process, yes, they can do that kind of pressure.
Well, they're sending Barry first here. That's interesting. They're trying to get the mouse to take all the damage from the tanks of Ding. Barry taking 724. The mouse is going to get wrecked here, but in return, they're going to cross through the 1-2 line. And let's listen to Gohard and see how it works out for them.
Mouse there.
I can shoot you far.
I boost? Oh, no. Attacker there.
You will die now.
Yes,
Maga nas
positive
zabierać, Maga nas zabierać.
Kuricki there. Ilienko there.
I can't really shoot.
Мне мало.
Сколько у тебя?
They're gonna try to
push them.
Yeah, I'll go back.
No, need support. You have HP, nice.
Подожди, я развернусь жопой.
I'm reload.
Я держу его, давай, убивай, алло, быстрее делай. Делай быстрее. Nice.
They're trying to push middle, they wait for mouse in mid.
Do you need support middle, guys?
Yes.
Type need to play aggressive.
Push, play aggressive.
I reload.
Play aggressive. On break.
Arty
Reload, guys. Before reload.
Before reload, how?
Guys,
I'll push. Can you control?
You
No, I cannot. Maga, how many shots? 26 у меня зов.
Mouse there, Irene, for me.
Can I finish now?
I without gunner. Spotted.
Guys need to first finish batch if we can.
Maga, how many shells? 10 seconds.
Now, need to farm.
I will shoot Chokish. Hall came in at me.
Nice, Kazna.
Зов, ты можешь как-то?
Я не могу.
Подай КД.
Barry, can you try to play aggressively with information?
Иди, 4 надо, я покидаю.
You need to spot E4, Barry. I mean this E4 in its own.
Да.
We have 2 minutes, it's normal.
Nice.
We need support Nile.
Мне надо покидать по E4.
How many batches have, guys? I mean HP.
I can't spot E4. Мне надо, чтобы покидать.
Wait, Maga.
They have 2 minutes. Arty KD. Now I can kill mouse.
How many batches have HP?
Скорее с меня цель.
One shot. Around 200.
Сейчас могу от арты умереть.
Ты не можешь как-то до...
Да, careful, E4 now, careful.
Я могу по E4 проеду, если...
Давай, дай ему, отпугни, я его заберу.
I spotted.
Она меня
Batch shoot
целит.
me, batch minus one.
Guys, batch from the kill, shoot Cola. Need to play aggressively, Barry,
Меня
play
смотрит, меня
aggressively.
E4 смотрит.
You
Забирай.
can 10 chance. And Dial,
Сколько
you
there?
try going to the hill, finish mouse.
The batch minus 2, the batch minus
Or
2.
finish batch, it doesn't matter. Who first? Nice. Are they for reload?
Hulk there.
Yes.
Я КД. Я КД нажал.
Well, it looked good there, Mojo, at one point, but losing Failware on the crossing and a little bit of mistiming between Kaiser and Nile. If Nile could have killed Breakneck, perhaps it would have been different, but didn't work out for them this time.
The result when we watched the health bars and everything looked so much dominant for Ding, but in reality the game was not such. If we paid attention to details, you just said Failware dying without firing a single shot checked in the middle of the water, and Nile being late maybe 2 seconds to fire one shot on Breakneck, which would completely make them dominant on the hill. Kaizu would be alive, they will have a crossfire on Shockish, they will have tanks on upper positions supporting each other. Completely another game, but this is how it is.
And Coca-Collapse would not be in any trouble as well in this Type 5. It would have been so different. Maga gets a nice kill there on towards Meritorious, but Hooknick is gonna... No, Hooknick is not going to kill him as he misses the shot. Maga circling Hooknick, but won't be able to do much more. He gets the track shot, Hooknick tracked and held. He gets engine damage as well, but it should still be Ding. They only have 2 tanks left, Mojo. It's getting close here, but I mean, with 52 seconds, can it be done?
this is really hard, and it will kind of depend on Ilian what he does, because Halknik can't be a prey to any of these tanks. He does not have a full
Mojo,
turret.
this is not over whatsoever.
It's
But
all about
HP, Maga needs to kill Huknik, but Ilian needs to go kill Maga. If he does that, then they will win the round. Maga tried to play around Huknik here. Ilian is above 5 to 10 seconds out. He's pushing him out in the open. They need damage on towards Ilian. Ilian is speaking out. He gets Maga, and that will secure this round. If Maga got to reload, that could have been the end for Ding.
As we said, this is all about Ilian and what he does in this moment, his HP, and he has the turret, which Hulk doesn't. So Hulk was the easy prey for Maga. Maga was just waiting for Elo to take him out and then collapse on Ilian. So again, a bit of a difference in the timing from the guys from the Gohard, but of course Maga was on another side of the map, and you cannot really count on Mouse doing some virtuous moves and entering like this.
Well, in the end, it still got pretty close there. I mean, if Ilian wasn't so quick to go help Huknik, Maga reloads, gets a full clip. He needed only 2, I think, for Huknik to finish him off, and then he has 3 more for Ilian. And if Zafar and Annihilator come in there...
Well, unfortunately for Gohard, there is so many ifs in these games, but the only one constant was here at the moment, Ilian, who was picked up by Ding exactly for this reason in their team in this season.
Yeah, I think he's gonna deliver a pretty outstanding performance at LAN. That's where he shines, really. I mean, he was always really good during the online season, which he hasn't been this season, but at LAN, it's his territory.
Yes, this is even his hometown, so yes, this is definitely his territory. Yes, Ilian didn't have such a season like he used to have in Kazna, because in Kazna he had to do so much more, play super aggressive, try to carry and so on, and he was part of the Trident, as we call them, Stefan, Nexus and him, but here he's just one of the guys.
Yeah, Annihilator, they're actually getting a 3k out, but Kaizu and Failware, like you said, Mojo, Failware fired 3 times but didn't get a single connection. It really costed them. And he got hit by Artie driving through the 1-2 line. I like the plan, sending Carry Barry first in the mouse to take the damage, but Meritorious not taking the bait.
The plan was bold, it was unexpected, it was something we've never seen before. I kind of liked it, but it did depend a lot on a lot of moving pieces, if you understand me. A lot of things in that kind of plan can fall apart. Just one thing, like Failware gets checked in such a miserable fashion, and they can just collapse and lose on our side. They managed to recover. The coordination between Maga and Zafarchik, T49 and Maga in Bachat, when they were taking out the Bachat in the waterline, that was brilliant. I really liked it. You could see even their comms. You don't have to understand Russian to see what they're talking about. It was really good play. And they came back in the game, even after losing the hill, even after Kaizu died, and so on. And Nile really held his ground there. But still, a lot of moving pieces, a second here, a second there, some shot here.
Domino effect.
Yes, and they just don't win the game.
Well, it's still a pretty good showing here from Gohard. Dominant victory in the first round, almost victory, but no cigar in the second round. Now, Mojo, moving into Prokhorovka, who would you say has the advantage coming into this map? Like, whose playstyle do you favor?
Oof, in this map, I would say Gohard could be the more interesting one. I mean, always the sturdy team here on Prokhorovka is Ding, but Gohard, I really like the inventiveness they can bring in a game, and I'm looking forward to see will they bring something like this.
Double E50M for Gohard, 1 E50M for Ding as well, Mojo. What is the strong suits for this tank on this map?
E50M has a really strong turret and heat ammo, so he can shoot if you have a couple of mouses in defenses, which we've seen before. That gun can really do huge damage to it. You can go aggressive to the middle to shoot and brawl if you want so. And eventually, honestly, if you get in a trouble, you can just use him as a block for a cap.
So Breakneck coming for the initial scouting run here. And actually, Mojo, again, Ding is playing with an artillery piece. I mean, this is 1/3 of what they did during the season. Kurit's stepping up into tier 10 tanks, and Coca Collapse feels the pain as he gets the first connection there, probably from Meritorious in the backlines.
Meritorious playing an arty, a thing you don't see often, but he's their designated player for that. Yes, I think they're trying to do everything to throw Gohard off the balance, because Gohard is known to study enemies well and then do some kind of counter tactics, mind plays and so on.
This is not working out well for Gohard in the meantime. Kaizu, Maga, and the rest of the team pushing down there, but there's an STRV, and A0, Shockish and Positive are in position as well. They're taking so much damage for this crossing. Barry is down towards the 2-shot already, and Ding doing the damage, and they're up already by 3000 HP at this point. Yes, Huknin gets spotted out, but who's going to do the damage towards him?
Oh, this is so bad going on for Gohard at the moment. They didn't expect the position of this STRV with great DPM, like 5 to 6 second shots. And here we go, already first player down. Coca-Cola is down. mediums are blocked down here and they can't move anywhere.
They're trying to do the damage towards Shockish. He actually drops low to 430 HP. He's actually tracked and held. He gets safe, and Annihilator's feeling the pain now from the backlines as Kuritz and Breakneck picking off the rails. Kuritz removes him from the game, and this initial strategy from Gohard, it's all fallen to ruins.
Only one player remains on the other side of the map, that's Zafarchi, but he's in a root tank. No matter how high DPM he has, he cannot really contribute to anything to throw away Ding from their victorious path, and I think this will definitely be a 2-1 score.
It has to be, Mojo. Look at the HP between the two teams, and Gohard's completely surrounded in that downside of the map there in the water side. Zafar got behind them, but now Breakneck pushing towards him, almost reloaded. Coming off of that in 3 seconds, he's not going to last very long in the RU251. He's doing the damage. Here comes Breakneck for an easy cleanup. Needs 2 more to pick it up. He actually gets some help from the back lines as well, and he picks him up. And it's only 4 tanks left standing for Gohard, and they're all surrounded, Mojo. This is Ding all the way.
This is Ding's dominance. They've really positioned tanks, I would say, even in a standard fashion, but they did surprise Gohard with one move. Instead of putting that STRVTD on a normal position where everyone puts them in a forest, in a 1-2 line, to counter the mediums, they put him here on a 0 line on the top of the hill, expecting that maybe Gohard will play exactly like this.
I think Gohard kind of expected a similar play, Mojo, as we have seen a lot during the season, as Barry is the last tank remaining, and it would have been one hell of a carry. He's done a lot of Klobanovs, but this one is a little bit out of his reach. Positive picks it up on the move, and that is Ding picking up their second round, the first one on Prokhorovka. And Mojo, what I wanted to ask you is that M40, we've seen it throughout the season being used, put in the A1, A2 position to reset the cap. Now it seemed like Gohard expected that play to come out from Ding, but Ding went completely different.
This was actually a mind play of a Ding. So we've seen some matches before where Gohard would take an early lead against the Ding because they really outplayed them by just reading their moves well and so on. Last match between Gohard and Ding was 5-0 in Gohard's favor, the last match they played in the season. But here we can see completely another story. Ding, who likes to play it standard during the season, when they come to events, they play another ball game. They play against the enemy they're playing at the moment. They know how to play their mines. They know how to rotate. They know to do all kind of tricks. They're just saving during the season.
Look at that STRV, Mojo. 3,813 damage for Hooknik from that A0 position, DPM monster. But even meritorious again. Second round, he had 2.3 in the last one. He has 2.3 in this one. Showing some consistent plays here on RD.
This is really well actually for Ding, because you cannot say the Meri is one of the most brilliant players in RT in the league. We've seen so much better guys. But it's not one guy carry team kind of thing here. Ding is always playing as a unit, and this is a good planning going on.
Look at those 1-1-3s from Gohard. They go surrounded, Hooknik shooting them from the side, Kuritz and the E50M, and Breakneck even peeking from all other sides, from A6, from the middle area. There was nothing for them to be done in this one.
The real bane, their doom, was STRV position. They had nothing to deal with that. They saw him too late. His DPM is huge, penetration, accuracy,
and
everything.
Even nobody in position to actually really shoot at him. The only thing that reliably can pen him is that E50M.
And he was below.
Double 1-1-3s in the RU. The RU was on the other side. The 1-1-3s were dying, and the E50M was in the lower side.
The moment when they spotted him was the worst possible moment, when they already pushed, and it was a done deal then. You cannot stop. Once you start the push, you must go on all the way and just hope for the best.
Yep, and they tried it, it didn't work out, but the good thing for them is they are going to be on the defense as we move into the second half on Prokhorovka. Mojo, do you think Gohard, they need to make it even here? I think if they want to have a chance during this season, they can't let Ding go one map ahead of them.
Well, traditionally, Prokhorovka was much better map for Ding. So, honestly, this is a possibility when I was watching the map pool, that Ding can actually take over the lead 3-1, unless we see something spectacular from Gohard. And seeing the attack go badly like this, I just hope they will play the defense stable enough to read the Ding's moves and not just go ahead of themselves and suicide somewhere.
Mojo lineups here for the second half of Prokhorovka. Double STRV from Gohard.
Double STRV gives a lot of possibility, but less of rotation potential here. Ding also has a 263 TD. That's kind of a battering ram TD. I can call it like that because you can drive and shoot with it.
You can drive and shoot with it with any tank, Mojo, if you're just lucky enough. Zafar actually already got spotted out in the artillery piece, but he's on the downside, he's pretty safe. And Gohard went for an Eastern play with Carry Barry and the mouse in the 5-line defending.
Yeah, we've seen something like this before when you use a mouse as an anchor there. If you remember, it was a Suba game, 8,000 and something damage blocked, I believe, by one of the Utopia guys. But this is kind of a defense we're talking about. So that Mouse will play an anchor, he will watch over the cap, and everyone else will be just positioned around.
Well, Mojo, there's a three-man wolf pack here. Shockish, Breakneck, and Positive seem to be going either straight for the cap or straight for Carry Barry in the Mouse, who they know is out of position if they push on towards him. But it seems like they're just going to go for the cap. Nihilator gets the first connection on towards Positive, but triple cap pressure now on for Ding, and the tanks in the middle. Gohard needs to react rather quickly.
They don't care about cap. I think it's a pincer movement. They're going to go on a Mouse, and there is the tanks in the middle going to shoot him also.
Carry Barry is left alone by his teammates. He's getting shot from two sides. The Mouse is a very well-armored tank. He's starting to take some damage here, but he's still on half HP. This push from Ding, it could really punish them, because Annihilator actually removes Breakneck, and it doesn't look like it's working out whatsoever. The STRV is just doing shot after shot onto the sides of the Ding tanks.
This is really good now going on for Gohard, but still Ding is not out of the play. If they take out the Mouse and they manage to take the position so the Gohard cannot peek and shoot very well, they can still win the game.
Well, Mojo, they lose healing in the meantime as well, though, as Gohard counter pushes the middle. Meritorious is running in his 1-1-3, but he's around the Coca-Collapse. Maga and Fail. We're trying to do the damage. They need to be careful not to overextend here. They get Meritorious, but Maga's gonna feel the pain for it. Coca-Collapse need to 1v1 Hooknick. They lose Shockish as well. Nihilator gets Positive, and with just 2 tanks remaining for Ding, Gohard gonna make it all even.
Even while I was talking, Ding was doing Gohard was doing a counter attack through the middle, and then their damage just chipped in, and they whooped out Ding forces from there permanently.
Yeah, that double SCRV, this was a good pick, Mojo, because I do think it really worked out for them. Kuritz and Hooknick now trying to do what they can. They lose Hooknick, it's just Kuritz and Gohard. They're putting up a really good fight here. Carry Barry, the tank that could push first, still alive, as Gohard make it all even, Mojo.
This is important, they're still in a game. I mean, it was really nice lead on the Mines 1-0. They had opportunity to take the map, okay, it went away. Lost 2 games in a row. It was crucial for them to come back in a game now, because the mindset will be completely different if they lost this.
That double SCRV really did work out in this case, because they pushed on towards Barry from 2 sides, and I think there was an SDRV to lock down the middle and an SDRV to lock down the northern side, and they didn't even kill Barry.
Barry was really actually well positioned there, and once you kind of focus your damage only on one tank, once your clips are done on a Bachats and the enemy counterattack come as it happened here, then you already lost the game.
Yeah, Mojo, gonna be curious to how much damage Barry managed to block during that fight. Coca collapsed though, 2,700 for him. Hooknick in that 263 also doing a nice amount of damage, but Nile in the SCRV, and then Kaizu doing a lot for their team. As said, the SCRV pick really working out for Gohard during this match. Felt like Ding, they had a good read on the strategy, just that didn't feel like they got the connections they really needed. They needed to kill Barry really quickly, and it just didn't happen.
Unbelievable, but Barry actually didn't block that much, only 1,600. I would expect him to go or 3-4k or something, but I guess Ding's shooting was just not in the place in this game.
Mojo, I'm starting to feel like this could be in a match that goes all the way, at least to a 7-5 scoreline.
Well, this is something we said, we already expected, like this kind of games go all the way. If you remember the last season, both semi-final matches, Kazna played against Utopia 7-5, Ding played first match against Oops, it was 7-6.
Which arguably the match even between Utopia and Kazna should have been a tiebreaker, so
yes.
Not unfamiliar with long matches here at the season finals.
Yes, this is kind of a tradition, and Ding is well known for it, but at the end of the day, those tiebreakers end up always with a team that is actually more patient.
There where I start to worry for Gohard.
In true essence, either yes, because experience matters when you come to those close games.
But so far though, Ding has been arguably much more aggressive than they've usually been, especially on Mines. That 1-2 play was aggressive for them, and on Prokhorovka here as well, not taking time to make a decision, just instantly doing what they felt was the right thing.
Yes, but it is kind of expected for Ding, because that is their playstyle when they come to the offline events like this.
Well, Mojo, let's see what they got for us on Himmelsdorf though. 2 mouses for Gohard, 3 for Ding, but the double T10 setup, Mojo, on the attack. Is it going to be some false play somewhere, you think?
They definitely need to push with this, of course. Gohard having 2 mouses as an anchor, you need mouses now in this meta. Ding playing with E3, it's going to be interesting, because it's going to give them opportunity to cover some of the rounds and pen these mouses easily from distance.
Well, look at this, Mojo. Coca-Cola, Zafarchik and Maka are already pushing down the 8-line. Breakneck did spot all 3 of them, but this could be a quick number 2 base play.
This is definitely, but you cannot call it quick, because mouses are going all over the hill. I mean, if Ding actually gathers up their forces and gets to them, they might really move them up, like clean them from the map, but they cannot know where the mouse tanks are because they will expect them to be maybe on 8 line to get another connection there, or in a trap in the back, so that these tanks might rotate back. But look at this is not the usual position for a mouse here where Mary is.
No, Meritorious sitting in A5 can punish anybody who tries to pick that corner of the cap. Kaizu needs to be careful over there. Breakneck actually gets spotted out by Failware. That's very good. Breakneck trying to get some connections, but Failware gets the better of him. Breakneck deciding to back off, and both of them grabbing reloads as the mouses are still coming over the hill, Mojo, and Gohard is now waiting for them.
Yeah, but you can see that Ding actually didn't take the bait. They already rotated all their heaviest lineup up on a 2 cap, and only Kuriz and Breakneck in the medium and light tank are spotting the rest of the map. So they're just watching if there is some backup movement from those mouse tanks. Maybe they will come on 1 line, so they can't really abandon it, because we've seen Gohard play like this a couple of times. But in reality, all of their firepower is concentrated up. It looks like Ding is reading well what is Gohard doing.
Kuriz in the MX-1390 has to be careful. He's actually going to try to cross over. Doesn't take any damage for that. I felt like Gohard could have punished that a little bit more. Positive though, it's a nice connection on top of that turret of the 113. But Annihilator taking a 3-hit coming off the hill. What is the plan here for Gohard now, Mojo?
Gohard needs to trigger the cap and lower and get the mouses down into the action. Mouses, everyone sees them as only armored vehicles, but it's not the case anymore. They're actually a DPM monsters. They're like moving, I don't know, fortresses with machine guns instead of guns.
Yes, pretty much an accurate representation. Barry and Niall gonna play over here. Kaizu and Failware have actually pushed across as well. They need to be careful over there not to flip themselves, you know, physics 101. Barry has spotted out a lot of the team though, and are you going to try and get an overmatch perhaps on towards Positive, Mojo?
It does look like they will try to rotate their forces, because here this doesn't look well for them. Keeping cap here will not simply happen. Ding has too many tanks here. Hulknik will try to cross now, and there is not much people watching for him.
Whoa, nice connection again from Positive on towards that bad shot. The snapshot working out for him. Breakneck taking some in return as well, but Meritorious and Hulknik, they're starting to put pressure on this corner. They're forcing Maga back. Maga peeks out, gets the connection, but they need some help here against his mouses. Some nice connection from Failware as well from the back lines, and Gohard, they're holding on, but they don't really have anything going for them right now.
Oh, nice connection here by Coca-Cola's. Brilliant connection actually on Positive, just panning his commander hatch. I don't like the positioning of Gohard at the moment, because they're losing in HP. Yes, they're coming back in the game. They kind of gained back 1k, but still, Ding still has everything under control.
Mojo, the secondary threat here, actually, Kuriz in the AMX-1390 could become very annoying for these Gohard tanks. He's flanking all the way through the 0 line. Yes, he doesn't have the greatest pen or the greatest gun, but he will be super annoying.
Especially since we have a tank like Kaizu, who is only rotational tank for Gohard, and he's on less than half HP, so he cannot really go and counter anyone easily. Even in a one-on-one combat, Kuriz might get lucky and just kill him.
Hulknik, Meritorious holding this corner, and this eliminates cap pressure coming out from Gohard. Hulknik's actually going to go for the peek here against Maga in the T10. Can he get it? They're actually going to push forwards, Mojo, around the corner. Meritorious and Hulknik, they're going to go towards Maga. Failware clipping now from the side as well. Meritorious is taking a ton of damage for this though. Maga's trying to run away, but Meritorious might go down. Hulknik taking damage from the side as well. They lose Meritorious already, and this counter push from Ding, Mojo, I'm not sure it's going to work out.
I don't even understand what was the meaning behind it, because they had the game under control. They should have just controlled the battlefield, and this was super risky. They're relying on their better team play. But look at this, they're losing the guns. They already lost 3 people, and only Maga fell for that.
They've lost all their mouses for the side of Ding here. The counter push not really working out. Yes, Ding is getting Coca Collapse in the meantime. They're still up in HP as well, but it's the 4v6 right now. They need to take Coca Collapse out of the game, and he's still doing damage. Breakneck clipping from the side. Kaizu coming in with one shot. He removes Breakneck as well, and it's all falling to pieces here from Ding. Positive trying to back off as well, but he gets removed by the entirety from Gohard and Kuriz in the AMX-1390, and it's Shokish in a full HP 3. They can't do anything.
Full HP 3 in this kind of game doesn't mean anything, because he does not have a turret, he cannot really chase people, he's not fast enough. Kuriz is on a one-shot, and there is 5 guns from Gohard, and they have the HP to even take the shots from either of these.
Gohard can rotate to either side if they want to, Mojo. They have an eternity of time available to them. 4 minutes and 40 seconds. But this counter push from Ding, why did they do it?
I really don't understand it. I thought they have everything under control. They had a good crossfire going. They had Kuriz behind them. There was no possible rotation that would come from Gohard unspotted and unpunished. Yet, they thought they have a kind of overmatch on that corner, which was a critical mistake. And obviously, commander mistake.
Well, Kuritz driving through the courtyard now. Kaizu lining up the shot. Misses the first. Kuritz will be safe for now, but Zafarczyk with his third kill during this round removes Kuritz, and that just leaves Shokish a full HP E3. A miracle he needs to close out this round.
Well, miracle and beyond that, I would say. There is so much time left for Gohard, and they have everything going for them. Number of the guns, HP, positioning, like whatever you want, everything on their side, and this is gonna be a clear lead for Gohard now.
Shokish spots out Failware, doesn't get spotted in return though, but the cap is still on. 1 minute remain on that one. He might get Kaizu here. Goes into sniper mode and misses the shot because, well, he doesn't actually fire, but didn't get the shot on towards Kaizu. Kaizu playing it smart, not peeking. And this is done and dusted, Mojo. Failware pushing around in the AMX 50B together with Carry, Barry, Shokish positioning himself in the 5 line. He gets Kaizu, but 3 guys on the cap, 15 seconds remaining, and 1 tank on one side and 3 on the other. Failware is actually going to come in for some damage as well in the AMX 50B. Hello, Shokish coming from behind. Failware picks it up. Nope, 1 more he needs to clean up this kill, and he does. And Gohard pick up the attack here on Himmelsdorf.
I absolutely know why Failware did this. You know, he had a couple of bad games and it would influence his average damage, so he had to pick it up now.
Probably like that, but Gohard, what a play. I still feel like Ding did not need to push in there. They were holding the corners, they were holding the positions, they were doing better in trades as well. Positive from the far side, Kuritz was holding the hill. Why did they push in?
I cannot find a reason. They had 2000 damage advantage, health advantage in one moment, better positioning, crossfire, covering each other. Especially, I can't see a reason behind this push because they had Shokish like almost 2 squares behind them. He was not part of the battle. You could see, like, he had no shots on enemies at all. If you want to push, you need to have everyone together. So why would they want to surprise them with some kind of action like that? There was no reason. They just threw those mouses for free.
Yeah, they lost all their mouses before the rest of the team even really got to do much. And Failware doing a tremendous amount for his team. 4.8 with 2 kills as well. Yeah, he got some of that cheeky damage there on the end and Shokish is E3, but all around, great shots from Gohard when the mouse was pushed in.
He would still be a top damage dealer even without that.
Yeah, great damage on the mouses when they pushed in. They didn't really bounce anything.
I really can't understand why did they do it. There was no reason for it. And look at this, I mean, all 3 mouses from Ding are on the bottom page, which is not something you usually see when you have a Himmelsdorf game. This is kind of a habitat for a mouse, and you will always see them do 3,000–4,000 damage each. Something like that. But they just threw them. Went straight in the crossfire of the enemy.
Well, slight decision-making mistakes for Ding, which is something we don't usually see, but it's costing them a lot now. And they're going to have to pick up this attack mojo not to go 4-2 down against Gohard.
Yes, it would be quite dangerous to happen already now on Himmelsdorf, because next will be Ghost Town, which is map much better played by Gohard.
Yeah, Mojo, they need this round, I think. I mean, of course, Ghost Town, we're going to have to see how that one works out for both these teams, because it's a lot about team play and individual skill, and Ding has a lot of that as well. So, but let's focus on Himmelsdorf now. You think Gohard can pick up their defense, or going to give it to Ding on the attack?
I kind of like, since the meta changed, I like the attacker side more, because even if you play heavy setup in defense, you can just decide where to strike on the enemy and manage to rotate him even. And Gohard is really good on that. So attacker, I would give the advantage even to Ding.
So Mojo, Ding's playing with a Type 5 Heavy and an E50M on the attack. What's the reasoning behind this, you think?
Type 5 Heavy is used mainly when you want to shoot a person who is either in cooldown, like if they leave someone on a center and you can shoot him from the hill, or if they're in some position next to the walls, you can just splash, splash, splash and damage like that.
Look, Kuritz going and spotting out Coca Collapse. Coca Collapse not getting the connection there on towards him in that AMX 3090. Annihilator Maga pushing down the 1-2 line. But this E50M pick, Mojo, what does it do for Himmelsdorf?
It's a sniping tank, it's a brawl tank with armor, but we've seen already some interesting picks by Ding done on this map. If you remember, Breakneck actually played a TVP once, and they positioned him on a hill, and he did almost 4,000 damage because they did a huge pressure on the railroad, and he managed to do multiple clips on anyone trying to come even close to the battle. They could do something similar with the C50M.
Mojo, the positions here from Gohard, looking at it, they have a lot of tanks in the 1-2 line, but they've left Zafar alone in the 8 line. How do you feel it's going to work out? Because Ding, they're pushing the K line, it seems like.
Well, Zafar cannot really be pushed without punishment to the enemy team, because anyone trying to approach him frontally will be shot from the sides, and Kerryberry is covering his back.
Ooh, Maga needs to be careful here in this position in his T10. He's trying to block off two mouses, but needs to be careful because those mouses do hurt, like you said. Damaged monsters, and it takes 2 connections for his trouble. He's now down to 835 HP. This is the start Ding is looking for, but there's still a lot of tanks here from Gohard waiting for that failware. Annihilator Kaizu pretty much in a line waiting for anybody to cross over.
Well, this is the play of Ding now because all the heaviest tanks are spotted. Now we need to see what will the other guys do. We have Positive here, watching from the hill with E3 to some side connections. Actually, Ding can easily get overmatched here, and that's the problem for them.
Nice connection though from the Type 5 Heavy, but Ding, Gohard, I mean Mojo, still have Kerryberry out of the fight and Zafarchik in the mouse. It's around even on this southern side actually.
Yes, Zafar is watching from the 8 line, but he can go in the full throttle and just go in the enemy from the back. Kerryberry, of course, cannot playing the mouse tank here. Still, there is a lot of tanks on K line from Ding. That means Breakneck is pretty much alone.
Interesting. Ding decided this fight is not one worth taking. Are slightly backing off. Positive from the hill, still trying to make those blind connections. Breakneck actually got pushed back, but Ilian will be helping him here. Kaizu just getting the better of him by a little bit. Zafarchik now coming closer as well, takes a shot there from Hulknik. And I don't know about these reactions from Gohard. They seem to be very eager to push in, but I don't think they have an overmatch here. And Zafar takes a massive connection from Positive from the hill. Overreaction from them as well, Mojo.
This is a problem now for Gohard. They will actually have to commit here, because once Zafar falls, it will be a domino effect we were talking about. They will have tanks behind them able to shoot them. So they need to do something before that happens.
Nice connection though from Collapse coming on towards Meritorious in the Type 5 Heavy. It's going to be an even fight here. Hulknik taking a lot of damage as well. And Ding, they're getting pincered from 2 sides. They need to pick one side and go. And it looks like the side of Failware, Annihilator and Kaizu is going to be the one. Collapse is not in the fight yet. Breakneck now pushing around as well. Kuritz is on fire, but that's not going to help Gohard whatsoever. Ding, they're making the plays here. They're focusing down on Annihilator first in the IS-7, but they're not getting the connections, Mojo.
I think Ding actually might collapse here because Positive is completely out of the game. If Zafar takes out Kuritz, there will be a crossfire here by Gohard, and they might win this because Kerryberry will arrive in this battle very soon.
Kerryberry is very close to it, but it's just Ilian and Shokish left standing in this area of the map. They didn't get the connections they need. They finally closed out the kill on Maga, but Collapse and Failware blocking them from either side. Zafarchik gets Kuritz. 3 tanks left standing for Ding, and Gohard's counter push, it's working out. And Mojo, it's looking like they're going to take this 4-2 into Ghost Town.
Oh my god, look at this elephant graveyard here. All these mouse tanks here in one street. This is not a sight you usually see. But what we always say, it's number of the guns. Number of the guns. Gohard had more guns on one place here playing together, and that won them the game. Look at this. Kerryberry, who arrived last in the game. Even if Ding managed to take some overmatch here in one moment, when Kerryberry would arrive, they would still win it.
The thing is though, Gohard won a straight firefight against Ding. I don't agree on the fact the guns were even, because Zafar was out of the game, and so was Kerryberry. And that was Positive and Kuritz. So actually they just won the fight with the guns, because it was 5v5. They just got pincered from 2 sides and they were slow to pick a side to go.
They were too slow maybe in one moment, but still, it takes so much time to kill all the mouse tanks, mate. So, as well as Ding was anchoring one side with a couple of tanks, so was the Gohard doing. They were actually luring them to push them, giving them that option. Because they knew eventually, no matter what happened, they could block them in that street, and the guns they had would be faster than anyone coming from the mountain. E3 Positive was effectively useless in that moment. And it was a good battlefield to pick for Gohard.
The big difference here between this and last round, where Gohard got to shut down the mouse very quickly, is that Ding had a lot of non-connections when they pushed those mouses. A lot of the initial shots just didn't go through whatsoever, even on towards Annihilator in that IS-7. So many shots missed, really costing them, and Barry claiming some damage here on towards Positive, but 4-2 going into Ghost Town. Not looking good for Ding.
Surprisingly, but this is one of the options we were exploring, because there is always an option that Ding will fall out and there will be a result something like 7-5. But it's too early. These dogs do know how to come back in a game.
Yeah, never underestimate Ding, but Gohard gonna be super happy with their 4-2 lead. Just wonder how much pressure starts to come on their shoulders now, because they're getting closer and closer to that match point, Mojo. 2 rounds missing for them. If they could get it, I just wonder what it would mean, because now they're with their backs to the wall, and arguably that's where they perform the best.
That's definitely the truth. There is a slight break now for the players here after the 6th round. They need time to talk to each other what to do, and it is definitely a good time for a break for the players of Ding. Gohard doing really surprisingly well. Surprisingly well.
Better than I expected even.
Yes, even from those Mines games. Yes, they lost some games and so on, but they're keeping it together, man. Like, this is their first offline. None of these players ever played on any offline before. Here they are, and they're spanking Ding.
Well, Mojo, I'm impressed. I wonder what the analyst desk thinks about it as well. So let's hear their thoughts on those first 6 rounds.
Impressive indeed is exactly what we were thinking to ourselves there, Daki. It has been 1-1 between the two teams at the moment. Well, it started off 1-1 going into Mines, then 1-1 on Prokhorovka, and then we saw in Himmelsdorf, Gohard actually taking the lead here. But before we jump ahead and go straight into, I mean, Himmelsdorf is the one we really want to talk about, but let's actually go through Mines, because Mines started off like super aggressive there from Gohard.
We could actually see that Gohard straight played, you know, they played kind of a mind game. They played with a Type 5 heavy, they played with some mouses, but they went all aggressive in the middle. And Ding actually also played straight aggressive. They didn't want to play with time, they didn't play with RT, they played with this T49 with the mouse, tried to shield it in cap, but Type 5 just coming to its full extent, doing 5k damage, doing a shot on the grill in the back, doing a shot on the Badget going uphill. It was really worth picking the tank.
Yep. Now, actually, we were saying we don't want to jump ahead into Himmelsdorf. We can actually look at the stats there on Himmelsdorf and see where the damage came from in that round. Now, Gohard, they did win 2 rounds in a row. It'll be interesting to see top damage. Actually, Positive surviving last for his team, 4.5k damage there from 11 shots. But look at this, Kaizu, Failware, Alien all picking up double kills as well.
It's quite good that all the players in Gohard already carried their weight. Even Carryby has done some damage, that's good. But Positive surviving with 4.5k damage, even though I was expecting the position on the hill to not do too much damage because Gohard has already crossed any possible fire lines. But it's amazing to see him doing that much damage, and there's quite a good spread of damage, it seems, at least at the top levels. I'm interested in the bottom levels, which we can see now.
It's actually to say about E3, the damage, like 80% of that was done in the last 1-2 minutes when the mouses just came driving at him.
But Kreitz, I mean, 30-90, I mean, he's going to scout, you don't expect a lot of damage coming from that, but then Breakneck and Zafarchik, E50M was a pick we were kind of questioning, why would you take an E50M? It didn't quite work out for them, really, did it?
Yeah, the E50M is kind of a weird pick to use on a map like Himmelsdorf Arcade as the penetration, but then would you rather pick a 113 or an E4 or something like that?
It's really a jack of all trades, but a master of none, and in a game like this, you don't really want such a tank, you'd want something that's really good at one particular job. And I was really surprised about the Type 5 Heavy. I'd imagine they probably used it as a sort of a pocket 183, so maybe a faster tank with a bit more armor, a bit more flexibility for the usage. But it didn't work out in the end.
Yep, now we were saying at the start, in Mines, perfect start for Gohard. They took the first round. It was exactly what they kind of needed to kind of steady themselves, but then came right back into it in the second round. And something we were actually joking about when it went into Prokhorovka, we said at the start, you know, like, yeah, Ding generally don't take a lot of artillery, and in the first 3 rounds, they take artillery in 2 of them.
Yeah, we just saw 3 rounds, we saw 2 artillery pieces. I guess they're just finally adapting to this meta, like already the kills are set. They've used more artillery, they're already at 1/3 of what they used in the entire season. They just want to use it against those mouse strategies.
Yep, and then going into Prokhorovka, it was a bit of a bloodbath there, Scarium, wasn't it?
It was really, and all of our analysis just was turned on its head because we always expected them to be the more defensive team, playing a bit more passively, but they played really aggressively in both rounds, and they took it really easily.
And it's actually interesting to see that, you know, Gohard is taking some strategies from EL Gaming, deciding to push the 0 line with all their tanks straight away, playing aggressive on the middle with the 113s, and then just going full divide on the 0 line.
What was interesting as well about Prokhorovka is we saw the power of the STRV S-Tank, as it's known, on that map. It is, if you get it in the right position, it is absolutely insane for the damage done. You had it with Hulknik first time round, and then we had it with Annihilator in the second round.
And it was quite interesting to see at least the tactic used by Gohard in the attack. It was basically what Ding had done in the online phase when they lost 5-0. So you'd imagine Gohard would be expecting, you know, to lose a lot of HP when pushing like that. So it was a bit weird to see that tactic still happening again.
Yep, and then when we went into Himmelsdorf, it was 2-piece each team, you know, picking up rounds there. Looking like Himmelsdorf might be a 1-1, and at one point, you know, it looked like Ding were in complete control of the first round, and then it just went all chaotic in the first brawl.
And it really did. In the first round when Ding defended, I was really asking myself why Ding would be pushing in when they had the advantage. There was no cap pressure, there was nothing happening. So I don't know why they pushed in, they lost the advantage and they lost the round for it.
They had actually all the map control they needed. They had the flank, they had the sides, and then they just went in straight into the crossfire, and you can see what happened. It was like slaughter.
Yep. Now in the second round, you guys were actually wanting to point something out on the map with the positioning of the E3 especially, and how Gohard were able to win that round. So show us what you mean on the map.
Yep. So the Ding were using the E3 in this position here, expecting to get some shots over in this area and through the gaps there. But the interesting thing was that Gohard already pushed tanks up to and past the G line, so this C3 was completely useless in the first half of the game. But later on, he did get some shots over to the D line into Zafarchik and his T10, and still ended up doing top damage.
Yeah, it was really interesting because that's the whole point of using an E3, that it can constantly, it can use its turret, it can peek on this ridge here, it can shoot everything, control the map for them. When any on these crosses, normally it can do a lot of damage, but Gohard played it really smart. They already pushed across with their heavies. The E3 had to come down all the way in order to be effective, and that's what we saw in the end.
And they were really sure about it because you could see Maga going really aggressively up to K1 to spot anything that coming all the way from here.
Yep, indeed. So it was nicely played by Gohard. Gohard now sitting ahead of Ding here, 4-2. We're going to be going into the next couple of rounds. So let's have a look and see what Daki and Mojo are preparing for us just now.
Well, we were talking a little bit about Himmelsdorf as well, Ryan, and we still stand by it. Mojo has his opinion, I have my opinion. You know, there's different things here, but I think we came to a conclusion as well, what we just talked about, is that Kuritz probably, arguably even, should have moved on towards the cap on the number 2 base and draw Karibari back.
Yes, he would draw at least one tank back. Also, we noticed there is a huge amount of shells that Ding didn't penetrate on Gohard tanks that lost them the round, probably. Also, E3 from the hill. When we were monitoring, there was an option he can actually shoot on a corner, but that would actually require Ding players to fall back toward the red line and let Gohard tanks come at them and maybe push toward the rail, so he would have any kind of use. But like this, he was out of the game, which is something we've seen similar in the previous game of the Himmelsdorf when Shokish was alone. So in both games, we had one guy staying completely out of the fight. Yes, they did some shots, but those were meaningless shots, not when it matters.
Yeah, even then, I mean, putting Kuritz on the cap, there would still be the fact that they just lost the firefight against Gohard because of bad shooting. I mean, Breakneck...
Not something often to see.
No, nothing you see often coming out from Ding. I mean, Breakneck, for example, in the E50M got 8 shots out, just 3 connected of those. I mean, he got 8 hits, but 3 penetrations.
Yes, with E50M, who has a really great gun to fight all those heavy tanks, and probably the main reason why they picked him up. So, not something we can see. Usually, Ding is kind of on the ropes here because they are underperforming in this tournament.
Well, Mojo, don't write them off just yet, you know?
Well, you never write them off because positive is always there. In one moment, he can carry if it comes to that. But reality is like this. Gohard is on 4-2, and I just hope they're not overly hyped. They need to stay focused on the game, man.
Well, we'll have to find out, Mojo. Ding again going with the Stipe 5 and only 1 mouse and 3 for Gohard. How do you think this is going to work out?
Strong defense here by Gohard, 3 mouses, so they're gonna play pretty static, put one of them in cooldown somewhere and just play surround with everyone else. But Ding plays a lot of rotation with these tanks.
Well, Mojo, Ding is arguably just going to go all in towards the northern side, at least what it looks like. Since WZ's 113 is positive in the T57 heavy as well. It's going to be a triple cap pressure, perhaps?
It looks like that because VZs, when you pick them, it kind of says that all the time. Gohard does look ready for that.
Well, Shokic is going to get on the cap very early on here in his 113. Hulknik Kuritz is going to be joining. It's going to be triple cap. And what does Gohard need to do to defend this, Mojo?
Honestly, I think they need to gather up and push. I just think they need to gather up the mouses and push over the cap. Exactly what they're doing now.
Well, Fayware, Nylir, Barry are starting to make that approach. Breakneck joining them in the back line for Ding. Shokic and Hulknik and Kuritz just going to be holding on the cap though, and they need to do damage towards these mouses, and it's actually working out very well for them. Fayware already taking so much in his mouse. He's getting absolutely dominated by the tanks from Ding here. These mouses are bleeding so much, and it's working wonderfully for Ding. Fayware is about to go down already, and this play from Ding has absolutely caught Gohard by surprise. Already 4,000 HP up. Mojo, the mouses have pushed in the cap. They'll probably die there as well.
It's a possibility. Ding is actually panning themselves here, but Positive will fall on the other side. T57 and Kaizu will get a critical position in their back. Now it's the moment to see, will Ding actually be able to take out these mouses before the rotation from Gohard behind comes.
Well, they have to take out these mouses rather quickly. Kaizo peeking from the backlines. He's going to remove Shokic from the game. Good shooting there, but still down in HP. They need more than just this. Breakneck now coming from the side, reloaded in his batch shot. Already puts one in towards Kaizo. He's going to put the second one in as well. No, that one just hits the gun, I think. And actually, Mojo, it's close here. Ding's lost 2 times. They've lost their autoloader as well. Gohard might be able to recover.
Yeah, this is a problem because the third one fell down now. Gohard has so many tanks on the ropes, on a little damage, on a little HP, but they're still alive.
Finally, they're getting some kills though. They get Carry Barry, they get Maga as well. Breakneck putting the shots into Kaizo here in a second. Another bounce coming out from Breakneck. His connections are crucial. Alien is going to try to close out the kill here on the 1-1-3, and he does. And now it's the 4v4. Coca Collapse though has all the HP for his team.
Coca Collapse needs to take out Kuric really quickly if they want to stay in this game, and that happens in 3-on-3. But Gohard has defense of this cap now. The Breakneck does not have any armor, and honestly, he's not even playing the best today.
Ooh, but Zafar comes in, misses the shot. Alien now down towards the one shot as well. Zafar could be crucial. Could start to farm these stacks, but Meritorious gets the connection on towards Zafarchik. The one shot, the potential of the TIE 5, and what a mistake from the RU-251.
Unbelievable. You could see Zafarchik face, like what happened just now. That is probably a moment where Ding can break the game in their favor finally, because that RU, the small tank, was everything keeping the rotation of Ding happening.
He was the crucial playmaker in this one. Now Coca Collapse trying to cross over, take some damage. Meritorious and Breakneck, they're going to start to close in on towards Annihilator and his mouse. Meritorious looking for another kill here on towards that mouse. Breakneck going to push across to make sure they get the kill. Coca Collapse now going to be left alone in a second as Breakneck pushes on towards Annihilator. He's 459 HP, he gets the kill. Coca Collapse now gets Amarak damage as well, and this will be the recovery from Ding. But Gohard had it, Mojo, with Zafar in the RU.
They had it in that moment. I mean, it was really tight game. We don't know who would win because Breakneck was still in a budget, and his rotation might still kill Zafar in RU and eventually...
Well, they could have done more damage.
Yes, but Zafar actually might have taken down one of the tanks if he was less greedy. And that snapshot by TIE 5, that's something that actually does happen. Yes, it's a derpy gun, but you can snap on these middle distances with it.
Well, Coca Collapse is now defending versus 3 tanks, and this is the kill here on towards Annihilator. Very crucial to get that one out of the game. That was the second kill for Breakneck. Coca Collapse going to try what he can. I mean, Breakneck, he can kill him. I mean, he's in the one-shot possibility. Alien one-shot. Meritorious is a 3-shot though. That's the issue, and Coca Collapse is spotted out.
About that. He's on one shot with a dead driver now. Yes, Breakneck has a dead turret here, but it's not going to be a crucial moment because Coca Collapse cannot really deal with any of them. I mean, he would need super great shots and high alpha on Breakneck on top of that.
Meritorious was reloaded first, multi-kill for him, doing massive amounts of work in his Type 5 heavy, but arguably Mojo, Zafarchik could have done at least 800 damage to 1000 before Breakneck was able to push him, and even then on Breakneck he took 1 or 2 shots because of his reload, at least one, right onto towards the bad shot, so then would make Breakneck low HP as well. The thing is then as well that they would be defending still.
This push by Mouses, honestly I still think it was a good decision, but the damage coming from Ding in this game, unlike from another one and previous one we've seen, this was brutal. Only I would say some RNG saved Nile there on that low HP. How much he had, like 5? Something like that?
I think he had a little bit more than 5.
I can't remember, it was like some figure that you can't even see compared to 3.2k.
Look at Meritorious though, Mojo, 5k damage in that Type 5 heavy and 4 kills as well. Speaking about crucial, he was it during this round.
Oh, he was definitely bringing them back into the game. I mean, we've seen so many bounces on Kaizo. Kaizo actually was a crucial member for, for Gohard here, because he pushed the T-57, killed him, and then came from their back.
Killed Shokic?
Yes. Bounced so many shots.
2 of break. Two of break at least. He put 1 into the gun and another one bounced, and that
and one
was
from
crucial.
the Alien when he pushed him with the mouse.
Yes, so 3 shots in total in the span of 30 seconds.
Yes, also really smart play when he chose to shoot Shokic and not someone else. He waited for the shot to take out the one-shot tank, but it just didn't pay out because the mouses on the cap that were doing the counter push were on so low HP they couldn't follow up that action.
Well, Mojo, Ding needed that round, or it would have been 5-2 for Gohard, and that's starting to be yeah. So now second half of Ghost Town, do you think Ding gonna be able to hold on the defense?
Well, Ghost Town is traditionally attacker's map, because yes, it is a very small map, but still you can control the rotations as well, we said. Similar something like on Himmelsdorf, you can control the rotations. Unless defender plays super aggressive and tries to cut you off from any action and just draws you into the fight from the start.
Well, we'll have to see what the plan is, though, for the side of Gohard on their attacking round. I like the expression on the face of Zafar, though, and the Type 5 swung his gun and connected him. I think he even put him on fire because he burned for a tick there. But yeah, that was amazing. But now, second half of Ghost Town lineups, Mojo, Gohard, 4 mouses, an IS-7 and a Batchat, and 4 mouses for Ding as well.
This is super heavy German setup coming from the both of the teams. This is going to be one of those games where we're gonna see like 5k damage easily on at least 2 or 3 guys.
Well, we'll have to find out on who that 5k damage will be, as Gohard posture towards their number 1 base, Mojo. What do you think is their plan going to be with so many mouses?
So many mouses, they can just choose to push through. But the problem is Ding has also so many mouses, so they can counter them. Also, they have the T57 with the fast reload, while Gohard plays with the IS-7. So they're kind of relying more that they will bounce some damage compared to Ding, who has that reloader who can really come in handy whenever someone is pushing.
They have Koritsa the T49 as well to hold the cap, I guess. How successful do you think the push from Gohard can be here? In my opinion, it all depends on Positive, really. If he can get those 2 clips out, then those mouses will get shut down rather quickly. If they can find that T57, who's usually the crucial one in this round.
I just think they're going to try to put the I-7 in a cap and hope he's not going to get decapped easily. But that's why Ding has actually T49 and not an RU. Yes, he did fail a climb once or twice now, but that happens. And once he gets up, he will just rely on someone spotting for him so he can do those HE shells. Because T49 even has a slight splash. He doesn't really have to connect directly. Even something really close will do.
Well, now the approach comes out here from Gohard. Kaiser Annihilator going a little bit more aggressive. Gonna put Coca Collapse on the cap. Cap has started, Annihilator takes the initial damage. And how do you think this is gonna work out, Mojo?
This is really interesting because they are pushing aggressively. Look at the damage that Nile is taking. Oh my god, the mouse deleted!
Niles took everything on the crossing, gets absolutely deleted by the side of Ding. That T57 we talked about, Mojo, completely melted him, and now Kaizu is in trouble as well. There's a triple cap going on at the meantime, though, for Gohard. All their eggs are in one basket to try and cap, but it's not going to work out for them. Kaizu in a duel here with Shockage, but he's going to go down at 1 point as well. And Mojo, this doesn't look good whatsoever for Gohard.
Oh my god, Nile, didn't your parents teach you not to cross the street when it's a red light? You just got stomped by a truck, and the truck name is Ding.
Well, it doesn't look good for Gohard in the slightest. They're trying to push everywhere, left, right, and center, but they've lost Farchik now as well. Kaizu is alone. Hooknik and Alien are still fighting with Coca Collapse on the cap. They've lost their Batchat. Maga Positive now coming in with a full reload on his T57. 3 more shots available for him. He's going to do the damage, the pain towards Gohard and Mojo. There is still a match because Ding's about to even it out 4-4.
And in what fashion here? It was a huge risk what Gohard did here. They tried to play aggressive, keeping the pressure on the cap with Coca Collapse. They were planning to get more tanks in once the mouses established themselves on the other side of the road, but they really didn't count the amount of the guns that Ding is actually aiming toward that corner.
I don't think they ever got to establish their guns.
Yeah, I don't think that even got to the corner fight.
Oh, Mojo, look at this. Still 7 tanks left alive for the side of Ding as Gohard is running out of ammunition, running out of tanks. Coca Collapse, the only one left. Yes, they get 1 kill, but that's all she wrote as Breakneck gets Coca Collapse, and it's 4-4, Mojo. Did not expect that after Himmelsdorf.
This was actually a really good play now by Ding in this game. Quite dominant one, but again, it was a super, I would say, hasty reaction by Gohard. They tried to do something, as they are in many games in this match, and it just didn't work out. You remember on Mines, they tried to surprise them with the mouses pushing through the water side completely, and it almost worked. It almost worked, but again, it was a kind of a plan that realized that Ding will do some mistake. In this game, Ding was shooting remarkably well. Same like on the previous one in the Ghost Town. Deleting a mouse in such a short notice, that takes some really good shots.
We did say the T57 is a crucial tank for this map, and that is what was demonstrated on Nile, I think, because with his short reload in between shots, he can put 3, maybe even a full clip before the mouse gets across the road.
There is a possibility he placed the entire clip in that moment, because 57, I mean, he has like 2 seconds between the shells, something like that, and I mean, God. Look at this.
So Positive there, getting 2 clips out on his T57. As said, that autoloader really paying dividend for the side of Ding and Ilian. Mojo coming in with 4K, really great performance from him as well, but all around Ding just shut down the entire play from Gohard.
Yes, and the crucial moment is, of course, when you kill one mouse like that, you are out of the significant amount of damage that you're supposed to do, protection from its armor and whatsoever, so the game was pretty much done in that moment.
Even a mouse on a one-shot can provide a difficulty to take down if angled correctly.
Yes, but in this case, even if he survived to the other side of the street,
I think Shoki should have killed him.
He'll get picked up, or by Kuric in 49.
Yeah. Well, things seem to read the play from Gohard rather well during this round. Now, Mojo, we are done with Ghost Town. We are moving into steps, and now this is a map where I tend to always favor Ding.
This is the map that is actually best for both of these teams. By all the stats, they have the highest stats on step, both, but Ding should be better.
Yes, I agree, Sezwan. I don't think Ding has lost a single defense yet during this season, so I'm gonna be wondering what we're gonna see for both these teams, because this map is one where I can see Ding put it to 6-4.
There is a high possibility of that, but we've seen many teams make quite some mistakes here. Interesting thing is, you can watch these Ding guys, they look like they're playing training always, no matter what happens.
Yeah, Mojo, well, you remember Kuric, the only time we ever saw him smile is when he beat Kazna Crew when they were 4-1 down.
Yeah, and that happened in Cologne in finals, and that's something to smile about for sure. But Internet never forgets.
Internet never forgets, but double mouse here for Ding, but what is the reasoning behind double D10 for Gohard?
Definitely cap pressure, we're gonna go here. I mean, they want to play some cooldown with them, and they're gonna probably try to pressure them from that side.
Oh, Mojo, look at this. Annihilator already with Carry Barry in the middle. The rest of the team pushing aggressive 9-0. Are they trying to block off Ding here from going anywhere?
They're trying to lure them into the fight, but this is kind of risky, because if Ding actually pressures the middle... No, they can't pressure the middle, that's the thing. They can't.
Shokish and Ilian get spotted out. Annihilator gets spotted in return. Those are Farchik, Coca collapse. They're coming really close here to the mouses, Mojo. I don't know, but if this is going to be the good play.
Mary is spotted. It's a huge danger for Ding. If they actually remove Mary on the start of the game, Ding will be locked because they have two mouse tanks that cannot rotate anywhere. Then Gohard does not have to go anywhere. This is something similar they played against the Suba, you remember that. And it went really risky and really bad for Gohard in one moment.
Well, Zafar and Coca collapse are going to try to hold here, but there's still the threat of Meritorious as he comes in and takes a massive amount of HP from that T10. The RT paying dividend in the early phase for Ding, and even look at the HP, Mojo. I just don't know if this is the correct fight to take for Gohard.
They're trying to lock them away from any kind of possible action. It's going to be really interesting to see how will the mediums of Ding play against mediums of Gohard, because mouses here will be used only as an anchor. They're going to establish themselves so no one can push an RT, they have some cross shots, and everything else will be played by mediums.
Annihilator and Failware are going to be in a 2v2 on that side. Coca collapse peeking again, taking another shot of damage. Meritorious just about has reload available, and Coca collapse just about survives the shot, landing short.
Saved by RNG this time, because Ding has quite a lot of time and Coca collapse is an obvious target they're gonna work on. They're gonna work until he's dead, and they have 7 guns and Gohard has 6, and then they're gonna make their play because they can choose, because of the HP sufficiency they have. They can just push mouses somewhere, bait the shot from Gohard, and then go with the bad shots to wipe them out.
Well, Coca collapse is spotted out once more. You see there the RT shot coming in. Well, that hurts. That hurts really badly. He's spotted out once more now. Meritorious is 1 second off of reload. He might be able to close out the kill now. First Coca collapse on the second try. But Failware and Annihilator have rotated now, Mojo.
Honestly, I have a feeling that Gohard is starting to be nervous and hasty. They left Carry Berry in the middle alone, which is quite risky. They are relying on gamble at the moment.
Coca collapse. Now down and out towards Breaknet. Meritorious lets off a shot against Kaizu. 780 on towards that E50M. Oh, and I felt like it could have been a lot more.
Oh man, even this is huge because the HP is just lowering for Gohard. They have no real defensive positions, and then all-out push is coming in right now.
Well, they're going to go down the 0 line with 3 bad shots, but they're getting shot along the way by Hulknik, by Kuric, and they haven't crossed the gap yet where they're going to get shot by everybody from the side of Ding. Let's see how much damage they take. Maga is taking it all. Annihilator taking some more as well. Neither not down towards a one-shot, and this counter push from Gohard is getting shot to pieces from the side of Ding. This is not working out, Mojo.
No, every action they're doing so far has been read and just done and dusted with Ding in advance. Ding is just slaughtering them here.
Ding didn't even have to move much. Gohard pushed into them from the defensive side, and Ding has just shut it down completely. I mean, look at it. Shokish and Alien, the only ones to receive damage so far from the side of Ding.
Honestly, if we could have guessed that Gohard will push with 2 T10s, I don't see any reason why Koreets wouldn't either from the Ding side. And yes, their display was really, really good. They just did what they needed to do, position the mouses to block off the action from Gohard, shoot with RT, make crossfire with mediums, and then rotate when needed. Everything else was done by Gohard, including hanging themselves.
Well, Kerry Barry is on the run, on the move, but Positive and Breakneck, the two-man hit squad, take him out of the game, and just 4 tanks left standing between Ding and overtaking Gohard. 4-2 down they were at one point, but now going to put themselves 5-4 over Gohard. And Mojo, now Gohard needs to show the mental restraint it takes to come back from being down in such a crucial match.
Always taking an overmatch in guns here. Ding players not gambling at all unless they really must.
3 tanks left standing on full HP of the side of Ding. Mojo didn't take a single shot of damage. That round is a throwaway round for Gohard. Shouldn't be thinking about that one whatsoever.
It does look like Gohard at the moment is tilting a bit. This break was kind of needed for Ding. They recovered, they planned, and they took 3 rounds in a row now.
3 rounds in a row for Ding. But not over yet. We still have the second half on steps. But the issue is, Mojo, that Ding hasn't lost a single round on the defense so far of steps during the entire regular season. And even last season, I think they've lost once or twice on that side.
True. A couple of games kind of came close, but the stats stay. Ding should feel very confident now, because if they manage to take the second game in steps, which favors them quite a lot, they're going to be on match point.
And not forgetting that after steps we head into Ruinberg,
where Ding is also defending first.
Yep. So for Gohard,
they need to take this round to stay in a match.
Yes.
Absolutely must.
They need to pick it up, because if they don't, they're in trouble. Now comes the thing though. This is the first best of 13 they've ever played at LAN. It's a lot of rounds. Really quickly.
A lot at stake, because they must win, obviously, to progress in finals. But not only that, if they want to participate in grand finals, they also must win this match again.
It's a win-win for Gohard. Lose, everything is lost.
It's kind of, again, a dice throw, everything on this round here. And they already tried with Cheese to press aggressive into the Ding. Now they're going to actually have to take them out on smart play, because Ding controls the cards at the moment. And they're a more patient team, we know that.
Well, we could see it in the last round, they were the more patient team. They just sat there and waited for the play from Gohard to come out, and it did come out, and they just shut it down with 2 mouses.
Well, it's not like you're gonna brush with mouses anywhere, you know, on steps.
Well, technically speaking, you know, if they don't stop, it's called a rush, so...
Slow motion rush.
Pretty much, but now, I don't know. I'm gonna give it to Ding, Mojo. 6-4.
I would really like to disagree there, but I don't see how.
Let's hope for the sake of Gohard.
Well, maybe. After we see the tank picks, we will know more. Maybe Gohard will have some loophole there.
Well, Gohard bringing out the mouse and the IS-7. Ding with the mouse and the 113. Zaparchik going to be playing the M40, Mojo. Do you have faith? Do you believe? Are you a believer?
You know the answer to that, but
yes
maybe
is the answer.
Maybe Zaparchik will have a lucky shot and bring the game back to their favor.
Well, nice climbing in the beginning of the game of Koreets. Super crucial that he makes it up in that RU251, because Gohard's coming towards that side, and we have seen Koreets deliver from this position time and time again.
We actually made a video with a couple of examples how he did it, and he did astonishing with a couple of 1,000 damage each. So that goes well for Ding, but of course there is a possibility that Zafar will actually one-shoot him. We've seen that RT can one-shoot even a Bachat, God forbid, if he connects directly to an RU.
Well, Positive here going for the A-line climb. Yeah, that's okay. He needs to go backwards and then swing around.
So
let's see if he can pull a failware. Nice form. It's an important position to have, but not the way that Gohard's playing.
He actually blinked, so I saw that he's relieved that he climbed.
What is Gohard waiting for? They're waiting for Zafar in the RD to get into position?
Yeah, we've seen some really interesting positions by Gohard. If you remember, they climbed the RT even on that K position when Kaizu is with medium ones, which gave them really superior angles to shoot. Or was it oops? I can't really remember.
It was them.
Yeah, but still, they need to gather up and do the push in one moment. While Ding is just taking their sweet time because they're not in rush anywhere and they're expecting the reaction from Gohard. They're defending after all, and they already control the 2 high points on the map.
Well, they're now starting to pull back all their tanks as well, Mojo. What is Gohard waiting for now?
It does look like, again, what we were talking about, the dice call. They're gonna push the mouse to provoke the reaction from Ding to check out the positions with it. I'm really interested to see it as Coca-Cola have coated, as we were talking before, because that can really help and see the enemy better, of course. And then there will be probably a fast push by Butchats if they don't see any target to shoot. They will probably push through the lower line and try to take out some tanks before Ding reacts with everyone.
Well, Coca-Cola being sent in first here in his mouse. He can withstand all this fire. Breakneck is there in a bush though, and once Coca-Cola gets towards the corner, there shall be no more retreat for him.
Yeah, but that's Mouse. There is no retreat for him anyway.
No, I mean break.
Yeah, he will lock down Break. So Break is relying that he will actually not get spotted until a crucial moment. A crucial moment is when the mediums appear.
Break is just waiting for the counter push, and he is going to be super crucial in that bacha, because I don't think they expect it.
I've seen many times players play kind of hasty with a light tank from this mountain where Kuriitz is trying to shoot some cheesy shots of damage and getting spotted and shot in reaction. So yeah, I really expect Kuriitz just to play patient, because no one knows 100% he's up. They guess, but they can't know.
Don't think Breakneck can get spotted there whatsoever by any of the Gohard tanks.
Kaizu.
He won't proxy him, he can't see him. There's a little bit of a hill in between them. They're about 100 meters away from each other.
This is so risky, but it might pay off for Ding handsomely.
Well, if there's nobody in position to shoot Breakneck when he starts unloading on perhaps the IS-7.
Only thing he needs to do is do one clip of damage. That's all he needs to do, because if he prevails like that, they have an RU who will constantly pester the tanks of Gohard from upper position, and then it will be all done.
Question is Breakneck covered all the way against Coca-Cola?
I don't think they expected this, and Coca-Cola will see him when he passes one critical line. I think Ding actually has to master the forces.
I don't know, I don't think he can see him.
Unbelievable.
No, I think Breakneck is completely safe in this position.
I thought he would see him from this position. Well, Kuriitz, planning, testing, obviously tested this option.
Well, it's one of the older positions used in previous formats as well, with like scouts, but usually we don't see a bacha there. Yeah, bacha.
Let's see, will RT do any significant damage on Shockish here?
194, not significant, but something.
Yes, and tracking and stopping him. If they manage to do...
Well, this is
honestly,
still going good for Gohard.
If they take out Shockish here, even with Breakneck in their back,
it's not gonna
they're going to be in a problem.
And Hookneck is taking damage from Kaizu as well. I think Breakneck has to reveal his position soon, because Shockish is going to be in trouble against the RT here, and now Ding is going to be forced into reaction, no?
I don't think Breakneck will show himself before positive is close enough, but look at this again. The HP trade is not going well here for Ding.
Oh, but Coca collapsed, so he decided to pull back onto the higher elevated area. He took so much damage for that, and now the Bachas and the IS-7 are starting to push, and this might be the moment where Breakneck unleashes hell onto the back of him.
Well, the first target for him should be Coca-Cola and just take him out of equation, because Mouse has a great gun for DPM. Bachas are in. Coca-Cola is on one shot.
Failware pushing first. Kuriitz gets Coca-Cola. Breakneck is now revealed his position. Failware should close out the kill here against Shockish, but Barry's getting shot from behind because they did not expect the position from Breakneck. Barry is going to go down here in his bacha. Breakneck actually misses the shot. Can Break... Yes, he does. He gets the kill to Barry. Kaizu gets the kill in return. It's still even between these two teams, but it's costed Gohard a lot of HP, and Kuriitz is still pounding shot after shot from behind.
Exactly what they say. We can't call it even because Kuriitz is in an elevated position, which is always superior, and he will be pestering these tanks. Only Nile and Maga are in real play here because Zafar is an arty with huge reload, and he's just in gamble. Will he hit or not?
It does a gamble indeed, but it is not going to matter as Maga and Zafar check the last two tanks standing for Gohard. The play from Breakneck in combination with Kuriitz proved to be too much. They had no clue that Breakneck was there, and he pretty much removed a full bad shot, which could have made the difference for the side of Gohard. And Ding need just 2 more kills to put themselves on match point.
Ding is definitely going on a match point here. There is nothing that Gohard can do to change this fact anymore. Good play by Ding, standard play with the one, let's say, cherry on top, keeping Breakneck in a surprising position, which took Gohard really badly in a moment they needed it the least, of course.
Positive now pushing on towards Maga. He wants to close out this kill. Now Zafarchik, the only one left standing between them and match point. Positive picks up Zafar, and that will be match point for Ding, 6-4. But Gohard, Mojo, I feel like there was a critical error there because they let those bad shots just speak on towards Collapse. There was nobody in the downside except for Kaizu that could shoot Elian, etc., peeking out very far.
They expected different positioning from Ding, and I think they all the time expected Ding to push from the outer side, not from the lower side. And
they were out of position because of it.
Yes, and they were out of position because of that, because they were saying, aha, we're gonna push from the lower side, maybe take out 1 tank for free, play the cooldown, then yes, we will have Ru maybe shooting us in the back, but it's a small tank, so we're gonna just go and play against the big guns. But it definitely didn't happen like that. You cannot really guess every time correct what will the enemy think, especially they didn't guess the Breakneck's position. There is no way, obviously. I thought he will get spotted.
He was covered by bush fully.
Yeah. But obviously there is no way to spot that position unless you really come close. If you come too close, you're getting shot by entire Ding team then.
Well, Mojo, that was steps positive there, coming out with a nice amount of damage, 3k for him, but really the damage doesn't really matter here. There's no standout carry performances from anybody in both teams. I just feel like if they have one more bad shot, not where Kaizu is obviously, but behind the corner, then Elian would not be able to just peek out on towards Collapse. And then they could have played for Artie.
Yes, they could have played for Artie, then still they would have Breakneck in that position, and we don't know how
if they could have killed Shockish, for example, with the Artie, punished Elian peeking the corner with another bad shot from behind, and then Artie to kill Shockish, they can start putting Niall on the cap, and he plays against the RU, because we know the RU can't really reliably pen the I7.
RU can miss a lot of shots, and he can get spotted in the process, yes, because of the binos. Artie can shoot him, and we already said during the game, the real play is if they take out the Shockish for free, then they're in a really great position, even with Breakneck behind them. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen, and as in so many games by Gohard, it's just a close moments, good ideas, but the execution is on Ding's side. Ding doesn't play as flashy, but they're winning.
Yeah. I felt like Gohard just overreacted once Collapse took so much damage. They were like, we have to do something.
Well, they're overreacting in a couple of games now already because they lost 4 in a row, and we've seen some of the moves that were not kind of necessary. They were trying to maybe even compensate the games. We're trying to get to the quick victory, to surprise the enemy instead of maybe playing slower, prolonged games, better planned games with seeing what's going on. It does look like they're avoiding that kind of play with Ding on some of the maps. They don't want to play longer games where Ding would be able to cooperate and talk to each other.
I don't think they would win out in a longer game versus Ding.
But Ding is not giving them opportunity to rush them in any of these games. They're really positioning decent. Well, especially against that.
Yeah, and a few cheeky positions here and there working out really well for Ding as well. Things Gohard did not expect to come out from Ding. I'm not sure if it was Kuritsa's idea to do it like that or the call from Breakneck to sit in that position, but it worked magnificently.
Well, it did look like a planned action, and obviously Breakneck didn't give himself up until the very last moment, and the very last moment is when the enemy really doesn't need you there.
Well, Mojo, we're going into Ruinberg now with 6-4 scoreline for Ding. Gohard needs to win this attack.
Oof. There is a lot of tanks that can do rotation here in Gohard setup. This is something we need to look about because they were playing a lot of mind games whenever we saw them play. Ruinberg, they have a really good record, but so does Ding. 75% for Ding, 67% for Gohard. And
Kaizu gets wrecked by Shockish in the Type 5 Heavy. That's minus 1.4 KHP already on that bad shot. And this is not looking good for Gohard to start off with. More damage being taken on towards carry barrier as well in the tier 9 bad shot. Even more drops down to 571. Initial damage completely on the side of Ding. And this, Mojo, I don't know, can Gohard recover?
Only way to recover is to kill Hulknik. They need Hulknik dead because he's gonna spot all these mediums and that will be their downfall. And it doesn't look like it's happening.
It doesn't look like it's happening whatsoever. They've already lost carry barrier. They've now started to do the damage shot towards Hulknik. He's struck. They need one more shot. They take him down, but they've lost pretty much 2 bad shots for this because Failware is low, Kaiser is low, Zafar's now getting pushed on by Meritorious in the EMX50B. They need to take the damage towards him. Goritz actually gets the kill. Failware goes down. Zafarchik goes down. Vortex left standing for Gohard, and Mojo, I think Ding have just shown too much experience, and it's going to beat the eagerness from Gohard.
Yes, Gohard again tried super risky action here, trying to go cooldown in with those Bacha tanks to take out the tanks from the Ding, but Ding already was step ahead, and that initial shot pretty much sealed their fate. Shockish in TIE 5 Heavy. That first shot on a crossing, that was brilliant.
All that is left to do is to write the remaining end towards this story as Gohard come to their first LAN. They do well, not well enough down to take the Giants. The champion of our Wgl EU, Ding, as now breakneck clipping on towards Maga, Positive, Goritz. They're all pushing in. 4 kills remain, and then they will put themselves in the finals. And this means more than just this, Mojo. This also kind of means that we know who's going to be playing in the grand finals.
Yeah, Ding is there for sure, the first team, we know for that, but the remainder needs to be seen. And this is European finals, so we know who's our finalist here. Ding is #1 finalist for Europe.
They are going to be our #1 finalists. This guy who's left alone against 5 tanks. The Ding tanks are pushing towards him. Positive to close out the kill in a second. Breakneck with the ram. Positive with the shot in a second here. Or Shockish in the TIE 5. Let's see who can pick it up for the side of Ding. One more shot. Positive picks it up. And it will be Ding putting themselves in the finals with a 7-4 scoreline.
Something that one of the analysts predicted, I believe it was even dead zone.
Who would have thought? Every horse has its day.
He probably just threw a coin to Fountain Man for this one, but well done by Ding, well done indeed. 5 rounds picked up in a row.
Showing mental fortitude to come back from that deficit. Gohard trying their very best, doing extremely well, but not good enough to take down Ding, our champions. And Mojo, what I meant with grand finals, with Gohard taking 3rd or 4th place, there is no more chance for...
There is absolutely no chance whatsoever.
Which means that we know our 3 teams going.
Exactly. But everyone else in these finals, except Gohard, will go to the grand finals.
Yeah, Mojo, but I feel bad for Gohard. They might have deserved at least 2 more rounds.
You can say that, but I kind of believe in philosophy that everyone gets what they deserve at the end. Gohard tried to steal away a couple of the runs from Ding. Pretty cheesy in a way, just to press it and try to end the games before their time to surprise them. But Ding already expected it. They played against them 3 times in a season. They studied them. They had the time to watch them now. They knew what kind of rotations Gohard might pull away. And yes, Ding did some mistakes like on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah,
that was the biggest mistake I saw in this match. But more or less, everything else by Ding was pretty much, we do our stuff, we go slowly, we judge where they are, we strike if we must, and for the rest of the time, we just wait for Gohard to come.
A lot of rounds won by Ding sitting in position, actually. I mean, yes, they threw 1 round on Himmelsdorf, but Gohard had some bad ones like that as well. And all in all, like you said, everybody gets what they deserve, and Ding gonna head into another final. Mojo, that is going to be curious, especially if we get Oops or Kazna there. But I heard Ryan has a winner's interview, so let's hear what Ding has to say.
Okay, I'm joined here with Hulknik from Ding. So Hulknik, 1 match down, 1 to go. How do you feel after that one?
Like it was a little bit unexpected, and like when we took a tiebreak, so we decided to play more carefully, not to push, not to be too aggressive, because mainly we lost because we were too aggressive, and that was our main mistake. And we decided like just to calm down and do our things, and let's work out.
Okay, now we were saying on the analyst desk that perhaps Ding not very well known for taking artillery, and you guys come to LAN and you use artillery quite frequently. Has that been a secret pocket pick you've had all year round?
Kinda, because Meritorious just said to us that he will easy wreck them with RT, and like, okay, just take it, no problem.
Okay, now next match we're going to see Kazna Crew versus Oops. #1, what's your prediction? And #2, which team would you actually rather face?
Oh, that's a really difficult question, because I think both like Oops and Kazna can win this like easily. And like for us, I would prefer to play against Kazna, I think, for us, because we know each other well, and I don't know, I just like them.
Okay, well, good luck. It could be 2 in a row for Ding. We'll find out soon enough. Let's have a look back at the highlights of that round.
We can see here, you know, some quick action starting off with Gohard playing on the middle, quite aggressive with the T49 in the cap.
Gohard taking the hill, killing positive.
It's a quite dominant play by the teams. We can see how aggressive they were playing in the beginning. Just like Hognik just said, they wanted to take the aggression straight to Gohard.
And the attack, unfortunately, got tracked in the K2 island, which was the start of their demise. And later on, there was more and more tanks and lost the round in the end.
Yeah, we could just see that the aggression, as Hognik said, it took them a couple of rounds. It made it equal. They lost some rounds because of it, but they also took some rounds of it, and they calmed down. And you can see that here, that the matches were so close. The scoreline is just 7-4, but that's not true.
The matches were very close. In the Prokhorovka attack, Gohard did not do very well, unfortunately losing a lot of HP on the zero-line push.
Yeah, it was really risky. It was like an EO gaming strat. Full aggression, going for it.
Here we see Carry Barry fending off three tanks from Ding on a one-shot. Game's almost over.
It was just, you know, farming the last bits of damage here for Gohard as they were taken down by Ding slowly.
In the defense, Gohard was on the opposite, very aggressive, very decisive in their movements, and took the win quite easily.
Yeah, like I said, the EO gaming push. Here as well, Ding being overly aggressive as said by Hognik, going with the mouses in.
And this is a point where we were saying to ourselves, hey look, it looks like Ding have got complete control of this map, and it flipped over onto its head.
Yeah, they went in, that was not needed at all. They went in, they went for the engagement, and they lost the engagement. It's really when they calmed down that they took this match in the end, 7-4.
Yep, they stepped ahead, and then it was going into 3-2 here, and we had the brawl now in the second round where the E3 was, as you said earlier on, Scarim, it was completely ineffective for most of the fight.
It was quite ineffective for the start, but at the end it actually ended up doing the top damage of the team. Now the question is, did it do useful damage or not? And from this it seems like it did not do that much useful damage considering it was away from the battle.
Yeah, we can see 5 minutes 30 and it was still on the hill. And then here going straight into Ghost Town, some aggressive play.
This was after the break as well, so you kind of think, did the break kill Gohard's momentum? They were 2 rounds ahead, they came back into it and they got baited basically twice here in Ghost Town, didn't they?
It was a beautiful bait by Ding and it worked exactly in their favor.
We could see they won in a total, they won 5 rounds in a row, like 5 rounds in a row. That's like a normal best of 9 winning 5-0. So they just reset themselves, played it like a normal match and just took them down.
Yep, and then after Ghost Town we were sitting at 4-4. Ding coming back into it, and it just kind of fell to pieces here on steps, didn't it?
Yeah, Meritorious Azarti did a lot of work on this in this game.
Yeah, we could see that the teams were playing quite aggressive all the time, moving around left, right and center, and eventually Ding getting the upper hand on them.
Caribou just kept getting bullied by the Ding's Batchats, getting killed quite easily actually.
And the overextension of Gohard eventually costing them this match.
Then in round 2, you were questioning the push down the middle. No, it wasn't round 2, it was round 1, but round 2, this was the one for Breakneck actually, yeah.
Yeah, the C0 position is something that I haven't actually seen before. The position was there, but the usage of it was beautiful actually.
So we can see that the engagement actually for Ding was in their disadvantage, but just having Breakneck there and Koritz on the boost, that's what gave them the win back. And they lost a lot of HP in the beginning there first.
And it's quite interesting to see that Breakneck held all of his shots until every tank from Gohard went in to push.
Yep, he waited and just committed fully on Carry Barry and just eliminating him from the fight at the start. And here, I mean, Kaizu, that starting shot from, I think it was Shockish in the Type 5.
It's something we already questioned in the beginning, that the last map, they would be Ruinberg defending pick, and we could see the effect of it. Kaizu going full aggression, taking the Type 5 shot for 1.3k, and from there on it only went downwards.
Yep, so unfortunately Gohard will not be progressing further here in the tournament. We do see Ding going on to the next stage and they'll be playing either Oops or Kazna Crew. Ding already confirmed to be going to the grand finals, now it's 100% sure. Sadly now with Gohard, as Daki and Mojo were saying, not able to win that first match, they won't be going to the grand final. We know the 3 teams that are going. But hey, it's still everything to play for. It's certainly the momentum with Ding. They were favourites coming into this, they were the strongest team last season. Let's actually have a look at the post-match stats. We can see the damage overall done across the entire rounds there. Now, this is actually firstly going just Ruinberg. It was Annihilator coming in top, but I mean, just not enough, sadly, was it?
It just wasn't enough, and Shokish's connection in the first moment of the game was probably the game-losing one. It probably was lost right then and there.
Because the role of Kaizu was getting to that corner, making sure he can clip anyone pushing down the 0 line. With him taking down so low, they couldn't do anything to it, and they just lost all their positions.
Yep, they had to take down Hulknick as quick as possible, yep. Mojo was saying, and by the time they did get the shots in, it just wasn't quick enough, really, was it?
And unfortunately, as you can see in the last page, most of it was taken by Gohard by Gohard players.
Yep. Kaizu did go down swinging though, did go down to a significant amount of damage before he died.
He was a one-shot and he still did quite a lot of damage, which was quite good.
It's good for the leaderboards, for the top damage.
Now, across the entire team here, who do you think is going to be, we always do this as well on the desk, who do you think is going to be top damage post-battle?
I honestly have no idea. It's probably going to be one of the Type 5s, one of the players who played the Type 5s, because they all got really high damage in all the rounds that they were played in.
We could actually see on, like, I think in total 3 rounds, we saw Type 5 players just carrying the round. Type 5 on Ghost Town, Type 5 on Mines, Type 5 on Ruinberg.
I'm going to be safe and steady. I'm going to go with Breakneck.
I'm going to go with that as well, probably.
Okay, let's have a look and see post-battle stats and see who came out on top, including the entire match there. Coca-Collapse actually being top carry, and well, Breakneck not being even on the front page. Great predictions there, Ektar. Well done.
It's actually quite surprising, you know, to see Coca-Collapse on the top. He's one of the Type 5 players. He played pretty well, carrying his average damage to way above what's normally seen on the season.
Positive, 14 kills there as well, so it was the hyper carry there for Ding. We highlighted him at the start as being one of the carry players.
He did definitely pull his weight as well as Meritorious, Ilian and Shokish. It's quite interesting to see what the rest of the Gohard team like, considering that we don't see them on the first page.
Yeah, I mean, Zafar, he's the scout player. We wouldn't really expect him to be super high. Maga did have a couple of 0 damage games. I remember you commenting on that, Dead Zone, like being surprised that he was so low.
Well, we can see Maga, and it's like, you look at Safarchik, he plays mostly tier 8, artillery, that kind of stuff, and then you can see Maga, which plays tier 10. And you're expecting him to do so much more damage, but in the end, he just didn't live up to his name.
Yep, it is unfortunate. I mean, carry Barry, as we said, it's the first LAN for Gohard. I think they gave themselves a good account in getting here in the first place. It's certainly nothing to be disappointed at, really. Now we have a bit more in-depth stats than we normally have here, so we can see here penetration rate was 73% from Gohard compared to 76% from Ding. So Ding making, you know, more of the shots count than what Gohard were doing.
And we can see both top damage dealers being the Type 5 heavy players. Both games, both teams just dominating.
And you can see Coca-Cola's doing 20% of the team's damage, which is quite a lot, considering if it were an even split, it would be about 14%.
Yeah, positive 17% again, like we highlighted at the start. It's usually him and Breakneck always carry team. Generally, if positive's having an off day, Breakneck picks it up, but you can have situations where they both are just absolutely dominating.
It's a really good thing to have such players in the team, because if one, as you said, exactly as you said, if one has a bad day, the others can pick up. Now, it would have been the case in Gohard as well, but the issue is probably the nerves from the LAN, so they were quite tense, they weren't perhaps comfortable completely.
It's, well, really interesting. You know, it's their first LAN, but you can see how good they performed. Winning 7-4 against a team like Ding that's been dominant for the last 2 seasons is quite a good result on LAN.
Yeah, and they had a really explosive start. It went really well in the first half.
Yeah, certainly it was looking like the potential. It could have been there. They could have done a heck of a lot of damage. Now, going into our next match, we're going to be looking at Oops versus Kazna Crew. Bit of rivalry between these two teams. They've certainly gone at it like head-to-head throughout the season multiple times. Going to put you guys on the spot before we go to it. Your predictions for that one?
Going to be a tiebreaker. I'm not even going to say anything else because I know I'm going to jinx it.
I'm just going to do my best to be right again. You know, guessing 7-4 right, it's really hard for Ducky sometimes.
That's actually
you know?
right. Yeah, you did get the prediction absolutely perfect, and Daki didn't have the prediction at all. So
no,
you know, that's 1-0 you against Daki.
Yeah,
right now.
I'm winning. And yeah, this match is going to be a close one. It's going to be up who's going to keep the nerves under control, and it's going to be somewhere around 7-5, and I don't know for which team yet.
I said earlier on I thought it was going to be Gohard 7-4. It was 7-4 to Ding, so I guess whatever I say is going to be reverse. So 7-0 Kazna Crew is what I'm going to say. I honestly have no idea again. We've tried doing predictions throughout the season and the teams constantly surprise us. It's impossible to predict, so I can't offer. I mean, I don't even want to say tiebreaker because you know who knows what can happen. A landslide would be really cool, but it's really heavily unlikely. And while the teams get everything set up, we're going to take just a wee break and we'll be right back with you guys, so don't go anywhere and we'll see you soon. And welcome back to the WGL Wargaming.net League Season 2 Finals. My name is Ryan Murphy, and I forgot what I was saying there. So guys, next round, we've just saw Ding versus Gohard there. Gohard, unfortunately, were unable to secure the win. Ding coming out there on top, 7-4. Next match we have lined up here, so I'll just actually introduce for those new to the show here. We have the Dead Zone joining me here from Oops, and we have Scarium joining me here from Gohard. Looking forward to this next match, guys?
Definitely, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see what both Oops and Kazna have to bring to the table.
Yeah, they have prepared for this, you know, for a long time. They've been waiting for this. I hope they're ready.
Kazna Crew actually were in a gaming house before this as well. Now let's have a look at the bracket to show everyone, if you're just tuning in, what's been seen already and what's still to come. So, as you say, Ding defeated Gohard 7-4, which means Ding automatically progressed now into the final match. Who's going to join them? Well, it's going to be between Kazna and Oops. Kazna Crew finished second in the regular season. Oops had to come through a playoff where they actually defeated Utopia.
Yeah, it was actually a quite close match against Utopia. Started off really close, but in the end, everybody came together, everything worked out, and they took the game and managed to qualify for this event.
Okay, now for those not familiar with Kazna Crew, well, here's a little introduction for you to get to know them more. Or not? Nope. Okay, so, how'd you... Let's actually have a look at that video now of Kazna Crew.
The oldest team in the Wgl EU is back again at another LAN finals. After losing versus Ding at the last season finals and the New York City Rumble, they are eager for a chance to dethrone them. After a strong season, Kazna seems to be in a great position to perhaps claim another Wgl EU title.
We have qualified to yet another LAN finals. Like always, you always feel some kind of pressure, or is it nerves, but always positive, like you can't wait for the games to start. I think the main difference between the last season and this one is maybe the unity we have in the team, because we really had to step up and start playing together, start working very hard together, and I think because of that we have a very good atmosphere now in the team, and it's really awesome to play. We haven't yet qualified for the grand finals, even though some very big things need to happen in order for that not to happen, but we didn't really think about grand finals at all. We finished top 2 in the season. That was the big goal we wanted to do, and after we did that, after we qualified ahead of everybody else basically except Ding, obviously that was the big pressure release, because this season has been really intense, a lot of games, full week of trainings and games, sometimes back to back, really hard. I think now this is pure enjoyment now, playing and enjoying.
Okay, let's bring them out to the stage. It's Kazna Crew!
People plan.
For those of you who are eagle-eyed, Kazna Crew did have 9 people on stage, but they are only playing with 7. They wanted to show the entire team here. Kevin, you played with these guys last season. How'd you rate them this season compared to last season?
It's just been like the last season. It's a rocky start, you know. They've added players to the team. They've experimented with them, who's going to play and who's not going to play. And eventually they've actually ended up with their old core that's going to play at LAN.
This is also the first time that Kazna Crew have qualified for a LAN by not going through playoffs.
Which was quite amazing actually, because I would have expected them, in my opinion, actually, they didn't have that much of a rocky start. They have a pretty solid start, and they just kept getting better and better with the new players they added.
Yeah, it was interesting. We were always, it was one of the teams we thought we weren't sure if they were quite gelling together. Bringing in Diplomat from Gohard was a really good pickup for Kazna Crew. And they've made it work. As I was saying, they finished second in the regular season. They're here now. They have to just beat one team, then they're into the finals. And generally, it always ends up this way between Kazna and Ding. It's always these two that always end up in the final place.
Yeah, and definitely the Kazna picking up Diplomat was a very good choice for them, especially to fill up the gap of the Holy Trinity, the Stefan, Nexus, and Elian, who used to play together in the first season.
It's their new carry player right now in the team, Diplomat, playing the roles that Elian did before, and we've seen him in action before at New York Rumble, where they also again played against Ding in the finals and managed to lose.
Yep. Now their opponents, well, they are certainly the most colourful team, I would say. They certainly have the coolest camouflage in the league. They are Oops the Tough Giraffes, and here's a little video just about them.
Oops are back again. After a close finish versus Ding last season at a tiebreaker, they look to do better this season. They had a slow start to the season, but they seem to have found their stride towards the end of it. With an all-around, all-star lineup, many people have Oops as the team that could provide the biggest upsets at these finals. With their quick and innovative tactics, they could surprise anybody.
So we got a lot of new players at the beginning of the season, and we struggled a bit to properly integrate them in the team. But right now, at the end of the season, they found their spot and we are ready to rock. We never thought about going to the grand finals. Our goals was to make it to the offlines, which we did, and now there's actually the chance for us to make it there. So we're going to give everything and try to qualify for it. This is going to be our second LAN, so we're going to bring some experience. We have new players that are quite unexperienced yet, but what we need to do is to stay calm, stay focused, and always give everything. We prepared a lot for the offline finals, we got special stuff, and I feel very confident going into these matches, so I think it's going to be a good time for us.
Okay, let's make some noise for Oops the Tough Giraffes! Okay, so just like with Gohard, because this is your team, Kevin, we're going to go straight to Scarium first. Scarium played against these guys before. They've had some changes in the team. What do you think of them now?
I think they've picked up quite a lot of really good star players. They've picked up Milosh from out of range. They picked up Deha from out of range, I believe, as well.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of star players. Quite a lot of them can definitely step up to the plate if needed. But unfortunately, they've had quite a bit of a rocky start to start the season, ending up, I think, 5th or It was a fifth or
fifth in the regular season, yeah.
Fifth in regular season.
Actually, at one point they were 7th in the standings, or even 8th.
Yeah, that was in the first few weeks. Anything can change then. But they did qualify for the playoffs, winning versus Utopia quite comfortably, really. And now they're here.
Yeah, it was certainly, I mean, Kevin, you played a lot with Oops this season. It was sometimes a rotating lineup, which we always thought, between me, Daki and Mojo, sometimes it was working against Oops, not having that, regular 7, like, for example, a team like Ding does all the time, which, for example, Gohard's been able to do throughout the season. It certainly seemed to sometimes impact the team.
Well, it's you use people in their best capabilities. You use people that are good at lights, good at boosts, and you try to make the best out of them, trying to implement them in the strategy as good as possible. And that's the reason why we rotated around the entire season, around 9 players. And in the end, we managed, we had to pick 7 players. These guys are the best in the team. They are most solid. They know how to play in this current meta.
And it's definitely good to switch players around for the start of the season to figure out who the main 7 should be for the playoffs. But they've been switching quite a lot recently as well, so hopefully the main 7 who are playing today will have trained together for a while to make sure communication's fine and teamwork is working and all such things.
Yeah, I mean, unlike the onlines, you can't switch out players in between rounds. You pick your 7 players and that's it, they play for the entire match. You can switch out after the match. Each team generally brings 1 substitution or 2 substitutions, but the 7 that you get, these guys, the 7 are going to be playing against, on stage, and that's it, they're not going to change. Now here, Kazna Crew, as I say, they finished 2nd in the regular season, 38 points compared to 21 from Oops. Kazna Crew have been able to finish more rounds as well, only 140, where Oops are getting delayed out there, 152 rounds.
Yeah, we could have seen a lot of tiebreakers in the season as well. We can see like double the points, which is quite a lot, in a regular season to have double points of somebody. Average round time, it's 3 seconds. Both teams maybe try a bit more slow. Average damage actually spiking up for Oops. I don't know if that's because their opponents played more mouse or if that's really interesting.
The highest damage as well, a huge difference there. Also, actually, the round win percentage is vastly different, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, the round win percentage is it's quite a lot different, like 10% difference, which is why it's really surprising for me to see that Oops actually has the higher average damage.
Yeah, another thing that's interesting as well is these 2 teams head-to-head, Kazna's won every single match. So, the pressure, if you like, is kind of on Oops here because Kazna, they won the first one 2-5, the second one, 5-2, second one 5-2, and then 3-5, so 5-3. So it's going to be a tough one for Oops.
Yeah, but they did bring experience with them this time, so hopefully they'll be able to deal with the pressure and work as a team together to hopefully win this match.
Looking back at last LAN event, they managed to go up against Ding, and they ended up losing in a tiebreaker 6-7, which is quite already a performance for your first LAN.
Exactly, so for your first LAN.
And it's now coming back, with more experience, going up against an even more experienced team. That's Kazna Crew.
Okay, now another thing with Oops as well is that sometimes the comms can be a bit vocal, a bit excitable. We will get team comms here today as well, and more likely we will hear the players. That's something that's always interesting as well. When we have LAN, you hear the passion, you hear the frustration, you hear the excitement as well.
I don't think you even need to be on TeamSpeak right now to hear the team's comms when Oops is playing.
And it's really good to have passionate players. It really is.
Especially when they're winning.
Especially when they're winning, indeed, yep. So we're going to have a look soon enough at the map picks. Now, before we actually get into map picks, we already talked about predictions as well. Do you think that, having the LAN experience is a huge boost, or do you think that the teams can just, handle it?
They will probably be able to handle it, but it remains to be seen during this match. There might very well be some rounds that they lose due to RNG, putting them on tilt. We'll have to see if they can recover from that.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting if they're going to keep calm and, focus on the match.
I mean, this is basically like Kazna's yard. Kazna are the LAN veterans. They've been here multiple times. Now, with the maps, it looks like already Oops have said, nope, we don't want anything to do with steps. And Kazna said, thank you very much, we're going to have nothing to do with Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, Himmelsdorf is actually a map that Kazna really didn't like that much during the season. They have not played it that much so far. So it's a logical pick to ban.
It's quite interesting to see Himmelsdorf being banned. I don't think it's a standout map for either of the teams, so it'll be interesting to see them playing Prokhorovka later on one of the other 6 maps.
Which is, as before said, maybe the map Kazna Crew on Prokhorovka, before they had a defense win rate of 93% over around 18 games, which is something that's like unbeatable by any team in any league.
Yeah, definitely. I do not expect to see Prokhorovka being blocked out from Kazna. They have an 80% overall win ratio on it, 88 on attack and 71% on defense. And we will be kicking off with Ghost Town, one of our favourite maps. Always a hell of a brawl you get in there. And then Ruinberg, so straight into 2 city maps starting off with.
It's quite nice to see starting out quite nice and slow with the Ghost Town being an even map, so you can go either way. No sort of expectations to go 2-0 or get tilted. Ruinberg in itself, it's going to be maybe a 1-1 map.
Ruinberg was one I thought you would see Oops not wanting to play on. They have a pretty rubbish record on it. It is their lowest played map. They've only played it 7 times. 14% overall win ratio, 0 on attack and only 33% on defense. So, Deadzone, you're smiling there, but you know, I don't fancy your chances there on Ruinberg.
Maybe they've got something up their sleeve for this.
Yeah, it's going to be looking forward if they have something special, or if they're going to play standard, or what are they going to do eventually. But like we see Ghost Town, Ruinberg, Cliff, it's kind of 1-1 maps. Even Prokhorovka, attack defense, there's a big difference. It's kind of around a 1-1 map. We may see something around a tiebreaker even today.
Cliff being picked there by Oops, and Cliff is a map notoriously associated with Kazna Crew, because that's where Kazna Crew have blown quite a few matches before.
It depends though. If Insane manages to hit another one-shot as he did during the season, then it might see that change pretty quickly.
Yeah, we saw that one as well where Hyba getting shotgunned. I believe it was against, was it Gunrunners?
I believe so.
Yeah, but certainly it's just a map that always, like, Kazna Crew, Cliff is always like drama. It's like Kazna Crew, Muravanka 1-2 line, like a Prokhorovka 1-2 line, like, here we go, what are we going to get?
That map really depends on communication. So if the communication isn't down to a T, then you're not gonna do well on that map.
Then that would mean Prokhorovka would be number 6, I believe, then, if we're seeing all the other maps. Muravanka coming in 4th, Mines coming in 5th. So yeah, Prokhorovka, Kazna Crew pick. Are we going to see a 1-2 line push here, do you think, Deadzone?
A 1-2 line push, you don't know. Well, both teams have been famous for these 1-2 line pushes. Last season, Kazna has been famous for doing it, for driving into them as well. We've heard all the team comms, and Oops has done it as well. It's gonna be a full mind game.
Okay, now both teams know, like we saw the video where before Hyba's like, oh no, we don't know yet if we're going to grand finals. Now they know, so they would have been watching this, both teams like, okay, we're both going to grand finals, both going to Moscow. How much of that do you think is going to be playing in the players' minds as they're sitting down to play this match?
They're definitely going to have some weight lifted off their shoulders. I imagine Oops would be more excited by going to the grand finals than Kazna is, because Kazna have gone to grand finals before. Meanwhile, this is the first opportunity for Oops to go.
Yep, on international stage as well, and considering the season that Oops have had, Deadzone, is that something that you guys always thought was still possible? We can still get to grand finals, or is it more of, heck guys, we need to survive?
It's been always people looking forward, you know, hoping for the best, and then we've had Insane. Insane has a clear mindset, and he says, guys, just focus on this next match. We need to win this first, we need to get to the season finals before we think about anything else.
Okay, alright. Right, so, maps. We've seen them all done. Prokhorovka, I think, is going to be super exciting if it gets to Prokhorovka. It might not get to Prokhorovka. Starting off on Ghost Town and Ruinberg, which team do you think is going to... Do you think any team has the potential to step ahead on those two city maps?
It's like before said by Scarium, Ghost Town is an equal map. You know, we can see some fast caps, we can see some mind games. It's all about, will one team's playstyle counter the other team's playstyle? It's going to be really close.
Yeah, and we've already learned not to make any predictions because they usually often end up being wrong.
I'm a bit sad we don't see Himmelsdorf, because Oops have played some really awesome tactics in Himmelsdorf. There's been a lot of bait and switches on Himmelsdorf, which has been really good. And this is something that, I mean, it's also attributed to Gohard in a certain way, but Oops are great at innovating tactics. We see a lot of tactics that we were not expecting before, and a lot of baits and switches, and Gohard did do this against Kazna, and Kazna sometimes fall for this quite easily. Like when we saw that one on Prokhorovka, they were really angry because they fell into the trap that Ding had set for them. But in the round before that, Kazna Crew tried to set the exact same trap and Ding didn't fall for it. So do you think that's going to be Oops' mindset? Are they going to be trying to play tactically? Are they going to be trying to bait Kazna Crew?
I'd imagine they will be definitely trying to do some mind games. As for Ruinberg, you know, Kazna will probably have prepared for such a thing because, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me.
Yep.
It's not going to happen again. I imagine that both teams are fully prepared for every mind game. They're going to play careful. Maybe like Ding first play some aggression and then decide to calm down.
So I could just like say, just tell me the tactics. Like I know you know the tactics. Just tell me the tactics right now, and they'll be like, no,
I don't know anything.
You know nothing. I'll just wait, because we'll see. We'll be able to know if you get that little slight smile on your face, so you'll be like, oh guys, watch this. It's going to happen now. You know, Project Razzle Dazzle. Here they go.
Yeah. maybe some special tactics. You know, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, he's getting me quite excited to see what tactics they've got prepared. Really.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. You know, like Milan said in an interview, he said, you know, we've got something special planned, and a lot of the teams say that and we don't see anything. It looked like Ding did have that little pocket pick where they had Mertoris just saying, let me play Artie, you know, I can do it, and it worked extremely well for them. Now here with Kazna Crew, they have the potential where we know what Diplomat can do in artillery. We certainly know what Insane can do in artillery, so it could be a really good artillery battle here between both teams.
It will definitely be interesting to see.
And it's actually interesting to point out that the amount of times that Oops has used artillery is 32 times. And then again, Kazna only did 7 times, while they were quite famous for Isna and Diplomat with their artillery play.
Yep, and Isna seems to a lot of the time be the light tank player, or he tends to be the block player. You just put Isna in the team so you can just flip his tank and then push Isna onto the cap circle. Could we see that in Ruinberg, do you think?
Well, maybe Milos can find a way to flip his 1-on-3 again.
That especially, he has to watch out with those sharp edges and not managing to flip again.
It will be interesting to see how they do it. I mean, I'm looking forward. Ruinberg used to be the one that always was the crazy tactics. It was the one where it's like, what's the defensive team going to do? Like in the past, they'd be like, oh wow, they're taking 3 mouse. Never like, 3 mouse.
It's the usual right now, you know, with the new mouse meta. Some players are shining. For instance, talking about Oops, we're looking at Decha. Decha is really a heavy player. He's really come into his element playing this mouse all the time.
Yeah, and you really need a creative tactician to succeed on Ruinberg attack, really. So Insane, I believe Insane does make quite good tactics, and we see quite a lot of novel stuff from him. So I can't wait to see what he's got prepared for us.
Do you think they can go all the way, Dead Zone?
I really hope so. You know, they've been preparing for this. You know, we can see Insane how focused he is right now. The whole team is ready for the match. Also on Kazna's side, everyone is fully focused for this.
I think for sure that, I mean, we know these 3 teams are going to Grand Finals. So I think it's a good grouping going to Grand Finals. Ding were really strong last season. They have the experience of playing against some of the Russian teams. So has Kazna. Kazna can just avoid Navi. Things will be awesome. And then we'll get Oops as well coming into it. And Oops have been a really strong team. So looks like everyone is ready to go. So let's jump across to Killzor and Mojo, who are going to be taking us for the second match.
Now, Mojo, we've heard the analysts. Now, let's talk about it ourselves. You know, what you do yourself, you do better. What do you think about this one?
Definitely the match where any kind of innovation we might see from the Oops side, but like it happened in the last game, the experience might be on Kazna's side, because Gohard kind of went ahead of them in a couple of games and then lost in the match.
The thing is, though, when Oops came here last season, they were a new team. They took Ding to Tiebreaker, so arguably did better than Gohard did, because the teams were even further away each other at that point in time. Now they've had 1 season LAN finals under their belt. They're coming here again. Actually give them a fairly good chance against Kazna Crew.
It should. It really should. I mean, if I compare them player by player, Kazna should have more experienced players, but honestly, skillful players come from Oops. They're younger, they're faster, but that's exactly what I'm afraid of them. That might get them killed.
They run a little bit too quickly, that they forget about their feet.
Yeah. So they might kind of trip themselves in that process. We've seen it during the season a couple of times, even with the greatest of ideas they made.
We'll have to see. I mean, I feel like what you said, I feel for Kazna it's going to be depending very much on the core, which I'd say is next to Stefan, and as a extension of that, Durs, who has been performing really well, but sometimes it's like on or off with Durs. We don't really know what to expect from him all the time. I think most of the pressure for Kazna Crew is going to be on Stefan.
Yeah, that's might be the problem, because before Stefan had only role to play and do damage, and he's brilliant on that, we know that. But now he also has a new role, like as, let's say, an in-game shot caller. So that might kind of pressure him out of his original focus point, just to do damage.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming in here with these maps that we see. Ghost Town first. Between these two, this is a very skill-based map. Individual skill and team decisions are more important than overall strategy. It's what you decide on the moment itself, in those 5 to 10 seconds where you decide between players, we should push here, we should do this. I think Kazna Crew might have just about the edge there in terms of experience, but I think Oops might be able to outshoot them.
Yes, we've seen some brilliant games by Oops players here. Even Silence, who is playing now on mouse game, I remember at least a couple of those, about 5,000.
Yeah.
Really good angling, really good shots and so on. Good boost by Oops coming from the back, rotating around the enemy. So nice games there. What kind of triggers me here is the pick of Ruinberg for the next map, because that is something that Oops should theoretically absolutely avoid. That tells us they have something special in mind. But if that something special is just a cheese tactics, and if it doesn't work, they might actually crack as a team. We know they're emotional, we know they can get tripped easily. Kazna is kind of a team that learned over time how to come back in the battles.
But you can always, you know, rely they're going to be very emotional as well. I think it's going to depend very much on these first 2 rounds. Whoever gets a lead in that one, I think might propel themselves throughout this match.
Yes, but we've seen Kazna come back in the games, even after horrific results. That happens.
Well, Mojo, first map goes down. Let's get into it. Kazna Crew bringing out the 5-mouse strategy. Oops, just merely 3.
This is something we've seen before by teams. When you play with 5 mouses, it means only one thing. You go all in and you go for the immediate brawl.
Well, we're gonna have to see if they go for the immediate brawl, like you said, Mojo. Let's get in. Kazna Crew on the attack, Oops on the defense. Mouses all around. They're going for a little bit of a split in the beginning, but so is Oops, Mojo.
Yes, you can easily gather them up because they're as slow and they just need to be in position to help each other. None of them can really get easily focused unless you cross the street like Nile did.
Melan taking some damage. Miloš taking a lot of damage actually in his 1-1-3. He spots out the mouses. He needs to run away. Already dropping below half. That's not a good start for Oops. Not sure what Miloš was trying to achieve there.
Well, if he wanted to spot them, he sure did. I mean, Miloš, as the most constant heavy tank player for Oops, should really not risk that much of HP and start.
Well, he did, and now he's half HP, but that 1-1-3, let's see if he can recover for it. Melan took some damage as well in his T57 heavy. That was from Yizna in the RU251. And now Vetso Highbar starting to push across that HJ line. Spoink is still waiting there, but Kazna Crew will have an arguably pretty good surround here against Oops.
I'm really surprised Deha got tracked there for a second and he immediately repaired himself, like he was expecting he might get shot from a bunch of tanks behind. But Kazna is coming in from the lower side here. They're using theirs as a center anchor, I would say, here. And the punching force is Haiba and Vetso, an old duo, man.
The old duo of Haiba and Vetso, the 2-man hit squad moving around the south side of the map. They're going to try and catch Spoink in his batshot if they can, but Spoink should be fine in that tank. He can actually even jump from the ridge and do it that way. Insane's now going to start rotating towards it, and actually a lot of tanks here from the side of Oops are starting to move there, Mojo.
A lot of them, they're trying to use their advantage in numbers here because Nexus is the only guy who can effectively cover them. Even theirs is a bit behind. They do know that Stefan and Diplomat are a bit too far away.
Nice connection there on towards the side of Vetso as well. Spoink is now going to cross over in his batshot. They tried to get him out. He does take one shot for his trouble. Vetso now forced to play safe as well. Nexus going back towards his position there on that K4-5 position. But so far, so good. Oops. Reading the moves from Kazna Crew, reacting, but they always have that natural deficit reinforced by the fact that Miloš traded so much in the beginning.
Yes, they have 3,000 HP less at the moment. Yes, we can give them granted, they have more mobility, but some of them mobility is already crippled because Spoink took one shot while he was rotating now, and Miloš is on less than half of HP. He's on like 40% less than something like that. That really won't help them when the brawl starts, and it will.
It will start at one point. Spoink here trying to get an angle towards Haiba. Perhaps get a shot or two on towards that mouse. Vetso still facing off against Insane. Melan going to be retreating as well. Vetso spots out Insane, but so far, no damage between the two. Vetso angling very well over there.
Yeah, he's rather doing it well. He's trying to lure out a shot so he could pick up with the turret. It would be a beginner mistake if he would just turn it now because Insane would just shoot him and aim elsewhere.
Well, Insane makes the shot, does not connect it, so now Insane's going to have to be forced to angle towards Vetso to not get any damage in return. Diplomat actually crossed through the middle. He takes some damage from Deha in his mouse. Nice angling there as well. Diplomat does not get a return shot, so a little bit of HP bled here from the side of Kazna Crew, but positions gained.
It's still 3,000 melts slowly, but Kazna has a great DPM potential in those mouse tanks. Mouse tanks, after the buff in 17.1 patch, are a shooting beast plus combined with armor. So only big deficit they have is like mobility, lack of mobility. But this is a small map and they can force the fight.
I like the positions from Oops so far, Mojo. They're covering every angle that could possibly lead into somebody getting shot on the flank. You know, with Insane over there, they can't pick up from the G4 balcony on towards Deha, for example. And I like this. This is good stuff from Oops so far. The only weak link I really see is this position here from Miloš.
Yeah, Miloš is still in a problem here, but let's see how will they respond, because I think truly Kazna should not rely on any kind of cap game, because they are so slow, it would be a huge risk I mean, any kind of cap pressure can be out-rotated by Oops players. They can find another angle to shoot them, and it would not help their case. So this is just a bait. They just want to provoke Oops to come closer to them so they could actually push them, because pushing with tanks that go 20 kilometers per hour is not an easy thing if and someone is just defending on corners.
Well, double cap pressure is on. In the meantime, Spoink has climbed the A1 position as well. The tanks from Oops are now starting to make their approach. Silence trading there. Diplomat actually trading even a lot worse than the both of them. Haiba, there's this cap. 29 seconds left. I don't think this can be the strat.
No, as I said, like they must push in one moment. Haiba and Durst have to go to the cap and just pressure the tanks from Oops. But there is 20 seconds to go till the end of the cap. Deha has a dead loader.
Somebody's going to have to reset here for the side of Oops, and it has to be Deha. He peeks out. He will get the connection, though. He takes a little bit of damage in return, which is to be expected. Still, around 4,000 HP between the two teams. Mailand are picking up in his T57 as well, doing one shot towards Haiba. Not going for more, because he knows it'd be an overextension.
Very tactical game here. We can see everyone in both teams is just trying to do damage without taking so much. But there you go. I think this will be the final pressure point for Kazna.
Silence already down towards a one-shot, and Vetso closes out the kill towards him. Very crucial. 20 seconds left on the cap in the meantime, and Kazna Crew with a strong start in the first round. 10 seconds left. The cap does get reset. Spoink now coming in with Camel from the side, but this is a little bit of a desperate attempt. Spoink clipping out on towards Vetso. The meantime, the cap back down to 8 seconds. The reset needs to come out. 7 seconds. Who's going to get the cap reset? Finally, Durst gets resetted, but Kazna Crew still ahead by 3,000
Only
HP.
guy with any kind of HP here left for Oops is insane in his mouse, but everyone else is on fractions of HP. Silence, I think we cursed him in the start when he said he plays it brilliantly.
Insane in that lots of HP. Tank Mojo is now starting to bleed a lot as well. He gets Diplomat, which is crucial, but his team is starting to drop everywhere. Mailand trying to clip out towards Nexus, but Stefan is covering him very well. Yisn is poking from the side, from that corner at D3. Mailand gets a shot towards him, does not connect. Stefan gonna come around the corner, close out the kill, and just Oops, losing tanks, losing HP. Kazna Crew looking in prime position to pick up that first round.
More mouses and more mouses. This is something we've seen Utopia play often in a late part of the season. Their response to any kind of tactics or fast-playing teams were this: throw a lot of mouses in them and win a game.
Well, Mojo, the first round is going to go towards Kazna Crew. Kamil and Spoink, the last two standing for their team. Kazna Crew, it took a little bit, 7 minutes around there, but they managed to make the correct rotations, get the cap, and force Oops into a commitment they weren't willing to take. Silence went down rather quickly in that mouse, and Spoink now the left one standing. But we talked about it beforehand. Ghost Town, attack biased.
Attacker always has an advantage here because he can dictate what will he do. He can always make a trap. He can pick a tanks accordingly for that kind of tactic, while like a defender you don't have many options what to do.
Stefan doesn't miss those kind of shots, and that will put Kazna Crew 1-0 ahead of Oops the first round. Good showing for Kazna Crew.
Yep, pretty decent standard. I would not say anything revolutionary happened here, but execution was on level, and this is something you would expect on them, an offline event.
Yeah, especially good that they had Ghost Town attack here to begin with. I think really Oops were in trouble after Milos bled that much HP. His 113 would have been able to do a lot if he had the HP required to make those pokes. Now he was just forced to sit in a passive position, which is not really his playstyle.
It still doesn't explain the fact how Silence just died in a
disappeared.
mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he lost so much HP on everywhere he tried to pick. Haiba, who was more or less average player on medium tanks and such, actually on heavy tanks like mouse, he excels. This is not a rare occasion we've seen on a mouse him doing the best damage overall.
Throughout the season, once the mouse patch came, Haiba has been playing rather well on those, like extraordinary well even, topping the charts on multiple occasions for his team, and feels like mouse is his kind of tank. Mediums maybe a little bit too quick, but mouse a little bit slower, a little bit more time to make the decisions.
And correct shooting, because mouse has a brilliant gun, accurate gun. Oh, look at this, Milos only 900. This is not often when you see him on the bottom of the...
No, I really think that the beginning of that game costed him a lot, because he likes to play aggressive, he likes to make those peaks, and now he didn't have anything to work with.
Not a decent start for Oops here, but it's just the first game. Of course, it would really help their case if they started with a lead, but if you remember the last game when Kazna won in a tiebreaker, Oops had a 4-1 lead, if you remember, and they managed to throw that. So I would say any kind of buffer against Kazna for them would be good.
Preferably like 9 rounds.
9 out of 7 possible.
Yeah, exactly, and then perhaps they would still go to tiebreaker, but almost ready to get the second half on the way on Ghost Town. And I think, Mojo, that Oops should be able to even it out here. It should be a 1-1 coming out of this map. It is to be expected.
Oops doesn't have a really good track record, as the guy said, against Kazna. They lost all 3 engagements they had because we had round robin 3 during the season. Each team met each other 3 times. They lost every time, and it was not that close.
Well, Mojo, times can change.
Oh, sorry, that was against Ding, the tiebreaker match, but never mind.
Things can be different. Never mind, Mojo. We just look away from it. We won't mention it whatsoever. But let's see the lineups for the second round on Ghost Town coming out, Mojo. Triple mouse for Kazna, quadruple mouse for Oops.
4 mouse for the Oops here. They want to play, they use the armor, they use the DPM. They have 113, so they can put him in a cap if they really need, and they can boost that cap with RU and butt shot if really needed, or they can just use them to cover their backs. So this is kind of all-around setup. They can go fight, they can cap and do whatever they want. This is why the attacker is always in advantage here.
Very aggressive approach there from Kazna Crew with the double 50B Nexus and Stefan, the holy duo. The Trident is dead, so we go with the holy duo. Going aggressive, getting some damage done towards Kamil, and this will make Oops think twice before going to that side of the map.
Isne here is playing with his MS-30 in elevated position, so he can a bit help with the decapping, because they're just using 1 mouse, that's theirs, to angle himself and shoot down the buildings. His position is crucial here, because if there is any cap pressure coming down, he already needs to lower the buildings so other guys can shoot.
Well, he's doing very well so far. Not a lot of buildings remaining. You can see HE ammunition loaded for him. Implies by the smaller number under the reticle 3 shots, which means it's HE ammunition. Destroying the buildings so nobody can sneaky cap behind it.
Yes, you cannot pull off a multiple tank cap if something like that is going on. A slower game here. Oops is trying to, let's say, see their chances on the map, but it does look like they're massing up for a push on the top side of the map.
The thing here, Mojo, though, to point out is that Kazna Crew is very split across the map. Durs and Hybar, the only ones really in position for that number 1 base. And yes, you can't hide behind the buildings, but if they get on towards that cap, it's going to take Kazna Crew 30 seconds to get there.
This is actually really standard lineup by Kazna, because they're gambling a lot that there will be some kind of push from Oops guys from the lower side. That's why they have so many tanks with clippers on the lower side of the map unspotted. And they're, I guess, counting that they will be fast enough to push from the lower side with all of them, while they're keeping the cap under control with Isne and Durs.
Well, Isne spots out Insane over there in his mouse, but still, I fear just a little bit for Kazna Crew, Mojo, because once it starts, it's gonna go quick.
If Oops actually pushed like Gohard did against Ding, and that's a kind of a blind push, they would have a huge chance to win, because Durs is more or less alone, while Ding had a number of tanks there, if you remember that street.
Yes, I do remember. Silence is now starting to push towards the cap, actually, or towards the road. We'll have to see where he ends up. Durs makes a shot, doesn't connect it. Silence is going to park himself on the cap, or he's going to keep going. Insane there as well. What do you think, Mojo?
A mouse and 1 tank behind him capping, while 1 mouse is going close to the Durs. Yeah, that's a possibility.
Well, there we go. Silence is on the cap, and it's going to be shielding Spoink and Campbell, who are going to be sitting on his side, and they're going to try and cap that way. Now, Kazna Crew needs to get in here rather quickly. 33 seconds remain between them and defeat. Silence is just going to sit here and take the beating if he has to, because the tanks are capping behind him.
Well, we were talking about ruining the buildings.
He doesn't know.
Who needs buildings if you have a mouse?
Well, so far, Isne doesn't know that they're capping on the side. He's going to try and reset Silence now again. He doesn't know Spoink and Camila just sitting on the side. A miss there. 16 seconds. Kazna Crew, you need to get in this one, because you're going to get capped out if you're not quick enough.
17, 10, 11 seconds here. There is a little decap here, but that is just too little at the moment. Hyba will have to go suicidal here.
Hyba will have to push in the caps. They get spotted. Camel takes a reset, and I think Oops needs to abandon this plan right now, because they have gotten resetted. 20 seconds again.
No, they will not be able to cap, that's for sure, because those HE shells will just interrupt them every time. HP for Kazna, minus 3,000, 2,000 at the moment.
Yeah, even with this, it's working out. Silence is trading rather badly though for his side. Loses about half his HP on the mouse. He's been torn between 2 angles. Hyba from the front, and Durs and Isne, and the tanks from behind. Silence, you need to play safe, mate.
He needs to go behind Insane. He cannot play this, because on that street it's only death.
In the meantime, Oops going for the counter push around. The HP lead they had, Mojo, it's completely gone. Silence and Insane are in a bad position. What does Oops do to recover from this?
I think they're in deep problem actually because they must run away, and that leaves them only with Melan and Deha to play around with. Maybe Spoink can do something, by rotation. He got Veto, that's important. If he managed to get in the back of these Clipper tanks of Kazna, he might actually be a huge pain in their butts.
Mojo, you know what's the most important part right now? The fact that Insane and Silence are alive.
Yes, and Spoink and Kamil are rotating, as we said already. They're trying to get and rotate back and keep those Clippers like Stefan pinned down.
This is good from Oops, Mojo. Yes, their initial trade wasn't the greatest, but now they're putting some aggression and they're making the autoloaders from Kazna go all around the map.
Oh, Deha, be careful there. I mean, be careful how you angle your tank. It's really needed that you preserve your HP.
Well, he's doing well so far, Mojo, as he's currently sitting still, full HP. Oops, need to be careful from an overcommitment anywhere. Yisne has actually left the A1 position.
There is no point of him being there, and considering Vetso is dead, someone has to keep an eye on the flank of Kazna, because one swift push, if they take out one Clipper more, that's it. That's the domino effect we were talking about, and they're just gonna fall.
Yeah, if they do one swift motion, Mojo, it could all be over very quickly. Obviously, I'm referencing to the swift motion, not the swift motion, for the people, you know, aware. But yeah, Oops, I like this, Mojo. They have slowed down the pace, realized their advantage, and it is a big one. Taking down a tier 9 is a massive advantage in a map like Ghost Town.
Still, I have kind of a feeling that Insane and Silence could have went out a bit with more HP out of that one.
Especially Silence.
Yeah, he just, I think he lost around 1k to 1500
for no
reason whatsoever.
Well, he peeked from, he reversed into the street where the autoloaders were waiting.
Then he came back.
Yes, which is interesting.
Well, Deha will be the battering ram here for the Oops guys, but that kind of leads to a lot of shells coming into him initially.
Well, he's taking the brunt of the damage here. Haiba and Diplomat are kind of left alone, but Deha is taking already half of his hit points. I don't know if this is the push that Oops were looking for. They're not doing the damage, which they really need to do. Miloš is now coming from the side, going back on towards the cap. Deha needs to back off. I don't think they can continue pushing this.
Miloš is coming in the back here. They're gonna stop, I think, and they're gonna pressure the cap because they spotted Isna on the other side.
Ooh, Miloš here, nice connection on towards the side of Haiba. We're struggling a little bit with the gun depression. The HP is all even between these teams, but the thing that's going for them, Spoink actually takes a massive amount of damage. Kamil goes down. Spoink needs to be careful. Miloš is now pushing from behind, and he's going to be the crucial playmaker. These mouses, they need to stay alive, and finally they're doing the damage. Haiba is probably going to be the first one to get focused, but Diplomat is in front of him. Nice shot from Deha to claim that kill. He actually goes down towards Stairs. Miloš now from behind. It's an edge. It's so close, Mojo. Who's ahead right now?
They must kill Diplomat before Stefan and the other Clippers reload, because once they do, they're just gonna wipe out entire Oops.
Miloš can just kill him. The mouses need to refocus their attention on towards Stefan. The full HP autoloader. Miloš with the kill here, but he's getting clipped from the side. Stefan actually overextending, goes down towards the one-shot, gets the kill on the way out, but it's 2000 HP versus 1600. Nexus has all of its points in the open. Stefan misses, which is crucial. He distracts him, gets him on the second shot, and Kazna Crew narrowly edge ahead once more.
If Spoink managed to pick up Stefan now, that would probably be a game for Oops, but I don't see it happening anymore. They have two mouse tanks, they're in attack, and Kazna has Nexus to rotate with and play around with and clip them out.
Much we said about it. Ghost Town is the kind of map for these instant decisions, and Kazna Crew just a little bit more on point. So much HP lost for Oops, and bad pushes as Nexus gets insane. Silence picks up Stefan, but Silence is the last one standing. And Mojo, this push onto Haiba and Diplomat, they sacrificed so much for it.
But they did it for a reason, because they knew the Clippers were in reload, because they were picking up Kamil, and Spoink took so much damage. So they knew, we must do something now. We must take out these mouse tanks. But they just after that, they didn't manage to defend themselves well against Stefan and Nexus.
Spoink did not need to take 1.1k.
No, he didn't need to die also like this in the middle of the road, but
I don't know why
he was.
Stefan was spotted. Why was Spoink driving through there? Maybe somebody told him that Stefan was on reload.
If he did, that would be a very bad info, and I don't think Mayland was the one focused by Stefan, and he knew how many shots he took. He would never say something like that.
Well, then there was a mistake there by Spoink by driving in the open, first losing 75% of his HP and then losing his entire life. There's a Diplomat doing the damage from the mouses, but Mojo Isna actually in that AMX30 doing 3k, which is super crucial as well.
There's 4k damage and some blocked, but I'm more interested in one thing. Well, Haiba blocked 1500 and Diplomat blocked around 2000 damage there. So that was a neat moment that kind of held off Oops guys from winning instant.
Yeah, Spoing should have done more with his batch shot here. 1.8, he could have done a lot more. It could have been crucial for his team. In the end, the little bit more experience from Kazna Crew seemed to help him a lot when it came down to it. The shooting was better as well.
Yeah, Stefan didn't have that much damage, but it was 2 kills and it came in critical moments, because if he didn't pick up Meland, let's say, for a moment, he would die. He would die for sure, and then we have a tank less, and then Spoink would be just free to roam around and start killing them.
Kamil also was on the other side, and Yzna picked him up for free. Could have been a lot of things done there, especially with the cap being open again. They didn't know Yzna left that position, but they could have expected it. Miloš also a little bit slow to come from behind, went into the cap first. It's a few things that could have been done slightly better at the very least.
Pretty sure that Kamil actually, yeah, he took 4 shells. I'm pretty sure that Nexus and Stefan did the connections and that Yzna just picked him up and finished him off. But that remains in the past. The fact is the entire first map is lost for Oops, and the next map is Ruinberg, a map we know Oops must prepare something special because they played it horrific during the season.
It remains to be seen, Mojo, because like you said, a terrible track record for them. I mean, they haven't even played it that much, so it comes down to this. They had some time to prepare, and we'll have to see what is the best they could come up with in that time.
14% win rate out of 7 games played, that's understatement. I think this is the worst track record of all the teams in any map.
Well, Mojo, we're gonna have to find out if they can bring the pain to Kazna Crew as we move into Ruinberg. Kazna on the attack with 5 bad shots, a mouse and an E50, but Oops, very, very heavy on the defense, Mojo.
Oh, this is a really fast lineup here by Kazna. Surprising even to see something like that, because they were usually playing something like capping trips, which can they still do with 50-50M. But look at the aggressive approach here. Haiba with mouse just sniping through the middle and everyone else pushing the lower side. This is something we've seen before.
There's a Nexus are kind of in the open here. I don't know what they're going for, but they're taking a lot of damage. Already 2 shots taken, well, in total. But Spoink and Kamil's been spotted out in the north, and this might give Kazna Crew the overmatch they're looking for on that 0 line.
If Insane falls and if they manage to take off the 0 line here, but there is still Silence and Deha are there in mouse tanks. It takes so much to kill those, and butt-shots are really not best when you want to brawl them.
Kazna has only one option. They need to make a play, Mojo, because Haiba, he's done and dusted. What is the play Kazna has to make right now?
They need to Zerg rush it and maybe go for the center street, pick up Spoink and just keep on going.
Well, they're trying to do the pain on towards Miloš in the 1-1-3. Spoink pushing towards Haiba. He's getting clipped by him, but Spoink needs help. He can't clip Haiba by himself. All the batches are peeking in the middle. Miloš is taking the brunt of the pain, but he's still alive right now. They're pushing over Kazna Crew with these bad shots. Meland's gonna be the next one. Spoink is getting wrecked by Haiba. In the meantime, he's the flanking. Meland blows up, and Kazna Crew, yes, they've taken down 2 tanks, but the HP is still massively in favor of Oops, who need to make some kills right now.
Oh, what a brilliant game here. 3 guys down from Oops. Super risky action here from Kazna. I think Kamil will actually be able to pick up mouse on Haiba, but let's see, will the rest of the guys be able to do the counter-attack?
Well, we'll have to see if Silence can do something, because the bad shots are dispersing, they're running everywhere, and now it's just 2 mouses, a 1-1-3 and a T-54, and the bad shots are swinging around them left, right, and center. Haiba is still alive. Kamil bounced the shot. He's going to take one more for that. Haiba holding on by dear life. He gets one more connection, but Oops is in trouble, Mojo, because these bad shots will poke from left, right, and center.
There is some advantage here for Oops, 2000 damage, but as we said, guns in the game, and Kazna has 2 more of those. Kamil is pretty much pinned down in the center. He cannot go anywhere from here, and it's all about if Insane falls, they will have no eyes anymore. There will be just 2 mouses and Kamil locked down in the center.
Insane's in trouble against Dur, because Durs is pushing towards him. Insane's a 2-shot, Durs is a 2-shot as well, but he's in a bad shot. He might do 1 more shot of damage, but then he will go down. Durs needs 1 more on Insane. He actually didn't connect. Durs has only 1 more shot. Insane might actually be able to get the kill, but they've lost Kamil in the meantime, and the HP, Mojo, it's in favor of Kazna.
Insane plays here 1-on-1, but this is not the only battle here. Nexus will fall to this mouse tanks because he's managed to get flanked by... Oh, look at this!
The damage on towards Deha is just too much. They didn't get the kills that were needed. Insane's in a 1v1 here, but Kazna Crew with all the advantages. Diplomat from behind, and they have outplayed Oops in a spectacular fashion, as Diplomat might be able to get the kill here 1-on-1 against Silence. Durs gets Insane. Silence the last man standing, and it's already going to be a 3-0 lead here for Kazna Crew as Vetso gets the final kill.
Unbelievable. Kazna smelled blood here. Super risky play, super light play, relying only on 1 thing. Find a weak spot in defense of Oops and press it as hard as we can, because there will be no second chance, and they did it so marvelous.
Oops is off sync right now, Spoing pushing in towards Haiba without the support from Kamil, losing most of his HP, even going down, and then the Mouses not being able to help Milosh and Mailand, who were left alone again, and then not picking up kills, Mojo. In this kind of push, the most important part is to kill something.
Yes, I really expected when they pushed on 1-1-3s, yes, 1-1-3s will die, but the guys from the sides will focus out the mediums one by one and not let them run away. But they managed to run away on like slither of health. Like one shot here, two shot guy here, and they all ran away, managed to reload their clips and come back in the game. You can't have that. You can't have that.
They needed to kill 2 of them, at least. And if the other ones were full HP, it wouldn't have mattered, because they would have had 2 Mouses. But like this doesn't work out for them. Diplomat there doing a massive amount on his E50, and Haiba being allowed to do much more than he should have been in that Mouse. If Spoink and Kamil push correctly.
Oh, Haiba out-survived all the possibilities there. I mean, he survived several waves of Oops attacks, I would say.
Yeah, Milosh not having the time of his life together with Mailand. Spoink also, I mean, pushing in without Kamil, taking a lot of damage. Just feels like the team's a little bit off sync right now, and they need to take a moment to breathe, relax, and talk about the next round, because 4-0 down in the LAN finals is not going to be something easy to recover from.
No.
If it goes to that 4-0.
If it goes to that, but they're going on offensive side now, and we do know that Oops actually at the moment holds the record of 0% in attack on Ruinberg, while Kazna is quite decent.
But you don't say that.
Caster curses all the way.
Caster curses all the way. Well, it seems like the teams are getting ready for the second round, Mojo. Predictions again.
Unfortunately, I think Kazna will take this one. They really look calm. Most of them are playing well, with 1 or 2 exceptions, and they're holding their ground. But what Haiba said in interview in the start, it kind of struck me. It does look like they achieved some team balance. So they maybe not have as much star players anymore, but they do look more synced, which is far more important.
Yeah, Union and the team mentioned by Haiba, and the Union seems to be working out so far as we head into the second half on the Ruinberg. Lineups, Mojo, very light for Oops.
Very light here, but every team we've seen today play on Ruinberg unexpectedly played so far, trying to get really fast games in attacks. Kazna playing with FV heavy, we know how brilliant sniper that is and what he can do unless he gets approached.
Betsa's going to be playing that one. A lot of pressure on him to perform. Silence and EMX50B spotted out. Yisna in the T54 lightweight, pushing across the 0 line, and that's going to be the first job here for Oops to take down that T54, and maybe a 1-1-3 for the side score. And Mailand already taking some damage, but they're going to push straight over.
Stefan is going after the T54 light, but he's just played a cooldown. He knows if he goes more, he will get deleted. He's under pressure even like this.
It doesn't matter, Mojo. He's still going to get deleted. 2 more shots on towards him will take him out. 1 more shot on towards that 1-1-3. They lose Mailand, but they kill Stefan. An even trade.
This is an even trade. Kamil though has a dead Amorek. Isna will fall next, and there with Billy Eyes. Diplomat has to push in to keep any kind of pressure, because Kazna must keep them spotted to stay in the game.
Well, Diplomat pushing down now as well to try and keep control over that 0 line. Insane taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful in his tier 9 bad shot. They need him alive. In the meantime, there's still 2 tanks from Oops out of the fight here, Mojo, in the middle. How are they going to use those?
They need to go and start fighting. They need to approach those buildings and start to get into the Kazna's face. Unless they do that, these guys will just die out.
Diplomat making a little bit of a mistake there, overextending, peeking out too far, taking damage in return, but so does Milosh. So far, so good for the side of Oops. They're doing well, they're holding on, and now they're pushing on towards Haiba with Techa and Silence. Silence starting to clip, needs a few more to connect. First bounce there, not good. Insane goes down in the meantime. Haiba getting flanked. Silence needs to connect every single one of those, but he's going to go down and return. At this moment in time, they need to kill the 0 line. They've lost Silence. Again, Kazna Crew edging ahead.
I don't think this is really going well for Oops. This was a massive mistake here, committing so much resources on Haiba, while in reality they should have pushed along the line into the buildings up in Kazna tanks. Look at this. Decha is getting demolished now by the guys from the up.
Yeah, Decha is not going to fare much better than Silence did. Haiba on the 1-on-1. Decha bounces. Haiba is going to come around the corner to try and finish him off. And then Oops will be left with 3 tanks, Mojo. It's looking like a 4-0.
Yes, this is exactly what we were afraid of. And Oops is going down with a landslide here. They need a tiebreaker or whatever to recover themselves. I really think so.
This is not looking good for Oops. Kazna Crew. It looked hard for them in the beginning, but Diplomat pushing down 0 line really turned the game in their favor.
This is something that was actually expected. He knew that he must do it because all of those clippers, most of them were in reload, so he needs to keep them spotted so other guys can snipe. Also, Haiba coming down on the corner. Okay, I expected Deha will stay there and hold him one-on-one, and at least the 50 beats, Silence will just push up and keep the pressure on the other tanks. Shoot maybe Diplomat in the back, pressure the guys up so the Clippers can have some breathing space. But no, going around the corner there, knowing that all of the heavy tanks from the upper village can shoot you, pretty much deleted him from the game, and any chance Oops had for a survival.
Perhaps even better, Mojo, to pull back at one point like they did and go for the other base, but not working out for them whatsoever. Losing Mailand in the trade was fine. Killing Yizna was also fine, but then the push in the middle, Silence and Deha could have done so much more with those tanks.
I think they needed that mouse in the middle. He should have been there.
Yes.
But 50B, his play was all wrong.
Well, it's just Kamil against 5. It's possible. Everything is possible if you just believe, but Nexus is coming for him.
In esports, it's not like a Kolobanov. That's like a, I don't know, do you have a medal for 2 Kolovanovs in a row?
They needed to kill Stefan just a little bit quicker so they could do the damage from Diploma when he peeked on towards Mailand.
I mean, honestly, Stefan did a good thing because he didn't try to push on all the way, because that would expose him even more. So they did pay a price for killing him. Isne fell really fast after that, but he had no saying in that. Of course, being like tank, it's easy to pen him with the tier 10 mediums. But then again, we are talking about the after reaction from Oops, which was not in the place.
Nope, and as Vetso closes out the final kill, that's 4-0 for Kazna Crew, and Oops perhaps need to call a timeout.
Not something we could expect. I mean, Oops even picking Ruinberg here over some other maps here that are banned, like we don't play steps here. I don't think we can see... what else? Cliff? No, Cliff is next one. But they are not playing steps for sure, which is something that really surprises me.
Oops don't seem to be talking that much to each other right now. They need to take a breath, relax. I mean, 4-0, it's a mountain to climb, but it's not impossible.
I really don't know how will they come back in this game. Honestly, I've seen Kazna come back once in the season from the 4-1. They were losing, but already, as I said, they are kind of seasoned team. Vetso definitely playing better on a heavy tank than on a medium so far, because in the last game he did like 200 damage.
153.
Yeah, 183, but this is something more suited for him.
Yeah, the boys from Oops needed to do a little bit more damage on Stefan so they could help Mailand against Diplomat. But it is what it is, Mojo. I hope they stay calm, because it's not looking good for them right now.
The thing is, the maps coming ahead now are a big problem for them. Cliff is a hard map to take 2-0. It's really hard. So the map after that will be Murovanka, which is really well played by Kazna. How do you take 2-0 from a team that plays it so well? And they need to take 2-0s now. It's not staying in a game.
Yes,
1-1 is not even an option
Well, I mean,
anymore.
they can win one map 1-1, but then they still need to win 2.
Then they need to win everything else. That's not the best chances of them all.
Well, I don't know, Mojo. We'll have to see. I mean, Cliff was a good map for Oops during the season.
Just decent.
Well, they had a lot of just decent maps.
Yes, that's the unfortunate problem here. I think they're under a humongous pressure now at the moment, because this result is not giving them any breathing space. They cannot really think. They must go for win everywhere, which leaves you to really dire position. Like they might pressure themselves like Gohard and try to do some reckless things.
Well, I hope they don't, obviously. Cliff is a map where I think they could possibly win it 2-0. Remains to be seen, obviously. Lineup's going to be a lot of bad shots, pretty much. To be surprised with any other picks. Double E50 for Oops. It's not the AUSFM, it's just the E50 because they have 5 bad shots.
Yes, it's not AUSFM, it's E50 tier 9s they are playing. We've seen them used in strong pushes. They are really good on armor, DPM. They can soak up a lot of shells, and they can do quite a lot of damage in the process.
Haiba Nexus getting spotted out there in their bad shots, crossing over. Miloš lets off a shot on the move, not connecting. Deha also trying, but no cigar. They're trying to do the climb in the meantime. Silence is playing over there against Durs. Will they make it? We'll have to find out.
Durs is pretty much alone here, but he pinned down Silence. Look at his shooting. He was always a really great sniper. They will know he's in reload quite soon also.
They will know he's in reload soon. Did they get to climb Kamil? That's the question.
Isne is trying to spot the lower one to line there and see is there any opening for him to shoot them in the back, but he should know that they're monitoring it and that someone will shoot him if that happens.
Well, he will get the position though in his T49 and spot that entire side. Now, Oops, what do they need to do to get out of this situation where Kazna Crew has a lot of control over the map?
Well, they need to get control from the other side where they obviously don't have tanks that's toward the 2 cap, but they need to leave enough tanks to cover each other. Because when you play this kind of game, even if you play 15 on 15, losing 1 tank on some critical position can really cost you a game. Here, much easier. If one of these guys just falls for free, they will just collide, all of them.
Look at the damage Milosh is taking in his E50 though. Stefan clipping out towards him. Milosh is on 1 shot, 1 more shot will do the job. That is not a good start for Oops. Milosh, this low HP, it's going to expose him for the rest of the game to come.
Even if he stays alive, I mean, a dead commander, a dead gunner, so you can't even use Jack of all trades anymore. That gunner is really dead now for sure. No help from the commander there.
But in the meantime, Kamil has climbed up though. He was in a position, but they've lost so much HP on Milosh in return for this that I don't know that it was worth it to hide that he was up.
Kazna actually smells blood here. You can see they're composing themselves, they're gathering themselves, and they will try to pressure more on these E50s. And well, there you go, Milosh is down.
Milosh is already dead, and now Decha getting clipped by Diplomat as well. Kazna Crew taking advantages, but Diplomat paying heavily for this one as well. But they have removed the tier 9, made the other one pretty much a one-shot.
Yeah, I would say this is a really good trade, because Diplomat, even with a slither of health, he can just go in some sniping position and still cover his teammates really well. While these E50s in low HP, they're useless now. You can't use them to push anything anymore.
Kamil just facing off against Stefan in a one-on-one. And actually, Kazna Crew has left the eastern side of this map open this entire time. Oops has not used it.
Yeah, Kazna did it deliberately because they knew E50s are slower and they pressed that opportunity. They pressed it, they took the positions they wanted, and they got the cross shots on Oops because they guessed that Oops will just send them toward the middle. Oops is not playing the best of the mind games in this match.
No, they're just not playing that well in general, to be honest, looking at it. Kazna Crew taking advantage in every single map so far.
And you can't say even that Kazna showed something specific in this match. It's just like Ting in the last. They're mostly waiting for less experienced opponent to hand themselves.
Well, if Spoink and Melan get spotted out here, they need to be careful as well. Thurs takes the connection there from a bad shot. He will know that there's 2 of them because of the amount of shots landing towards him. Spoink, Melan now spotted out. Does Kazna Crew react to this?
They will push the other side, I guess. Because if they have 2 butchers there, they should just pin Kamil from the lower side of the map. And Isne is, I think, just going to do that.
Isne is starting to make his approach around on towards Kamil. He might get a big connection onto the back of that bad shot. Let's see what Isne can do. He's actually driving against the rock. He's starting to get clipped by Kamil. Isne! That snapshot not working out that well in his favor. That was weird.
Who put that mountain in front of Isne to get chipped on? But still, he will be a huge problem for Kamil now because he will get him spotted all the time. Kamil cannot even turn the gun to shoot anyone else anymore.
Well, Silence has dropped off in the meantime and he's going to claim the kill against Isne. He does, but now Vetso, Nexus and Stefan are starting to relocate over there. They might try to go get the overmatch against Silence, who's left alone. Vetso is pushing towards him. Let's see what Kamil can do to help him though, because Nexus is pushing towards Kamil at the same time. They're trying to take the overmatch here. Silence is on reload. Nexus, this is a little bit of an overextension though. He goes down towards the one shot, but he's alive. They lose Silence in the meantime towards Stefan. Kamil's still alive, but he's going to fall quickly. Shortly after, there he goes, he's down. 4 tanks left standing for Oops versus the 6 of Kazna Crew.
Steady hand of Vetso there, using really well opportunity Nexus made, because Nexus in his seemingly suicidal push just bought time he needed so he can take out one and another butcher after that. And this will definitely be a victory for Kazna. I don't see, I mean, Insane and Spoink might carry it, but it's gonna be super hard.
Well, it's a 4v3, the HP still even. Insane, if you can do some damage towards any of the tanks from Kazna Crew, would be important, because he's the only one with anything to work with for his team. One shot towards Stefan, nice connection, won't get the second one. Haiba, no, Nexus gets spotted out over there.
Spoink is possible one shot now with this 407 HP, so he will need something to save him a bit. Vetso is picking up kills left and right in this map.
Well, Vetso picking up his third, coming in with his full HP. They realized Insane was out of the fight, and now he's the only one left standing. And yeah, that is not good for Oops. I mean, 5-0. They're just not playing good, Mojo. They're just not up to form with Kazna Crew.
And this is the problem now. Insane is more or less giving up, although there is a couple of guys here with the one shot. I just don't think he sees the way out of this one. And this is 5-0. How do you come back in a match like that?
Usually you don't, Mojo, but for the sake of the finals, let's hope they do. Because that's 5-0 for Kazna Crew. Oops, still not on the board. Not what we expected whatsoever from this match. I think a lot of us had Tiebreaker in mind.
I really thought Oops will bring some kind of a more progressive tactics here for us to see, and better planned, because we've seen them do super, let's say, aggressive plays during the season, but sometimes the parts were not ticking and they were just not finishing them properly.
You know, also like Miloš during the season, crucial player at these finals, hasn't had a single good game yet.
No, this is really surprising, because even in the last final he played with Utopia, he played really well. Always well on single shooters. Like, we were always mentioning him, how he's one of the guys in the season who almost every game plays single shooters, and almost every game you can find him on the top of the board. But he's nowhere to be found this game.
No, man, he's not in the first 7 either. He is on lost position with 0 damage after 3 shots.
Unbelievable there. I mean, I can't say I even blame him, because tactics from the start, Kazna just took them out, played super aggressive. This is something we've seen Kazna do in defense when they see slower tanks from the enemy. They pushed over that middle and they tried to establish their dominance, which they did really well now. Isna could have connected a bit more there. He had really good chance, but it wasn't a crucial part of the game.
Not sure why he was in third person for that shot, but we shall never know, as Oops and Kazna getting closer to the second half here. And right now, right here, at this moment in time, Oops needs to win this round, at the very least, to start something, because going 6-0, not going to happen after that.
Cliff defense here. Oops can of course do it. They were doing it rather well during the season. We all know a bunch of games that Melan play with TVP really helped them a lot. This is a standard lineup they usually use with Bachat's TVP 49 and so on. So we will see, will they stick to that? But mentality now. Kazna just has to hang on to the game and win. They don't really have to go all in anywhere.
No, they don't have to push it anymore, but double mouse and an RT for Kazna Crew.
Well, that's calling it for a test and the limits. What do you do with those 2 mouses? I mean, if they push them toward the center, we've seen a couple of attempts, it just doesn't work. So 1-2 line should be the logical one.
Well, for now, they're just all sitting in the base, Mojo, aiming perhaps at that E6 position.
You think they will try to kill anyone who's trying to boost up on a mountain, but Oops is doing something completely different. They are being aggressive and sneaky.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. They are aiming directly towards that. You think it's going to work out, Mojo?
I think there is a chance for Oops to pin them down, and if they keep them down, they really don't have to attack them. Who cares about mouses if they're down?
Well, the mouses are still down, and now 4 tanks flanking around the side. Are they going to keep pushing, Mojo, or are they going to hold here, you think?
If I were them, I would really not push anymore, because if you don't see the enemy, you know enemy is in the bushes waiting for you somewhere. So yeah, you may push 1 tank to spot them, but that's about it. Everyone else should just hang back and wait.
Yeah, perhaps they should stand the spotter. Stefan is in that position over there, though. Just very annoying for anybody, because he's not able to get pushed from that side where Oops is.
High buy spotted now, so is the other mouse here, but there is no people available to shoot them yet.
The damage being taken here is significant, though. Yisna actually got blind shot even, down to 171 HP, but Vetso Stefan taking a significant amount of damage as well on towards their bad shots, and it's what Oops needs to make the autoloaders lower HP.
And Stefan is rather safe here, we know that, but Vetso is getting demolished here.
Vetso taking so much damage in the early stage of this game. Stefan, is he safe? I think he's fully safe. He should be.
He should be, unless Oops gets control of the other corner where the mouses are, then he will not be 100% sure for sure. Well, that sounded wrong.
The damage that's been taken, look at him. Another shot taken, trading. Stefan needs to be careful in this position. I don't think he can trade.
I don't know what kind of game are the Kazna playing now, but it does look to me they're more playing with the minds of Oops than the game itself, because they're just working on option that Oops is just gonna suicide on them.
Kamil here in the T49 with the small gun as well. How about Diplomat have taken the 1-2 line though. And now the question remains is, what are you going to do with these mouses? I mean, they could push them straight across the center to force Oops to shoot them.
there is no other option for them. They need to make them play. They're splitting forces with Mouses, going left and right. Okay, that's not something I had in mind. But I guess Diplomat will keep pushing and Hyba will just play cooldown from here and wait for the remainder of the team. But still, so much HP lost on the Butchats. Even if the Mouses establish themselves, they still need to play with the fast tanks. Fast tanks are the ones that carry the games on the cliff. Mouses, yeah, they can provide you some positioning, but that's about it.
Well, Isna needs to do something in this round as well with the artillery piece. We haven't seen it come to any effect whatsoever. And I don't know, Mojo, having Vetso this low HP and Stefan this low HP leaves only 2 autoloaders that are capable of going anywhere for the side of Kazna.
It would have to be a huge mistake done by Oops here for them to lose the game, because they have the positions, they have the higher ground, most definitely, and they need to focus fire now. So the danger is when if they focus fire on a mouse and they bounce a lot of shells, the counterattack by the 4 Butchats from Kazna could be lethal, but they have 2 of them, as you said, on really low HP. So some of the Oops guys will for sure save a couple of shells just for that moment.
Yeah, it also depends what kind of ammunition type they have reloaded right now in order to deal with these mouses. I wouldn't be surprised if at least 1 or 2 of them have heat ammunition loaded and ready to go.
Well, they're in no rush here. I think they already did what they needed. They took a lot of HP down from Kazna. They bought a lot of time, and they should do something that they should have done in some of the games. Just sit and wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and Spoink trying to climb the mountain here. He's making it look more difficult than it actually is. He will get up rather quickly, but that's 2 tanks on the hill. And what do you think about the positions of Oops? Do you like the fact that they've pulled back after the initial game they got?
That was the smartest play they could actually do, because staying and being shot by Arty or crossfired by mouse tanks, this is not something you need. This is something that Kazna would need. And being back and being ready to counterattack with fast tanks they have, this is the real play they always should do.
Spoink has managed to climb up the mountain now in his Batchat. Milan in the back lines. There we go. This position from Oops Mojo, they have completely abandoned the 1-2 line. They do not think Kazna Crew is going to make a play down there.
They cannot even challenge the 1-2 line, because if they left anyone down, he would just die. He would be open feeding ground for the Butchats of Kazna, because Kazna is dominating that part of the map because of the mouse tanks. You cannot challenge mouse tanks point blank.
Well, the mouses are starting to push across now, making their way across the middle. But Oops is not giving them anything to shoot at right now. Insane is the only one spotted, and he's going to go safe. Now what did the mouses do after this?
Well, they will have to play the cooldown here, establish their dominance, as we said, and then try to push the Butchats to separate themselves so other Butchats from Kazna can do something about it. But it does look like Kazna actually wants to play a bit more passive and just let them try flank mouse tanks into the Deha.
Takes 1.1 for his trouble, goes down to 96 HP, and the HP lead Oops took in the beginning has now gone completely away, and Arty gonna start priming. Arty, as I said, Deha is no more.
What a mistake to make. What to say here. Deha picking against mouses, yes, you can play some slight cooldown, but those tanks are precise. They can shoot on the move. They're so slow, it's almost like they're standing still when they're shooting.
Silans gets spotted out in his Batchat as well in the back lines. He needs to go and spot it as Diplomat starts climbing the hill in his mouse, and there's nothing or nobody to even stop him from doing this.
This is what I wanted to say from the start. Like, you have so many fast tanks on Oops. When you see mousings committing somewhere, you gather those mediums and you attack elsewhere where the mediums are. You take out the mediums, you don't care about mouse.
Well, here we see Deha again trying to do the damage he could as Arty comes in and removes him from the game. 1-2 line counter play would have been a lot better for the side of Oops. Milosh now in the open as well. Now they're kind of stuck in this area, Mojo. Can they hold on for 3 minutes is the question.
Well, mouse tanks are certainly not the fastest ones, but the HP is starting to grow, worrying for Oops at the moment. And one moment, Kazna will just push with Diplomat over that hill, and he will push those mediums, and everyone else will push down.
Look at the damage the mouse is not taking. Miloš bouncing a full clip on towards him pretty much. Kamil finally getting some shots on the T-49, but they're trading so much HP for this. I don't know, Hyba is ammo-racked, yes, but they're gonna lose all their clippers for this.
And they're gonna lose all the shells, so where the clippers from Kazna come, more importantly, they will not be able to defend themselves.
Diplomat on the hill, trading with the Batchats from Oops. He's taking a lot of damage himself as well, and Oops is starting to do what they're supposed to do, and that's the damage on towards him, but Durs is going to be a factor from behind. If he manages to climb up at one point, Silence now takes a shot from Diplomat. Insane has only one more, it's not enough to kill him.
And there is still art in play, let's not forget that. If he removes someone from the game, it's going to be GG. 2 minutes here. Cap is not a question, it's just how much damage can Kazna do? Can they do enough damage on time? Because they have all the advantages they need.
Well, they've just removed Silence, they've just removed Kamel as well, rather quickly. Oops trying to hold on as best as they can. Yes, Durs takes a shot from the back lines, but thanks from Oops, they're getting surrounded, Mojo. 1 minute and 40 seconds is all that remains for Kazna to close out this round.
Great play by Durs here on the lines. Yes, he has only 2 more shells, but he knows he needs to keep them and do the damage on these guys. Diplomat is also on really low HP, same as Kazna, but Nexus, he might actually pressure down.
Well, Stefan and Nexus will probably pressure on towards Spoink, but Spoink has Insane in support, but it's 3v2. Diplomat needs to be careful though in his mouse, sorry. Melan's gonna go push towards Haiba. Haiba gets one more shot out. Vetsu might get one on towards the side of Meland as well. No, he misses. Good play coming out there from Meland. In the meantime, we have the counterplay on the top. Diplomat crashes him down towards Spoink, and now Insane left alone against Stefan and Nexus. Insane needs to drop off, but he cannot as Nexus gets Insane. Milosh is on the run. 55 seconds, and I think it's not gonna be enough for Oops. They can't run away far enough away from Kazna Crew as they converge on the tanks of Oops. Milosh needs to make a miracle run faster than Usain Bolt ever did, and it's not going to work out. It's going to be 6-0 for Kazna Crew, Mojo.
Still not done, 39 seconds. Milosh is still alive, Meland is still alive and reloading. Vetso is chasing him. Let's see, will Milosh be caught by Nexus? This will be more or less one-on-one in this moment.
Milosh gets the first shot but doesn't connect it. Nexus didn't connect his either. Nexus has reload advantage on towards Milosh. Nexus is still getting first. I think Nexus is out of ammo though. Milosh picks up the kill. 18 seconds, and actually it seems like I was wrong, Mojo. Meland gets Vetso, another kill for him, and Milosh needs to hold on for 10 more seconds to win this game. Stefan flipped himself, I think, because he just died, and with 5 seconds left, just Yzna and just 114 HP separate Kazna Crew from match point.
Was a heart attack game here, and I live to see a mouse, Rem, a butchert on the top of the hill. I never saw that even in randoms, man.
I really thought Kazna had it, but Stefan flipped himself, I think, Mojo, because he died. He was alive, which means he overturned his vehicle and died because of the time running out. If he and Nexus could have closed out the kill versus Milosh, perhaps a different thing would have happened.
Unbelievable amount of HP or lack of it that
Meland
actually
saved them.
survived. Yeah, Meland push on Haiba, going around the corner, literally saved them. Bought them the time they needed, the ground they needed to run away while they're reloading.
Well, Mojo, that was one hell of a 6 rounds so far. Let's hear from the analyst desk and see what they got to say about it.
Well, that was an absolutely nail-biter. What a hell of a finale to a round. It was looking clearly that it was going to be perhaps 6-0. We were talking about it coming into the break, how important that was going to be for Kazna Crew, and well, Oops just in there with the skin of their teeth there for that last round.
It was always going one way or the other. You can never tell who was winning at any point in that round, really.
Now, we actually just saw that nail-biter there on Cliff. Let's actually have a look at the post-battle stats so we can see top damage. We can see who got the kills there. I think Melan managed to pick up a triple kill there at the end. Absolutely vital for his team.
It's actually interesting to see if the damage from Diplomat includes the ramming damage he did, because he did around 1k ramming damage on Spoink in that last second. That could have won them the game.
From the hill, nonetheless. Yeah. So a mouse on top of the hill being used to ram a Batchat. New meta that we're seeing there, Scarium.
That was amazing to watch, but he had a pretty free run up there because there was no Batchats from Oops over on the left side of the map or anyone to actually contest the mouse climbing up, so he had all the time in the world to climb.
Yeah, Oops, you know, they took the map control in the beginning, they did really good. They took Vetso down really low, they got Stefan really low, they even shot RT blind once with the T49, but then in the end, you know, they ran all the way back and they got stuck in one small corner.
Yep. Now looking back to the first map we saw, it was on Ghost Town. We're expecting to see a lot of tanks there. Kazna Crew actually bringing 5 Mausen with them, and they actually used them extremely well, didn't they?
They did, yeah. They really successfully baited Oops into trying to decap multiple times. It's a pretty standard tactic that we've seen happening pretty often, but it worked. If it worked, no issue about it.
Yeah, and you know, looking at the second round, we can see that Oops, you know, they played with 4 mouses. They played the defensive side. the attacking side actually. And Kazna played with the old meta. They played AMX30, you know, they played with the boost. They played for the AMX30 decapping, and Oops actually played really aggressive. You know, they went for the cap with RU, with the Badget behind the mouse. It was really close, down to 20 seconds, and then actually the AMX30 from the boost splashed the mouse and decapped the Badget.
Yeah, they were so close to having that. It looked like it was a perfect blockade. It looked like they had to commit to that, and then after that we saw silence, whether he went forward, whether he went back. He was getting shot from each side, and it was so frustrating because it looked like Oops almost had it. They almost had a lovely cap bait there on Ghost Town.
Yeah, it was going either way really. Like both teams had a lot of flanking movement happening. I've seen a lot of pincer movement trying to happen from Oops really.
And then after Ghost Town went into Ruinberg, where it kind of went crazy at the start. They tried to do that rush into the corner and it didn't work for them. We saw it was, I believe it was Mayland and the Batchat being traded for a 1-1-3.
Yeah, that was on Ruinberg attack when actually Oops was attacking. You know, they've worked on that strategy quite hard. Like a little insight, they've worked on that strategy. They've trained against these kind of strategies, and in the end, some small mistakes, you know, make the difference here.
It really should have worked, but then there was also the issue in the middle of Haiba holding up 2 tanks for way too long. They should have killed Haiba probably like 30 seconds to a minute before that for them to actually contribute to the rest of the team.
I think at that exact moment, both of you were saying, silence, go, because
yeah, exactly.
The 50B just wouldn't go.
And then he went a bit too late, so that all of Kazna was aiming already, so when he went, he just lost 2100 HP and did like 2 or 3 shots.
Yeah, 2 out of 4 shots.
2 out of 4.
Yeah.
Yep. Now going into Cliff, it was looking, you know, for Kazna Crew sitting 4-0 up. Great start for Kazna Crew, and I was feeling bad because I said at the start, you know, 7-0 Kazna Crew, and well, you know, almost to cast a curse for me, but then Cliff, what a hell of a match we just got from hell of a map we just got for the 2 teams.
Yeah, and it's funny to see actually, because both teams played really, really aggressively on defense. They both took 3/4 of the map by 1 minute in, and Kazna actually managed to break out of that one, and I think win it, right? And
it's been some really close rounds. So like the scoreline, it's 6-1, but if it's really 6-1, it's like more close matching up these 2 teams.
5-1.
5-1, okay.
Yep. I mean, when it was 5-0, we're like, oh, this is going to be 6-0. We're going to have the break. Kazna have the full memento. They're just going to. I mean, if it came here 6-0, I was expecting hyper aggressive Kazna next round. Just like, guys, get this done and dusted, get it over and done with. Enjoy a nice little break before we have to go up against Ding. Now, Oops have got a little bit of momentum on this side, and that match right to the wire, as you can see here in the replay. Both of them missed their first shot, and Nexus only had 2 shots.
It was crucial for Milosh to get the kill on Nexus, for them to actually run away and manage to close out the round by timeout.
Yeah, and it's to see that Nexus actually, he only had 3 shots left.
Yeah, missed the first one.
It wasn't tracking shot. He couldn't kill Milosh. Milosh also tracked his first shot, and then Nexus was without shots, and Stefan flipping himself.
And in the meantime, Mayland kill, Mayland kill, you know, like carry. And the thing is it was really funny as well. And I'm sorry to bring this up, mate, but Daki was like, it's done and dusted, you know, it's going to be Kazna 6-0, and then Mojo's like, not yet, mate. Not yet, it's still possible. And I was like, run Milosh, run, go his way. And then I actually said, hey look, Milosh can turn and fight. And it almost went completely wrong.
Yeah, you never know, of course, with Isna, you know, he could have also taken someone out in the end. It was really close.
I can only hope that this win actually gave Oops a morale boost to keep on going and maybe take some rounds back. It's going to be a hard and tough fight ahead of them, but hopefully they'll make it.
The thing I thought was also really funny as well is that when Deka moved out and he got shot, all 3 of us went Deka at the same time, and then you heard Daki and Mojo going Deka exact same time.
Because when he went out indeed to peek and shoot on the mouse, he lost 1200 HP, and then just Isna finished him off in the RT.
And we all had the exact same reaction, like, dude, no.
Yeah, that was not very good, but thankfully it didn't cost him the round.
Yep. Now we've had a little break now, it's time to go back to Daki and Mojo, who can bring us in for the rest of this match.
Well, you know, I just giving Mojo a little bit of a time in the spotlight. I was like, I knew Mojo was going to correct me, so I gave it to him because, like, you know.
He was then corrected anyways because he called it when there was a rotation by Melon. But still, super tight round. I would say Melon was the crucial member here. Everyone else was kind of a bystander.
A few crucial moments during that round. I'd say the initial damage on towards Stefan and Vetso. Afterwards, the fact they abandoned 1-2 line, but Decha taking so much damage in his bad shot costed them a lot as well, and just narrowly holding on by time.
The whole tactic by Oops was really questionable because, as I said, when you have so much fast rotational tanks and you keep them as snipers, you are bound to get pinned down, because when Mouses get to the brawl distance of anyone, they will outmatch them. They have more armor, their DPM is constant, they will not bounce shells. I mean, yeah, you bounce once in never on Bachat, but not
also
every
not
time.
forgetting the fact Spoink allowed himself to get rammed by a
mouse
for
on
around,
the top of a mountain,
yeah.
mate. Come on.
That is not really what we're looking for, but Cliff is over. Moravanka is going to be our next one, and Mojo, if the stats say anything, it's over.
If you were following the stats, then we would say, yeah, Kazna already won because they are far superior on Moravanka, but we did see some really good plays by Oops, also aggressive ones, so I'm hoping to see more of that can bring them their morale back and bring them in a match.
I want a close match, Mojo, so I'm hoping for some plays from Oops.
I would say some of the barbecue issues are probably because of that, but never mind that. Kazna, super strong of Moravanka, really good experience on it since even when it was played in previous formats on tier 8 tanks. They just prolonged it here very well.
So triple miles coming out for Kazna Crew with bad shots to follow up. Oops, light setup as well, T57, E50. How will it do versus the Mouses?
In a close combat, not so well, but if they manage to flank them, and Moravanka is obviously map full of the bushes and opportunities for such, yeah, they can play well.
Ooh, but look at this, Mojo. 5 tanks from Oops towards the eastern side, and Kazna Crew is actually sending 2 Mouses over there.
This is exactly what I wanted to say. We've seen Oops try to play like this before, and I was actually expecting that Kazna will send something directly back to try to pin them down.
Well, it does look exactly like that, but the Mouses aren't in position just yet. We have to see if Oops can spot them before the fight starts. If they spot out Yzne, and I think who's the second Mouse there? Diplo? No, Stefan?
This is the thing. Haiba could have ran away earlier if he wanted. He actually is staying as a bait to lure them to the Mouses, to the proximity of Mouses.
Insane is very, very far in this fight, though. Only Diplomat and Miloš are not in it. They need to keep pushing. They need to dodge these Mouses, Mojo.
Mouses will just go now on the left, and that will be a huge problem for them. They will be locked down in these positions, bogged down, you can even say. And Kazna still has a Diplomat on other part of the map that can deal with them.
Yeah, Miloš and Diplomat trying to help their teams now. Spoink pushing in first. There's 4 tanks here for Oops. They have a little bit of an overmatch, but Spoink is on fire, and he's down already, down and out. Finally, they get the kill. Haiba now from the side as well. They're doing the damage towards Nexus, but Oops needs to do more. Haiba in a little bit of an out position here. They lose Nexus as well for Kazna Crew. They're going to lose Haiba in a second as well, and this is beautiful from Oops. Yes, they're down on a lot of HP, but they're getting the kills they need. They just need to not overextend.
Yeah, but we need to see what will Stefan now do. He's a single shooter. He will push on them. He might actually take out at least 3 of these tanks.
Decha is in the meantime in a 1v1 with Yzne as well. Stefan gets Kamil. In the meantime, Yzne being clipped by Miloš, and Miloš is not bouncing this time. He'll miss the last one, but Decha is doing the work. He's going to take a little bit of ram damage here. He needs to pick up Yzne, but there comes Durs, there comes Stefan. Like you said, Mojo, they're coming in to make some kills.
This is a problem. Yzne will fall 100% here. But if these tanks here die, if they lose all the Bachas, they will lose the game eventually.
Ooh, Decha does not connect on towards Yzne. Yzne is about to reload. Decha goes down. And that is the game changer, really, in this round, because Silans made it out. They needed to kill Yzne to just leave Kazna Crew with 2 Mouses and a batch, 2 Mouses and a bad shot, and they didn't make it happen.
Diplomat managed to actually come close to his team and help them out. And now you have Diplomat and Stefan, who are pushing with full HP, and Yzne, who can still snipe. Durs to cover their flanks. I really don't see a way for Oops out of this one, because Kazna can just park a mouse on a cap now and finish off the game.
There is no way for Oops out of this one, as Diplomat closes in towards Miloš, who's been abandoned by his team, as Insane and Silans are on the run. Durs is clipping out towards Miloš, who's double-tracked. One more shot to do the job, either from Diplomat or Stefan. It is Stefan. Crucial plays from him this round. It's just Silans and Insane, and Silans is ammo racked and has that engine damage, and Kazna Crew looks to put themselves on match point.
It's gonna be a match point 6-1 for Kazna. It's just a matter of seconds. Silence will not even come out of his reload with a broken ammo rack. Insane, a last guy in a light tank standing here. Not a good option against these tanks.
Well, he's gonna go for a swim. Submarine, Subnautic, 1390.
Yellow submarine even.
Yellow sub, yeah.
It is actually.
Well, I mean, technically it's a little bit of other colors in there as well, but that's it. Insane chooses the
some bubbles,
the bubbly way out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was, I think if Deha kills Isnedo, Kazna Crew's left with two mouses.
They
and
would
a
still have a chance. They would still have a chance to make a crossfire.
Put the,
of the sword,
put the 3090 in the bushes.
Yes, and then just work on killing Durs and avoiding mouses all the time because they cannot handle them. But if they kill Durs and keep themselves mobile, mouses can be decapped, they can be played around with.
They can be spotted from a long distance.
And you can do a lot of things. But like this, Durs surviving crucial moment. Stefan pushing in and taking out low HP ones. No. Durs with the budget. He clipped out and ran away. They needed one mobile tank.
If died, Deha would have probably survived as well.
Probably yes. But the crucial part was when they lost all the budgets in the corner, because yes, they did take a couple of the budgets from Kazna, but Durs ran away and Stefan closed in and started taking them out one by one.
Isne and Durs doing a good amount of damage here, but Deha should have arguably closed out the kill. Miloš missed a shot there as well. Deha bounced a shot. Could have gone different, but like you said, Mojo, Kazna seemed aware of the possibility for a quick flank, and Spoink went a little bit over-aggressive even.
He really got deleted there, man. Like, not the best day for him, unfortunately, here, and it's costing his team dearly in some moments.
Yeah, it's costing them so much. I mean, Kazna Crew's on match point right now, 6-1. You give them a chance?
Kazna is defending. No, Kazna is attacking. Yeah, Kazna is defending now. So yeah, they have every possible chance here. Muravanka and Oops is kind of tilted. And I don't see how will they just come and steal the game away from Kazna. They have to win it. I don't see it happening.
But they need to win 5 in a row for tiebreaker, 6 in a row for victory. It's one hell of a mountain to climb, and I don't know if Oops can do it.
I really don't see it happening because based on these games here, because the only victory they had so far was like inches away from defeat.
Yeah, it was a win by running out of time with 114 HP.
Well, they would win because Isne was only one alive. If Stefan didn't overturn, then we could talk about a time.
Yeah, true. 10 seconds left before we get into the next one. Mojo, Oops, down and out or comeback imminent?
I don't see a comeback here.
Mojo, let's
you
try
keep
again.
the fate, and I'm gonna be Gargamel here.
I'll stick with Oops in that case. I'll stick with Oops, don't worry. 6 rounds in a row, easy peasy.
Easy game.
Easy peasy. But here we go. Lineups for the possibly last round in this match between Kazna Crew and Oops.
Kazna in defense playing with STRVTD, not something we see super often here. Emil does tell us a story here, because there is only 2 possible positions in defense you can use it. One is on a red line and one is on a corner around the cap.
And that is very true, Mojo. Probably going to be Vetsu playing that one. Yes, he liked to play the Emerald during the season as well. Nexus aggressively taking that E1 position, spotting out Spoink, and it's a standard start for Oops, Mojo, leaving Deha by himself.
Spoink already spotted here, this time on tier 9 Bachat. I mean, Kazna at the moment is just playing, come and get us, guys. They're just waiting for some kind of Oops mistake.
Well, Haiba is going to be the dedicated spotter for the Kazna Crew side, and with the current way that Oops is playing, they need to find him.
Well, Kazna is usually the team that finds the spot as well. Miloš is going super aggressive here because he will, with 6 Sense, trigger any kind of trap, and the rest of the guys are bound to snipe it then. But, of course, we can see that Kazna is nowhere to be found there.
Well, Kazna Crew just holding the 1-2 line. Yizne is actually going to be playing the STRV, the Swede.
Yeah, I believe he actually probably requested the honor because usually he's a spotter for Kazna, so he should play the highest position. But Swedish pride above all, he needs to play this one.
Oops, starting to clear some bushes. Miloš doing some spotting checks. So they figure out they're not in the early bushes around the houses. There has to be somebody further back.
Need to see now, will actually Miloš be used well? He needs to come in hold down position, but even then I don't think he's able to spot Haiba. And it's going to be interesting to see, can Isne actually pen the tanks from there, from this position?
Yeah, IS-7 I don't know though. I think it's a little bit too strong even for an STRV.
He would need some elevation that would require him to be on a position where Stefan is probably.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to do much against Miloš, at least. Well, we'll see. Maybe he can prove us wrong, Mojo.
Well, if there is any kind of definite push, then yes. But we know the weakness of STRV is if he gets caught from even the slightest angle, he will get penned. So if he overextends with that STRV to shoot Miloš even a bit, any of these clippers can just end him.
So Miloš doesn't even get spotted by Haiba.
So this is again a tactic that Oops used before, if you remember. Multiple times we've seen them push the lower side and they just leave Deha up completely alone. Deha sitting on A3 this time because a couple of times he was more close to his team on C3 position, you can see there around the hill, but then he is really prone to counter attacks. Like this, he can actually spot them, do the damage, and wait out his teammates to help him.
Silence possibly going for a spotting run here. Haiba is playing it very well so far. He's not been spotted out, and Oops team wondering where the spotter is left for the Kazna Crew side.
I mean, for a team that usually finds the spotter within 1 minute, when they start shooting, they should know where to position their own spotters.
Yeah, Miloš still blind firing, not finding anything, and this is the rotation coming out. I just don't know. Kazna Crew is very heavy, if they can do anything in this 1-2 line.
Yeah, they have 3 heat shooters, like they have Diplo, they have Stefan, and then they have STRV. So those guys can really damage any kind of pressure from the mouse tanks on the cap. This is good for them.
It seems like a full counter from Kazna Crew though, because they know that Oops has pushed across the K line with the I7 before, and they have Durs and Isne set up there.
There is nothing new in these tactics from Oops. This is a recycle of the old things they've done before. And Kazna is positioned against that. Nexus position is critical to defend for Kazna. If Nexus falls easily, then Kazna might fall like dominoes. If he actually stays here, that will be good for them then.
Well, Oops will go for it, Mojo. How would you think their chances are in this one? They have beaten Kazna Crew like this, but Kazna Crew seem to be very aware and very ready for that possibility.
They have a lot of tanks committed on that side, Oops, which is good for them because they left only Miloš on the other side. He can play hold down and shoot them in the back if they're trying to retract. But still, it also is a weakness because then they will counter push him with 2 guys. And Isne can still snipe and cover from the position he is on the back of his teammates.
Well, they're starting to group up now, Mojo. Miloš peeking out, not getting spotted. Kazna Crew wants him to go, I think.
It's all about Nexus. Like if
really
Nexus
want
falls
him to
cheap,
go.
Oops has a chance.
Melan and Deha starting to make their approach. At least Deha is in the mouse. Melan gets spotted out as well. Let's see how much damage this mouse takes before he gets into the position.
We need to see can Isne even shoot him because I don't think anyone else will even try.
Well, there comes a shot.
That's E50M.
No connection so far. Nexus still spotting out everybody. Deha pushing up. Deha takes the first shot of damage there. So far so good. I mean, this is acceptable.
Yeah, this is really, really good now. But as you said, like they need to close in on Nexus. Oops should know there is someone there. They didn't spot him yet, but they should guess it by Kazna's position.
No, they spotted them in the beginning. Yes, they did. They spotted them driving there.
Okay, then he's in a problem.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out because there's a lot of times for Oops waiting for that possibility. Melan now starting to push up as well in his E50. Slowly getting closer. Isne has repositioned Miloš. Got spotted out now. Durs is doing the damage towards him. One shot expanded on towards him. Stefan, nice connection. Knocks out Miloš's driver actually.
Unbelievable shot actually.
That is going to be annoying if Miloš wants to push across the K-line.
He takes another shot here.
Miloš needs to be careful. Trying to survive. Insane's going to be the first one in 1-2 line. Here we go. This is the push from Oops. Diplomat takes some damage. Melan picking up as well against Diplomat. Some more damage being taken. Insane takes the brunt for his team though. The engine dead as well. He should go down here any second. But Nexus is going to take so much more. Isne kills Insane. They lose Nexus in return. But still, Kazna Crew in a good position. But now Oops need to do the damage towards Vetso and Diplomat.
Kazna still an advantage here. But if they lose more tanks without killing anyone, they will be in a problem because Oops will have higher position and they will be able to take them. Let's see what will Durs do. If he takes out some of these guys, Kazna will come back in the game. At the moment, not looking good.
At the moment, it is not looking good indeed. Miloš here trying to play against Haiba. Haiba needs to connect most of his shots to make this count, and he is doing very well so far in the tier 9 bat. One more shot to take down Miloš. Miloš goes safe into a hold-on position. Haiba, one more to pick up the IS-7. He's going to come around. He needs to pick it up clean here. Haiba, first bounce. One more shot available for this tier 9 bat shot. Haiba is in problems, and I think the rest of Kazna Crew as well. He actually goes down towards Melan. He took too long to get the kill. Now Melan, Stefan in the one-on-one, but Melan with the advantage. And Mojo, Oops, they've done it again on this side of Moravanka.
This is exactly what we said, man. Durs didn't pay out there. Isne, as an STRV, cannot push them. Stefan is the last guy who can do any rotation, and Melan will pick him up for sure.
Melan will not mess this one up. One more shot on towards the back of that E50. Stefan gets just around the corner, but is just extending his fate by a few seconds as Melan picks up his third kill during this round. Yizna and Durs are pushing in though, they're making some kills. Let's see if they can actually do even more than this. Durs now pushing forwards as well. Melan does not connect on towards Durs, and this is crucial, but Kamil from the back lines is there in support. He'll pick up Durs. Yizna still doing what he can as well, but he's the last one. And Oops, not going down without a fight, Mojo, but they need a lot more to go to tiebreaker.
This is actually really well. I like the way they played it. They managed to come back from a really dire situation, even with Milos taking so much damage, but Isna is still alive on 700 HP. There's all one-shots. If they don't flank him, they might fall.
Well, Isna knows he needs to make the play, but there comes Milos with a connection. This should puts it winnable for Melan. He's gonna make the peak here in his tank, and he gets the kill. Multi-kill. Multi-kill for Melan, 6-2. A good push there again. They've demonstrated this, and Kazna Crew, second time around, still not able to beat it.
Unbelievable, because I thought they will focus fire better around Nexus. They were wasting some shots on Mouse. If you saw IS4 peeking around, shooting there, instead of keeping an aim around Nexus. Nexus was the critical point of their defense, and they didn't kill fast enough on the mediums that were pushing him. They were the guys to be killed. Like, you can deal with those heavies later that are up.
Mojo, you see, this is because I have faith in Oops.
You're a very faithful guy.
You should do the same as me. Believe.
If I start believing, someone will lose immediately, man.
Yes, but we don't know who. But yeah, the damage they're taking on Diplomat was significant. He took 2 shots for 1, and then Yizna here doing a lot in the SRV, actually 3.6, definitely not him to blame. Stefan 3.3 as well. Melan similar, then Decha, Durs, Spoink and Milos. This kind of means that we'll see some issues on the second page, because Kazna Crew did do well with their top players.
Yeah, there is some problems there, but of course, I mean, even if Haiba killed Milos on the other side, he would still be a budget on 1 shot, and I think they would pick him up anyways. So
it would have been more annoying, because Meland would have to push Stefan straight in towards Isna.
Nexus managed to pull off 4 shots, although he was pressed, so you can't really say anything about that. I just honestly think it's the fault of the guys that were covering him. They needed to cover him better and take out at least 1 guy when he falls. Immediately, and then press the others.
Yep. Now going into Mines, Mojo, what do you think are the odds for Oops to pick this up to 0?
Oof. To pick out both games, this is really hard. Yes, they did manage to take a bit now, but Mines is not known as their best of the maps. A lot of problems there, a lot of rotational problems, a lot of problems with boosts and things like that. Tactically, we need to see, are they actually able to deal with Kazna here. This is also not the best map for Kazna, so there is a lot of possibilities how this will end. The safest way would be to say it's going to be 1-1. 1-1 is a disaster for Oops, of course, and it's something that Kazna would like. So Oops taking a clean win, again, I really don't see high chances, but I didn't see high chances here on Prokhorovka, and it did happen.
It did happen, and it got very close there as well. But Oops needs this map to 0, so they need to win their defense, and then they need to win their attack as well. We have seen already in the first match that can prove to be difficult. With the right lineup from the defender, it's hard to break through.
It's really hard. I mean, even the best teams like Ding can really flunk it there. But theoretically, after the 17.1, defender is not really in advantage anymore. And Oops is playing a defense. But we've seen the both defenders actually pick up the rounds in the previous match, both Ding and Gohard. Yes. So maybe the meta was just too short, you know, before the break came.
Well, we'll have to find out, because we're almost ready to get Mines underway. I'm gonna go with Oops all the way, Mojo, just to counteract you a little bit, you know, that voodoo magic working in Oops' favor.
I don't want to trip them down. I mean, I really like them. I would like them to go more, but reality is harsh, man.
Reality is harsh indeed, but Mojo, here we have it. Mines 6-2 still in favor of Kazna Crew. Lineups very, very heavy from Kazna Crew. Triple mouse, double E4.
And 1 budget. I mean, they're even playing it heavier than Ding did, if you remember. Like, this is not a setup that Oops can break easily.
Well, we'll see. So far, Stefan climbing on the hill. Does he take any damage for this? Nope, none taken so far. So he actually gets up the 0 line for free.
So Kazna is just playing a fortress here. They didn't even move the RT in a corner. They want to keep it as much safe here because they are afraid if they get chased away that someone just climb and blind shoot it from possible 2 sides. And they would need at least 2 butt-shots if they really wanted to push an RT on K4 because they would need a person on H1 minimum and someone covering it and so on. So Kazna is just playing Trench It Up again, like in the last game on Murovanka. And come and get us. They just want that. And they're gonna rely that they will do enough damage in the process. Interesting part here, again, a mouse going here for the water.
Milan takes the connection, going for that E4 pocket from Nexus in the E4. That's gotta hurt. Lost his repair kit as well on the way.
Well, that's just the first blood here. No connection from RT yet, but we know Isna is pretty decent RT player. I would not rely everyone to be lucky all the time.
Well, Spoink could have done better over there, arguably, slightly, but no problem, he can do this again. Insane getting spotted out in the back lines, that is Stefan. Stefan's trying to destroy the house, might get a connection there. Haiba actually does, 536 taken on Insane, he might get one more from Stefan on the way out. Nope, he goes D-spotted, but now Oops have completely abandoned the 9-0 line, and all of Kazna Crew's guns will be pointing towards the 1-2 line.
Oh my dear god. I mean, this bleeding damage is not really helping. If you lose damage, if you lose HP so easily on the start of the game, while you're still trying to assess where are Kazna tanks, you will not have it when you need it, obviously, when the push starts. Milos is on the island, so they will probably try to do similar tactics like we've seen before, played in a Gohard match, but even that one was really risky and it didn't pay out at the end.
No, I mean, they took 1-2 line, but they've lost failware on the way there, so we'll have to see if Oops can do better than what Gohard did. Diplomat in that E4, you can see, is just tall enough to shoot over that rock as well. I don't know. I just don't feel like this is going to go well for Oops, Mojo.
Oof. It looks like one of those situations we're just going to push it and try to do the best we can. Deha is going to trigger the cap, I guess, because the RT is on another position, but there is a Vetso with a mouse back. He can just spam HE ammo there a bit, and there is an E4.
Milos already taking the first amount of damage, Mojo, and there comes the push from Oops. Insane crossing over, taking some damage as well, getting tracked. He does not have a repair kit available anymore. We have to see if he can go safe. He's starting to shoot. He's going to go behind the rock. He's going to go safe, but that's not a good position for him either.
You even can't call it safe because he will be connected from some of the angles. Also, Milos is getting pretty much decimated here. Kazna is using Vetso as a shield here. He cannot really get pushed.
Yeah, it's not going well for Oops whatsoever, Mojo, is it?
No, this is a game that Oops will definitely not win. Kazna's Bastion is with almost 5,000, 6,000 HP and counting.
Yeah, I mean, Oops needs to do so much damage right now to even get a foothold in towards this match. They are doing it towards Dursto and his mouse. He goes down towards the 2 shot, so they're getting some sort of connections here. One more shot on towards Durst to pick him up. Silence actually clips him full. That puts it within 2,000 HP from each other, but still, they need to do a lot more, Mojo.
Meland is on 1 shot, Insane is on 1 shot, so the only guy that can use his HP effectively is Deha here. With any armor, Kazna will really slice easily through him with 2 E4s and an RT piece. Haiba is more than enough to keep the proxy spot below the hill, and they have more than enough of a crossfire. And especially the most important part is Stefan is unscratched on the top of the hill, covering them all.
Well, Deha is... This is the clipping on towards Durst here, on towards that mouse. Really good shooting, actually.
Yes, this is really decent by Silence, and I'm just afraid it's not enough. And already we lost one more guy.
Well, Diplomat is taking a lot of damage on towards his E4. Yes, Insane went down, but Diplomat goes down towards a 1-shot in return, Mojo. It's not over. It's not over whatsoever. He makes a blind connection on towards Silence, though. Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta sting. He doesn't know, obviously, but Silence should have expected it.
Yeah, we've seen some Diplo game when he was in Gohard, when he played Grille, so no difference here on E4. Experienced player on tank destroyers and in clutch situations, that's for sure. And again, even if he falls down, let's not forget the guy on the hill, Stefan, with 100% HP and certainly enough amount of skill to play around with these guys.
Nexus now pushing towards the hill with Haiba. A lot of HP between them. Spoink spots out Haiba. Haiba is going to start pushing the hill. Camel's on that one as well, but it's just not going to be enough. Spoink's getting clipped from Stefan from behind. Stefan making them crucial plays from the 0 line. Spoing forced to drop off. Meylan trying to do some clips onto the side of Haiba and the mouse, but he doesn't know Nexus is coming as well. Haiba is now taking hill control. And what does Oops do from here?
I don't see a way out. I really don't. I mean, Silence is pretty much pinned down on the island side. He can maybe pick up Diplomat. But these guys, when they run away and Kazna has full control of the hill, they can just put Stefan down and he can go hunting for the low HP guys.
Well, Haiba picks up Meylan, talking about those low HP guys. Oops now down more than half of Kazna Crew, who looked to put themselves in another LAN finals against Ding. Silence picks up Diplomat, yes, all good and well, but Silence actually gets connected by Yisne and Kazna Crew. Mojo, I think they're gonna go for another rematch against Ding.
It's gonna happen for sure. There is no way out of this from Oops. Camille will fall really soon. Deha, only person left here with any HP stuck in the water. I don't think he could even play one-on-one against any of these mouses anymore because he's just out-positioned.
Yeah, Deha full HP, but Spoink and Camille stuck. Vetso shooting HE towards him now as well. They're shooting HE at each other. It's a battle of very, very slow, and Oops, I think Mojo at this point they realize that they're down and out. They're gonna keep fighting to try, but with Spoink and Camille stuck there, Stefan gets Camille. It's just Deha, it's just Spoink. And the rematch we all thought we would see is gonna happen again. We can call it El Clasico at this moment in time because Kazna Crew is gonna go up against Ding one more time.
And we are going to see something there. I mean, Kazna really took Ding so far in the last finals and also on a Challengers Rumble. It was really close games that details kind of decided. And I believe the Kazna wants to seek their chance to take another season after a long time.
Last season they took was in Sofia as Nexus picks up Spoink. Stefan coming in towards Deha to clip him out. First shot on the lower plate. Nice connection there. Needs 3 more to get the claim. Claim the kill, claim the scalp of Deha even. And this is gonna be it. Kazna Crew gonna put themselves in the finals against Sting one more time. They look pretty happy about that one, don't they?
They deserve it, definitely. Train hard this season, the very last season, only season I've actually ever seen them in top 2 qualify directly. Every other they were on brinks of defeat, being 5th or 6th, and then through the playoffs to the season finals and so on. Same like in Sofia. But here, strong season from the start, even losing Ilian, who will play against them in this final, or Ding, and just really looked so easy when they did it now.
Well, they're beating Oops on experience and just outplaying them in general across the 9 rounds we've seen. Oops barely getting 2 rounds, and even one of those was won with 100 HP. Kazna Crew just showing their experience and showing their dominance, and they seemed very well prepared for Oops.
Very well prepared for Oops. We need to see how will it happen with Ding. It was only 1 point separating them in the season. We are going to see how will it look when they meet live now.
Well, Mojo, if it is like the New York Rumble, the last season finals is going to be a tiebreaker. For who it's going to go, we don't know. Ding's won twice. Maybe this is the time for Kazna Crew.
Well, Ding was slipping a bit this season. They lost 5 times compared to last season when they were completely undefeated through entire season. And Challengers Rumble, the first match they actually lost was to Hellraisers on Championship Rumble.
Or Tornado Energy at that point.
Or Tornado Energy. So it doesn't really matter what they were. The same guys are in the question. And this season, Ding was surprised a lot of times. 5 losses. Kazna has a chance.
Kazna has a good chance, I'd say, even, and I think Ryan's ready for the winners interview and to ask how Kazna Crew feel about that one.
Thanks very much there, Daki. I'm joined here by Haiba from Kazna Crew. Haiba, that looked to be a sure thing for quite a while there at the start of the match, but then Oops came right back into it and threw a bit of a spanner in the works on Cliff.
Well, our main focus was to start really hard, to not give them any breather at the beginning. The map picks worked really in our favor. So I guess we executed what we wanted very good. And obviously we expected them to bounce back, but luckily we could have contained that push back, so it ended pretty well.
So, when you had your earlier video interview, you obviously didn't know that you were going to Moscow because of the result with earlier on Gohard. Now you know for sure. Now you have the final match where you're going to be going up against Ding, your rivals. I was just saying to you just now, it's quite common that me and you talk on stage now when you win games. Now you're going up against Ding. How are you looking forward to them?
Well, like always, it seems to be a classic now in the last few seasons. They're a great team. We are looking forward to this match. And like always, always the focus is to achieve some goal pre-season. This is the cream, this is the top. You can't go any better than this, so I just hope that we play our best game and that we enjoy.
Okay, now Daki was saying that Sofia was the last time that you guys won. This is the first time that you've got through to the finals without having to go through qualifiers. Everything's kind of fallen in place for you this time.
Well, we shall see. I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, okay. I'm not going to make any predictions. I said 7-0 Kazna. I joked about it. I have no idea how this one's going to go. Let's have a look at the highlights of that match, and then we'll get right back into it.
Man, looking into this game, we've seen Kazna, taking it off really strong here on Ghost Town.
They've played all the standard strategies, played them really well.
Just reactive play here from Kazna Crew. We can see that they're just simply baiting Oops to make the movement for the cap.
Their thought of forcing Oops to decap multiple times to lose HP for a later brawl was a really good idea. It worked in their favor, and they won the first round.
Yeah, we can see just the dominance that Kazna Crew had here on Ghost Town. It went to the wire in the second round, but eventually Kazna just took the game, took them out one by one, used this 50B to its full extent.
On Ruinberg,
it was really, I think, Oops rounds to lose. They had set up quite well, they were flanking Haiba, they had their mouses ready, but it just didn't work out.
Unfortunately, Kazna's focus fire was just better overall in the round, and they were able to take the round even though they had some HP disadvantage at the start.
Yeah, especially with all these bad shots against all these mouses.
Yeah, that was we're going to the first round here, 2-0, Kazna Crew taking lead, and they stretched that lead going into the next one. This is what we're talking about earlier on with the fight with Stefan. They needed to kill him quicker.
Yeah, he's just survived too long. You can see on Oops' side, losing bad chat after bad chat, playing so aggressive.
And Silence not going in, like you're pretty much screaming at him for this guy.
Yeah, it was a pretty good idea to try and take the zero line aggressively. If you don't have it, you usually can't win the map. But unfortunately, they clipped out all of their bad chats trying to kill the first one on 3, and then Diplomat pushed, which I think won them the game, along with the with Haiba sticking them, holding them up in the middle.
Especially Haiba, both games staying alive to the end.
Yep, but then going into Cliff here, now we were curious about, Silence got himself clipped out so he couldn't do anything, and it was looking good for Kazna Crew in this one. They stepped ahead, they went on up to 5-0.
They played really aggressive, they took all the map control at the very start, as I said before. It worked out beautifully for them.
Yeah, and looking at the scoreline, it's 4-0, but look at these matches, how close they are. They're down to the wire every single time.
Vessel picking himself up a nice triple kill there, and actually gets the kill on Insane, I believe, here as well, to pick up the multi-kill as we're seeing with the new UI there. But things changed completely here in round 2.
This round, it's just unbelievable. Nail-biting for the casters, for the analysts, for the crowd, going left and right. Artie killing people overextending, taken out one by one, going down to the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, Oops also tried to play very, very aggressively, and it worked. It almost didn't work for them, actually, because they had to run down the time for them to win. This last few moments where Milosh got the kill on Nexus was probably the crucial moment that won them the round.
Yeah, and looking at this match, you can see, this round, we can see Kazna playing defensive with the triple mouse coming on Murovanka attack.
And this is coming after the break as well, so it was a little bit of a lull. It looked like Oops had a perfect plan here, but what you were saying as well is they just hung around for too long, didn't they?
It did work out in their favor for the start, because the mouses were nowhere close to help the bad chats, but after that, as you said, they stuck around for way too long, for no reason.
Yeah, and eventually the nerves getting the better of Deja, losing the 1v1 against Isna, one of the crucial points as well.
Yeah, Kazna Crew then back in the driver's seat here. They're able to win that round, and it was 6-1. And the thing that's really important to say, and we were talking about this earlier on, is in the previous round in Cliff, it was Melan who stepped up, and in this next round, when we have the second round here, again, it's Melan who steps up for the team.
He's always the carry player for the team, and he's done this multiple times throughout the offlines as well. If his team isn't doing too well, he usually steps up, carries them as hard as he possibly can to get them at least through a couple more rounds.
Yeah, getting that constant damage, getting the kills as well here. On this map, he eventually ends up getting 4 kills, carrying their team.
And this was just beautiful from Silence getting the full clip out into theirs.
He was actually really lucky because the RT just splashed next to him and he could have one-shot at him.
The only thing I didn't like was that at the start, most of Oops lined up on the water to try and kill anyone crossing over to the K2 island, but it didn't work out in their favor, so then they had no other plan.
It was also very unfortunate that they didn't get the shot from the T49. You were saying normally that would happen, the T49 would get the connection, wouldn't he?
Yeah, looking at the lineup of Oops, you know, T49, TVP, normally you don't boost straight 0 line, but they did it. They took the risk to do it. They had, you know, the advantage 6-2. They could take the risk. And if they would have been uphill with the TVP, with the T49, that budget would have been at a low 8 points.
Okay. Now, after the round we just saw there on Mines, we can actually look at the post-battle stats to see where the damage came from. I mean, Silence, we know, got an absolute full clip out there. But where did the rest of the damage come from in the teams? That's a really interesting thing. And we can then also have a look at post-match stats as well. So let's have a look at just the battle there on Mines and see who came out on top. Now, it is actually Stefan, 3.6k he did in his bat chat.
You know, from that hill position on the 0 line, he just completely blocked Oops from taking the hill at any point, totally blocking them all the time, forcing Oops back, making sure that Oops couldn't do anything on the hill, couldn't do anything towards the 0 line. They had Mouses ready, they had Badgets ready, together with Stefan, they just obliterated them.
Silence also had a pretty good game, getting to K2 Island and clipping completely onto Durs, I believe, in the middle. But unfortunately, he was also then blind shotted by the E4, yeah, which was a bit unfortunate.
And just looking there, Milos 0 damage, insane, getting totally wrecked on the crossing, 400 damage.
Yep, it was unfortunate. Now, before we jump into it, post-match, where do you think all the damage came from between those two teams? Can you name a player?
Stefan or Myland? It must be one of the two.
It's going to be like Stefan 1 and Myland 2 or the other way around.
I think Mayland is a good shout actually for top damage. And again, they always ruin it for us, always ruin it. So apparently, let's see if they were right or not, or see if they're just playing a joke. I'm still sticking with Mayland. Is it going to be Mayland? Oh, they were okay.
It's
Great
actually
pickup.
quite a surprise.
Great pickup. And the thing is as well, Kazna all top 5 as well.
It's quite good to see Dörsenichter actually performing really well.
But it just shows as well what a really important pickup Diplomat has been coming from Gohard last season.
Yeah, Diplomat carried this game pretty well actually. It worked out in their favor, yeah.
Consistent damage. He's came in as a replacement for Eileen. Eileen gone to Ding, and he's doing exactly what you want him to do, exactly what he needs to do.
He's just playing in the role of Eileen, taking his tanks and executing it very well, just in the top of the sheets.
Unfortunately, it seems like Milos didn't have too much of a game, too good of a game, but considering he should have been the carry player, it's kind of expected that he should have done better actually.
It's surprising actually to see that Milos is bottom damage because he plays all the tier 10s and everything.
You did talk about that, you did say that. I think it was you, Skyrim, you said Milos doesn't look like he's playing as he normally
Yeah,
would.
after the first 3 rounds or so, he seemed always to be on the bottom of the damage balance. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe he was too tense, maybe he went on tilt, even though Dead Zone was saying he doesn't usually go on tilt while they're playing. I could notice that as well, but something must have happened in this match.
He came in from Utopia, was one of Utopia's star players last season, and he's been a star player for Oops. He regularly plays the slow single shooters, like the role that Shockish does with Ding and stuff, but I mean, here we see the penetration, I mean, they're so close, 76% to 75%, so both teams making the shots count.
Yeah, looking at this, you know, you can imagine that both teams have had such a close match that it was maybe 6-6, something like that. They had total damage, it's 2k difference, it's like unbelievable.
Stefan doing 19% damage. Haiba coming in top damage there for Kazna. Actually, as we were talking about that earlier on, Haiba really is adapting to this mouse meta really great.
It seems to be working out really in his favor actually, which is good, I guess. He's gonna be a really good player probably next season as well, depending on how the mouse goes, if it gets nerfed or stays the same.
She gets slapped with a nerf bat probably.
Let's hope so.
Yep, but we had 17% coming in from the other player there on
Silence.
Silence.
Which is actually
not
surprising.
Expected, yeah, not expected.
That's mostly the carry players being Myland, Deja and Milos.
Yeah, and Silence is one of the players that's rotated in throughout the season as well, with Algo and with yourself as well, being a regular feature on that team every so often.
But it shouldn't be any issue. I mean, at least from this match, they might learn from their mistakes and come back even stronger during their next season, and maybe come through to the offlines and then get a second place, maybe a first place. Who knows?
Especially the grand finals is going to be the point that they have to look forward to and work on right now.
Okay, now we have the second match. It's been done. It's been decided, which means once again it's Kazna Crew and Ding in the finals, deciding who's going to be champions for EU. Looking forward to that one. We'll get your predictions, guys, right after a short break. So don't go anywhere, folks, and we'll see you soon. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Season 2 Finals. We are now all set for the teams that we're going to see in this final match. It is going to be a head-to-head between Kazna Crew and Ding. It's going to be a repeat of last season, and well, it's going to be a hell of a match that we're going to get. I'm Ryan Murphy, many of you know me as Ector. I'll be on the analyst desk, and beside me I have Deadzone and Scarium ready to go for this final match. Guys, you looking forward to it?
Definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah.
On the opposite, actually, like Kaza's been looking really strong in their semi-final. Meanwhile, Ding kind of started out sort of shaky because they were down 2-4, I think, before the break.
It's actually really important to say that, you know, Ding at the first match, they had time to watch this match being played. They had time to prepare for this, and they should be ready.
Yep. Let's have a look at the bracket as to how the teams actually got here. Now, Kazna Crew and Ding actually finished first place and second place in the regular season, so they automatically got through here to the finals. Ding played against Gohard, who finished 5th in the regular season. They beat Isuba to come through to this position, and Oops against Kazna Crew. Oops finished 3rd in the regular season, and they defeated...
Oops defeated
Utopia to get to where they were, exactly. Just testing you guys there, just holding it on to test if you're remembering. But now it's back to Kazna Crew and Ding head-to-head. Regular season, Ding have beaten Kazna Crew twice. Kazna Crew defeated Ding going into Tiebreaker, and that was in the middle of Kazna Crew having something like 3 tiebreakers in a row back-to-back. How do you rate the teams this time? What do you think? What's your predictions, Deadzone?
It's really close. You know, these teams, it's the 3rd final in a row that these teams are up against each other. It's unbelievable that they keep challenging each other in the final, and we know that Ding has won the last 2, so now it's up to Kazna to step up their game. You know, they've been more solid against Oops. Ding looked shaky, like they said, they played too aggressive. Maybe they've adjusted now, and that's really important for this match.
Skyrim, your thoughts?
This is basically the battle of the giants. This is it, basically. It's going to be the match that everyone's been expecting. Who knows what will happen? Both of my predictions for the other 2 matches were completely wrong, so I don't even know I should bother saying any predictions for this. I'm going to say tiebreaker because I want to see a long match, I want to see like a lot of interesting things, but anything can happen again.
Tiebreaker's always a safe bet. Last time these teams played against each other, it was 7-5 to Ding that were able to do that. Kevin, you've played against both of these teams in the regular season. Which one do you think was the most difficult to go against?
It's really hard to say because both teams, they play in such a different way. We've got Kazna, you know, they work together, they talk together. Their decisions as cooperation to reacting to something, it's together. And while Ding, you know, they have their leader on the tirade playing and deciding for them.
Okay, well, for those who are just tuning in, if you're not familiar with Kazna Crew, here's a little video to remind you.
The oldest team in the Wgl EU is back again at another LAN finals. After losing versus Ding at the last season finals and the New York City Rumble, they are eager for a chance to dethrone them. After a strong season, Kazna seem to be in a great position to perhaps claim another Wgl EU title.
We didn't prepare anything special for Ding, just like any other tournament or finals. You need to have A plan, B plan, C plan, and if you're really good, D plan. So yes, we will now do something of what we prepared. Not specially for them, but in general. Best things that Ding can do in a match is dominate the tempo of the game from the beginning to the start. What we should do is probably not focus on what they do, but limit our mistakes, be unpredictable and be aggressive, because that has always shown result against them. We are very proud of our achievement because we are actually the only true European team, not a Russian-speaking team, that has ever won the Wgl. And winning the 2nd title would be just a confirmation of the good job here we have been doing in the past few years.
Once again, make some noise for Kazna Crew! here we go, Kazna Crew. Now, you just had Hyba there saying they're the all-European team, but remind me here, Skyrim, you used to play with Diplomat, and where is Diplomat from?
I am pretty sure Diplomat is from St. Petersburg, and I'm pretty sure that's still in Russia.
Okay. So, I mean, I suppose he's a new player coming in, you know, we can
Yeah, we can allow that.
Just allow that, just one player. But, yep, Kazna Crew, they are the old dogs, the veterans here of the league. They have been around for a very long time. I think they've been to every single LAN that we've had, Dead Zone.
Except one LAN event, they've attended every single LAN in a row, keep qualifying on the back of everything, managed to get back in there and qualify.
And it's the same every time. It's always a top 3 place generally they always get.
Definitely, and for them it doesn't seem to matter if they get a shaky start or not. They always end up getting third or better usually.
And this season as well, when it started off, it looked like they were perhaps having a rough season, but they really got it together about midway.
And they got it going earlier than first season. First season they ended up being 6th, I believe, and they only got through by the playoffs.
Yeah.
It was really close. The season before it was really close. Getting that spot in the end, getting through that playoffs, and getting at the LAN.
And it's a team, like you said, with a huge amount of history. Mojo used to play with Kazna Crew. He was the guy that started the team. Now there's a separation from the team. They always had a slight attachment to it. But I mean, you would get that from Mojo and Daki. They don't have any team bias. I was a little bit biased to Gohard myself, I do, but these guys, it's just completely separate, and it's always good to see the team evolve and come on. Their opponents, Ding, they've been around for a while as well.
Yeah, really strong team, Ding. They've shown up in their first season in the league and they started dominating. They just straight started dominating, taking players from Wombats on tanks together with some new guys, and the mix is just really solid.
Yep, they defeated everyone last season. They went to New York, they smashed the APEC teams, they smashed the American teams, went to Russia, didn't go quite well for them, and they've had an up and down season this season. If you're not familiar with Ding, well, here's a little video to remind you.
Current Wgl Eu champions Ding are back again, but no longer undefeated, yet they still managed to take the first place during the regular season. With this season being closer than ever, and with all the pressure on Ding to perform, it remains to be seen if they can claim their second Wgl Eu title.
We may have a couple of interesting things to throw our opponent Kazna, like we did, if you remember, on steps. That was pretty unpredictable from Ding, because everybody keeps saying that Ding is very predictable and that we always stick to the same tactics. But I'm not gonna confirm or deny. We have something interesting in case that happens. The greatest advantages that Kazna have above the rest of the teams is mostly experience. They have been to so many finals, so many offline events, and they really know how to handle the pressure, how to handle the public, how to handle, I don't know, thousands and thousands of people watching them. So they really know how to keep it cool and just press on. So that's one of the biggest advantages over the rest of the team. So we shouldn't underestimate that, keeping it cool while it's hot. Every game we play versus Kazna was really close. I think they just want to play better every time they meet us. I think they just perform even better when they meet us. So I don't know what else to say. I think it's the rivalry, the long-term rivalry. They want to beat us, we want to beat them. So everybody's playing at their full maximum. So I think that's one of the things why it's so close every time.
Okay, they're looking to make it 2 in a row. Let's introduce Ding! boys, it is El Clasico. It is Ding versus Kazna Crew. Ding finishing first in the regular season again, and they are looking to be a very strong team again this season, aren't they?
They're looking stronger and stronger as time passes, really.
It's just looking at these stats, you know, 61% win rate on attack, 63 on defend. Really solid overall performance on all the events they attend.
Really interesting as well is they have Alien in their lineup, Alien being an ex-Kazna Crew player, going head-to-head again against them, and there's just so much potential damage in this team, isn't there?
It's just, you know, so much star players in there.
There always is. There's so many star players, anyone can step up. And following on from what she said in the video, actually, everyone thinks Ding is predictable, and that's true during the season, but on the offlines, if they do something new, you never know how to counter it, really. You never exactly know what they're doing if they're using anything new. That play, I mean, we were talking about it a lot earlier on, but that play from Breakneck, when he just sat there for so long, I mean, talk us through it. Dead zone.
It's just being patient, so patient, holding the shot, you know, making sure that you do not get spotted by the mouse that was driving past, that you're not too impatient, that you maybe hit your key on accident. Just the patience that he had, that won them the game.
That's basically the classic example of Ding being unpredictable and completely destroying an enemy using that.
Now, head-to-head against the teams, there's a lot of stats very similar. As I said, they have played each other 3 times in the regular season already. Kazna Crew lost 5-3, first or 3-5 first time. Ding won 5-3. Kazna Crew then won 5-4 in tiebreaker, but then Ding, in their third and final match, smashed Kazna 5-1.
But it's interesting to talk about the tiebreaker because that was Ding was 4-0 up, and then Ding won 5 rounds. Kazna won 5 rounds in a row there.
A reverse Kazna, one might say.
Yeah.
We all know the famous final that Kazna was up 5-1 and then eventually managed to lose the game.
It was the first one me and you were at against Wombat and Tanks, and they did it in the regular season right before that as well. They were 4-0 up and they tilted hardcore on Cliff. We look at this right to the wire. Kazna Crew 38 points, Ding 39 points. Kazna Crew 140 rounds played to Ding's 136.
And you can see that both teams start to really close, considering they're first and second place, and it would make sense they match. However, Ding's round time, for example, is kind of a lot shorter. When you'd expect them to be playing a bit passive, a bit calculated, maybe take their time winning the games.
And that damage dead zone coming in there.
Yeah, we can see like a huge difference in damage, like 2k average damage difference from both teams, and you can also see the highest damage coming from Ding. Maybe they play more aggressive when they see some tanks. They play more 1-1-3 heavy, that kind of stuff.
Yep, I mean it's interesting as well what she was saying, how whenever Kazna play Ding, it's like Kazna step up their game, like they're so desperate to beat Ding. They want to say like we're just as equal as you, and these guys have gone to so many places together as 1 and 2 spot in European, representing Europe in leagues. They've been to multiple grand finals. They went to New York together, they went to Moscow together for the Challengers Rumble and Champions Rumble. These guys know each other so well playing against each other.
Yeah, they've been together for so long throughout all the season, all the formats for Wargaming League. There's no question about them having enough experience not to deal with this. They will be able to deal with this. It's just to see if their tactics and responses are better than Ding's, basically.
It's one of the most extraordinary things. It's just Kazna is the team that exists so long. Like there's only 2 more teams in the world that exist this long, and it's Na'Vi and Tornado, and they have Kazna. Kazna, from the start, they've always been there. They've always been solid. They've always done it. No matter what, they've done it.
And because we didn't know who's playing each other right now, on screen you can actually see live pics of the maps being done between the teams. So I'm sure it'll be nice and calm. There'll be no arguments right now, but it will be really interesting to see what the teams choose for the maps, which ones they veto especially, and then obviously there's always the order that the tanks are played in. So I'll be looking forward to seeing how that goes.
It'll be cool to see the map vetoes. I'd imagine maybe Ding would try to ban Murovanka, although I'm not, because they're not very good at it, and Kazna, on the other hand, is very good at it.
It's like, you know, an ace up their sleeve. Maybe they prepared something for the final, especially for Kazna, because they know that Kazna always plays it.
Yeah, exactly like Oops picked Ruinberg attack. Ruinberg and played the attack with a new tactic. We might very well see something completely new here.
Well, we thought that last season it was Oops Kazna, and it looked like Oops were going to defeat Kazna and it was going to go into tiebreaker, but Kazna were able to win the match. And we thought, okay, it's going to go to Ghost Town. On paper, Kazna had a poor record in Ghost Town, but it turned out Kazna had actually stuff ready to go. So it looked like it was going to be a poor pick from them, but they claimed they had it ready to go. And we've seen them before in Kazna Crew playing against Ding, where they absolutely destroyed them on Ghost Town when they knew where the Udez was going to be with Greets up on that hill when they blind fired him.
That was actually, you know, one of their players said it afterwards. That was actually pure guess. They were like, well, let's just try this out. Maybe it works. You know, you saw the first shells missing on the UDES being boosted there, and then eventually they managed to kill him, track him, kill him, and just totally a surprise even for them.
And I think when they did that as well, they were 4-0 down and they brought it back, and that was the start of that. Was the turn of the match.
Yeah, and that's basically the consequence of Ding being quite predictable on the onlines, because every match before that, when they played Ghost Town, they had an UDES sitting on A0, and funnily enough, after that match, they almost never had the UDES sitting on A0 anymore.
It's like they're so stable overall. You know, like they said, they play the basic strategies, but they have a million reactions to it, and how to, oh, we see 3 mouses, how do we react now? They already know it in front.
Yep, and talking about predictability in the matches as well, in the previous one we saw with Oops on Mines, I was just actually saying to you, Dead Zone, at the time ago, is Melan's going to go to that spot he always goes to, surely they're ready for it, and straight away Melan got hit by the TD and was stuck in that position.
Yeah, with his TVP to the drop down position in the middle, the E4 from base from Kazna, 1 click, and there goes 700 HP straight away.
Yeah, and it's really good because, I mean, as I said, Kazna Crew, they came here early, they were in a gaming house, they were going at it like they were taking it super serious. They want the win, you know, it's better for them, of course. It's, as Daki would say, it's more money always, it's always the more important drive, but it's the status as well. It's finally getting one over Ding, who were so dominant last season, and Kazna Crew being able to beat them in the regular season as well. They're like, we can do this, boys, you know, it's the pressure's on both teams. It's not like any one team has less pressure than another right now.
At least it's a good thing that they all know they're sure to go to the grand finals. That's one weight lifted off their shoulders. But other than that, they both want to win the first place for the title, for the money, as you said. It's always a good incentive.
And you know, look at that trophy. It's truly amazing.
Yeah,
it's an amazing trophy.
Yeah, it's the best one we've had so far, I think.
It'll be interesting, yeah, to see who picks it up in the end. It's very much different from what we had in the previous one as well. I mean, the previous one was quite cool, but this one is way, way cooler, to be honest. Hopefully it's not like the grand finals. I had a grand finals trophy, I think it was 2 seasons ago, and you couldn't lift it individually. It was so heavy, you had to actually have a group of people lift up the grand finals trophy.
Yeah, the trophy is actually still the Wargaming office because it's too big and too heavy.
Too heavy to ship anywhere, yeah. You have to put it on the back of a truck on its own, and that's all you can send. Okay, so guys, predictions. This is a bit again. I know you said you didn't want to do it, Scarium, but I want to get a prediction from you. You have to commit to something. No Daki moments here.
Well, honestly, like, if anything can happen, as we said, both teams are very well prepared. Could very well go to tiebreaker, could very well go 7-2. I will stick with the tiebreaker.
For which team is going to win in the tiebreaker?
Oh, probably Ding, I would say, maybe.
Yeah, it's a close call, you know, being ex-Kazna. I think Kazna's going to take this one around 7-5.
7-5 Kazna Crew. I don't know what to pick actually, because I'm terrible at predictions, or it's either 2 things. It's either horrendously like bad for me, or it's super cast or curse. Like I set a team's fate 100%. I think Kazna might be able to do it this time round. I think it'll be Kazna in a tiebreaker. So I'm going to go opposite from you there, Scarium. That's where I think it's going to go.
Yeah, I honestly, like, either team can win in the tiebreaker. I wouldn't hedge all my bets on Ding. It could very well be Kazna, but my prediction is going to stay with Ding just because they're already the winners of the last season, and they seem to be really prepared for this.
Okay, now the map vetoes here, we can see Kazna vetoed Himmelsdorf, they don't want to play in it, and Ding went with Muravanka. Is this the second time Kazna have vetoed Himmelsdorf?
Yeah, it's the second time. I guess they just don't want to play it. They didn't bother preparing for it. And again, Ding banning Muravanka. It's the least played map. They don't like it, and Kazna's strong on it.
And we're straight into Ghost Town, which we just saw in the previous one as well, being the first one. Are we going to get Ruinberg next?
Always a good map to have as an even start, so you don't get you don't really get any morale drops or anything of the sort if you happen to lose 2-0.
We're going to see straight in Ghost Town, you know, who's the most skilled, because it's a 50-50 map, and it's going to be interesting which team is going to, you know, take that 2-0 or 1-1.
And what I like just now is that the teams have picked their maps, and this is it. They don't have real prep time, so you can see right now everyone from here, from Ding, they're like, okay, Creeks is like, boys, listen to me, this is the plan, everyone pay attention.
Yeah, maybe some last-second strategies or some backup strategies that they're not really trained that much, and they have to put in right now.
Some shenanigans, as Mojo would say.
Yeah, there you go. Ruinberg, not quite the second map, but the third one. Let's first talk about steps, however. It's going to be a pretty defense-biased map. I wouldn't really want to play Ding on steps, but I guess they had to do it, because if you ban 2 maps, you have to play all the others.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting if Kazna's now going to blind shoot this bush that they used before, just to be sure, you know, that nothing is in there.
There will be at least a couple blind shots.
Yeah.
Cliff coming out next there. We've seen Cliff go in multiple ways. Kazna bringing in the 2 mouse when they were on attack. Going quite well for him. Stefan being really good positioning at the back area. Then we go into my favourite combination, and I'm sure everyone loves to hear me say, Ding on Mines.
Mine's one of the most interesting maps in the pool with the amount of boosts you can do. It's just truly amazing. You can go left, you can go right, you can go middle, you can go out of the map almost.
This is actually a triple whammy because we have Ding on Cliff and then we have Ding on Mines. So yeah, Mojo and Daki are going to love that one.
And they're going to love it.
At least we're happy that, you know, Ruinberg is not the last map, so it's not going to be decided on the defending or attacking side.
Yeah, it's good. Prokhorovka, however.
Yeah, however, Prokhorovka is actually more defense biased than Ruinberg is at the moment.
I think I've jinxed Kazna on Prokhorovka, to be honest, with the 1-2 line.
Well, let's hope it doesn't get that far.
Yeah, they are defending first, but considering they always do a 1-2 line push, I don't know what to say about that.
We want it to go to Prokhorovka, Scary, and we want to be our predictions to be right. And then, you know, it can go either way. As long as we beat Dead Zone here, that's all that matters. Daki and Mojo don't really commit to betting. Daki might pretend now it's like, it's what I said would always happen, you know, but I can't remember Daki actually making any predictions other than, you know, one team will win.
Yeah. It'll be cool to see their predictions actually in a couple of minutes probably.
That would actually be real interesting if they'll commit to it or not.
If Ducky can be right for once, that would be quite interesting, because mostly, from what we've seen in the season, he's been doing not that good, not in fantasy either.
Let's be honest, Daki has worn a bow tie a lot this season, which means he's lost a lot of bets, because we have the bow tie bets, and I did say to Daki and Mojo, I says, guys, you should do a bet, you know, on the stream. And they were like, nah, not really. I said, come on, because like the next time we're all together, it'll be grand finals, and it'll just be, because between the 3 of us now, we've gone through so many bow ties, look really bad. The next one somebody's going to be wearing is going to have lights on it, or it's going to be a rainbow bow tie. Nobody wants to make a bet anymore.
They have to make a bet at least for the finals. You only be correct really, and I'd love to see Daki with a light up bow tie on the grand finals.
Well, that was actually another thing. Had Gohard won Season 1, Daki was going to dye his hair blonde.
Yeah, unfortunately that didn't come to happen, so maybe next season.
It's 2 seasons in a row he's made this this bet, and he's always done it, and a pretty safe bet, to be honest, from himself. So I like him to be a little bit edgy, but
doesn't want to play his chances.
Not really. Certainly not against Mojo. Mojo takes very shrewd bets. Mojo's very smart on that. Although he did lose the one at the end of last season.
So talking more about Ding, you can see in their overall playstyle, they're more relaxed, what we talked about before. They've tried the aggressive stuff, it didn't work out in their first match. Also, overall, they play more tier 9s than tier 8.
Yeah.
And it's really, really what they like to do. They like to play together, and also Kurit sometimes in his tier 8s doing a really efficient job in his RE251, especially on steps A0.
Yeah, and we saw, I think it was in the E50M on steps, where he was doing a huge amount of damage. I mean, it's always hard to predict where the damage is going to come from sometimes from Ding, because everyone looks to Breakneck and Positive all the time, but we've seen so many times Hulkneck like doing absolutely outstanding damage from tank destroyers.
But it's also really good to see how Ding can change their playstyle on the fly, really. Like after a break, instead of going really aggressive, they play really calculated, and they play exactly to Gohard's weaknesses.
An interesting thing that you get both from Ding and from Kazna is that if you kill somebody quickly at the start of the match, almost immediately they pick up a kill back in return. There's almost an immediate reaction from both teams.
Yeah, you never really get any free tanks off Kazna or Ding.
You know, talking about Kazna actually right now, we got Isne, he's like their overall player. You know, he plays everything. He plays RT, he plays TDs, he plays the UDAS, medium tanks, heavy tanks. You know, he's like their all-star player on lower tiers, but also on the top tiers.
Certainly a man for all seasons, Yuzne. Kazna Crew, they've got the big roster as well. They come in here with their full lineup of 9 players, and we saw them all on stage in a show of solidarity, if you like, as well. Ding, on the other hand, only one substitute they have in their team, and it's been like that for Ding last season and this season.
Unfortunately, because this match is starting now, we're not going to be able to see Sheesh playing.
No, Sheesh Unleashed.
Sheesh Unleashed. That's a bit unfortunate, because I would have loved to see him play and probably carry Ding easily, 7-0 probably.
Yeah, we make a couple of jokes about Sheesh on the stream, but he is a very well-known player at high level from the clan players. He is a very, very strong player.
Yeah, honestly, if he seriously started playing, I would imagine he would do pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, he is part of the clan fame, Daki's clan, Daki's boys, Daki's animals. And, I mean, it's no secret, if you know anything about Clan Wars, if you know anything about top-tier gameplay, you don't get into fame with average stats. You don't get into fame with even above average stats. You get into Fame basically being the best players. That's it, pure and simple.
But the key to that is that you only get in with great stats, but you have to stay there by playing well in the team. And considering Sheesh is still there, he does manage to play well in the team. So if he actually did play any esports, he'll probably do well.
Just out of interest, what clan are you in, Scarium?
Fame.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not in the clan anymore.
My clan's called Tomato. It makes sense, to be honest, compared to my stats. So
don't be so hard on yourself.
It's okay. But yep, the Animal, Sheesh, the Animal. I mean, he could easily step into the team, but you don't want to break up that unity, do you? You don't want to break up that common play that they've all played. They know the reactions, they know what each other's going to do all the time.
Yeah, they've got such a good communication, such a good teamwork happening that probably changing players would not be very good thing.
It's always been like that. You know, in the middle of the season they replaced Wimpel, which was their backup player before. He played 1 match in total. I don't think she's played anything actually during the regular season.
And Wimpel, when he came in, actually did really well. He actually did really well on artillery, because I think Positive was ill at the time, and Wimpel came in for a whole match and actually held his own. Did exactly what was required of him. Kazna Crew as well, they look like they've settled on a regular 7. They were rotating players in and out as well. We saw Call Me Piotr coming in on a couple of occasions. We saw also Vala coming in a couple of occasions as well. But now the 7 that they have looks like a 7 that's working for them.
It's going to be really interesting for the grand finals. What are these teams going to do? What's going to Oops going to do? What's Kazna going to do with it?
The big interesting thing as well for grand finals, and this applies to all 3 teams, Oop, Kazna and Ding, is that once this regular season's finished, they can bring in new players, because that's the regular season over. So whether the teams make changes is going to be a big interesting thing. Yeah,
the shuffle's going to be really interesting. I honestly have no clue what's going to happen for that one.
Okay, now let's see if we can get predictions from Daki and Mojo, who are ready to take us into the match.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say, you know, if I was only keeping team players, I'd kick Scarium and kick Sheesh, without a doubt. Both of them just go. Second of all, predictions, no worries, 7-5 to Ding.
That's like saying this map will be 1-1.
7-5 to Ding.
7-5 for Kazna.
There we go. And me and Mojo don't make bets because we're homeboys, you know what we say?
We're kind of above that because we leave it to tomatoes.
Yeah, it's not fun betting between us because it's just not good bets to take. So we leave it up to, you know, we give Ryan something every so often. Also, the Dead Zone pointing out that it didn't do well in Fantasy. I won Fantasy. Passed Mojo, passed Ryan twice.
Close.
Close, but I won, right?
True.
Now we got that out of the way, and we've disproven the analyst desk. Mojo, what do you think about this one?
It's gonna be super interesting because Kazna wants to win. I mean, yeah, it's always about money, prestige and stuff like that, but the fact stays, they lost in semifinals last season, close. They lost in challengers, close. Always close, always close, always behind. They don't want to be behind forever.
Well, they've lost twice. Maybe the third time will be the charm, as they say. I mean, in New York, you got really close with a 1v3 situation as well, where Positive pulled something out of the fire, which never should have been pulled out whatsoever. That's
the charm of the game.
Impossible 1v3, it was amazing. But Kazna versus Ding, Mojo, the first map is going to be Ghost Town. What do you see? Because we saw Kazna played against Oops, but I just don't feel like it was an accurate representation of how good they are on it, perhaps.
No, and the tactics can be changed, but I believe there will be a lot of mouses on both sides here. I don't think they will play lightly at all.
That's a very safe bet. Wonder if the team's going to change up the tactics they have used before, and let's find out very soon. I don't think that thing's going to change much, but let's see. Looks the same to me, Mojo.
Well, it is a lighter setup, I think, so I stand corrected here, but Type 5 heavy in attack, it can be an asset, but it can also be a burden. I mean,
we saw it work for them, though, against Gohard.
Yes, but it was on mines, and this is...
No, they had it on Ghost Town as well. He snapshotted Zafar for 1.2.
I know, I remember, but that's kind of a gamble shot. Anyways, the tank is easily penetrated, but at least it can be used as a very good shield for a capping. Much better than Mouse, actually.
True, very true. Breakneck and Vetzo spotting each other out in the southern side of the map. So far, so good. And Mojo, tell me if you agree, but I feel like there's going to be a slow one between both of these teams.
Look at the setup of Kazna. This is almost identical lineup of defense they used the last time. It goes well with what Haiba said, that they're not preparing against a specific team, but they have the plays of their own. They will just apply when the game actually happens. And they're just making sure they have a fire line on a one line, so they can cover each other, and they can crossfire against Haiba. Haiba is the center of their defense.
Positive trading some damage with Stefan and Nexus, giving them both one, taking two in return. So far so good. Some Early damage taken by both these teams. Kazna Crew can sustain it just a little bit better, but Ding has taken some positions which we saw Oops and Gohard not take.
Also, Ding is pretty much the kind of team, you know, Koritz is a very thorough guy. When he saw initial position of these tanks, I'm pretty sure he can already draw an entire map where is Kazna exactly.
Yeah, if he starts reading the positions from Kazna Crew, he's the kind of leader that knows what to do. So far, slow start.
One mistake by him today, only one.
Only one. But Huknik gets a nice shot there on towards Diplomat. And this is the thing though, Mojo. Against Oops, Kazna Crew got a lot of gifts, if we want to call it like that, or a lot of good plays from Kazna Crew. Same thing all around, where they took one tank down for free pretty much every single time. Now against Ding, this won't happen. Ding fights till the last point of HP.
Yeah, they did snatch some HP from Positive, and Positive did die even in the last match. He played the Ghoststorm rather easily, but I believe he will stick to the backlines now and try to do most damage he can, because that's super important for Ding. He's not the fastest rotation tank, but they need him in DPM. He needs to clip out once if there is a huge brawl, and then try to reload. If he does a second clip, he is beyond expectations already.
Ding now slowly starting their rotation. They have gotten some early damage from Kazna Crew. I mean, they've traded pretty even so far. Again, the same thing I wanted to say last time. Kazna Crew very split. Oops, almost got away with it with capping. Well, they actually won the round, but I mean, Gohard actually won the round, but you know.
It does look like Ding will apply the pressure from the other side, but the composition of their tanks is of course different. 2 VZs are gonna go in that cooldown, and maybe it will be followed by 113 or a Bachat even.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how that one works out for them. I mean, there's just trading with Alien, ex-teammates. I really wonder. I mean, they can say whatever they want, you know, like, oh, we're all cool with each other, etc., etc. When it comes down to it, to the nitty-gritty, you want to take down Alien more than you want to take down anybody else in the team.
Yeah, that can be even a weakness in some moment, because it can cloud someone's judgment. But also, Ilian will not be cool about this match, because he left this team to be dominant in Ding, and they ended up with 1 point of advantage in the league, which was actually given to them by Esuba. Esuba won those points from Kazna, and here we are. They're in finals, and they're gonna prove it to each other where the choice is right.
But it seems like Ding have made their decision to push forward across where we saw a push before from Gohard. Ding shut it down, but Ding shut it down, but now they're getting across pretty much for free, Mojo. And Eason is actually spotted in the AMX-30 as well. He has a little bit of a hold down area here to work with. I don't think he's fully safe whatsoever though.
Well, definitely not safe here, proven by facts. But remember, even in the last match, we said when we saw the defense from Kazna that they have the weak spot exactly there where Ding is pressing. But look at the focus fire on Shokish now.
Shokish completely removed by the autoloaders from Kazna Crew, who got just back in the nick of time to take him down. First tank advantage here. Shokish goes down, and now Eason is still being annoying from the back lines. He's low HP, and Durst peeking around with his HP to do the damage. And Ding not looking so good here in the first round, but an overmatch has been found against Haiba, Alien, and Positive doing work against him. If they can pick him up, they might swing the game back in their favor, but Haiba is going to at least block in Positive.
He must block him in or finish him off to make this game happen. Because yes, they do have advantage, but if Ding actually takes over the higher ground and get away with a kill of Haiba, that would be the game for them. But not like this. Haiba is actually holding the ground, and they have 2 of the Ding guys down.
Haiba is surviving very well. Meritorious is now on reload in that Type 5 Heavy, going to be the next one to focus. Durst picks him up from the back lines, and Ding went for a play, but it doesn't seem to be working out. Stefan comes around, picks up Huknik. Still 7 tanks alive for the side of Kazna Crew, and just 3 remain for Ding. And the first round going heavily in the favor of Kazna Crew. The HP might not say that, but the tanks do. 6 tanks remaining versus just 2.
Oh, Nexus will gonna go and pick up Koritz. Probably, if he manages to clip out all 4 shells, he'll need some help from any of the members of Kazna. But it's all technicals, it's all details. This is the lead for Kazna of 1-0.
Kazna Crew picking up their defensive round. Koritz getting set on fire. Nexus doesn't need any help, Mojo, as he gets him. Break picking up one more kill on towards Vetso, but that's it. That he can do 142 HP. Kazna Crew coming in strong in the first round.
Kazna looked rather well here. They abandoned the entire side of the map, just gave a sporadic spotting, and actually Koritz, the unmistakable, took a bait and went in for it.
Yeah, the autoloader's getting back just on time to clip Shokish. So Shokish would have gone across to maybe B2, B3. Good play from there, but even then I think Kazna Crew had a pretty good hold on towards that side of the map.
Crossfire, a good coverage of each other. And they definitely didn't bounce shells.
Breakneck versus Nexus. Break gets a shot on towards theirs. Nexus closing in to get the kill. But Stefan will be there before him. Break gets one shot on towards Stefan, but Stefan closes it out, and it's Kazna Crew to pick up the first round.
Promising opening from Kazna in a start here. Of course, Ding being the old adversary for them, as the guys already said. I mean, it's something like carried away hostility a bit, because Kazna always saw Virtus as a big rival. And after that, Wombats, it culminated in that Cologne where Kazna was in super huge lead.
4-1.
4-1, and they needed one game to win, and then just Wombats managed to come back and win it. So yeah, we have the representatives of that team that crossed over to Ding.
It's another thing I want to talk about.
And Breakneck.
You know, Kazna Crew, even if they take a few rounds, some of them will always remember what happened in Cologne. It's just something you can't forget. Being 4-1 up, match point against similar players, at least 3 of them are the same, it plays in the back of your mind just a little bit.
It does, but I remember even some old times, like when we were playing still together long ago, and we were playing Virtus, and Virtus was stomping us, and then one game we won them. And we knew we can. And they had super close games with Ding. They know they can. It's really close.
Shokushin is 1-1-3. Getting sent first and doing 0 damage. Didn't get to do much. Autoloaders, mouses. He was caught in the crossfire.
He was deleted, same as Niall was when he, with Gohard, went and tried to do a similar thing. It was just a difference of mouse.
Now, Mojo, we talk about the attack being biased on Ghost Town, but between these two teams, I'd say they're more likely to both pick up their defense.
Unbelievable, but lately we've seen completely different plays. Like the teams in the season finals now are picking defenses where they're supposed to pick attacks, and vice versa, losing the attacks. Something like in previous season, which was totally for defenders all the time.
Yeah, between these two, Mojo, I wouldn't be surprised defensive wins all around. Because when it's an even team, the defense usually gets to pick it up because you can trade equal, which is more than enough.
There are no surprises if they don't give any free HP away, and we can see both teams can play really conservative when they need to. They can rotate, they can cover each other. Yes, then you are in advantage in defense, because when you don't give the gifts to the attacker, then you will just take everything away.
Exactly, and the lineup's coming out for the second round here on Ghost Town. 5 mouses for Kazna Crew, Batten and RU not changing their thing. 4 mouses, D57, Bat, D49.
This is rather the same by both, I would say, even.
Yes.
Interesting here is because it doesn't matter the tanks, it's about the play. Last time we saw Kazna played rather cautious, they played from the lower side, they can even approach it even now, the same. But that's like chess opening. After that you can go any way you want.
Well, the tanks from Kazna Crew starting off the same as they did against Oops. The 3 mouses coming over there. Kuric is destroying some buildings in his D49. Triple mouse hold here for the side of Ding. So not leaving that many tanks in that area over there. Nexus and Breakneck spot each other out. Positive spotted as well. Gets a connection again. Positive, very good at doing this initial damage.
Oh, Nexus is not gonna be happy about it, but it's only 1 shot of damage so far. But still, health is health, and sometimes even that 1 shot can decide the game. Well, like this one, not needed to take by Positive.
Well, Nexus gave 1 to Positive, give 1 to Breakneck as well. So a little bit of HP taken away from the side of Ding, who have less to play around with to begin with as well. They tried to get some connections onto Nexus, perhaps tried a little bit too hard.
Kurit is going immediately here to take over the spot from the higher tier tanks so they don't lose them while they're in reload, and they also need information what is Kazna actually doing with their tanks. Are they trying to press them from that side? Should they then commit from the other side? It's always the questions that need to be answered, and that's why Kurit is going in this position. We can also see he's playing the low gun, the small gun, not the derp gun, so he can have high DPM with it.
Yeah, that's insanely quick shooting. Decent penetration as well. Hooknick in his mouse actually takes ammo rack damage, and Loader does not have a medkit available. That's going to be very annoying for that mouse.
And we can see he used already the repair, so he has chocolate obviously to boost the performance overall of the crew of the tank, and fire extinguisher. I don't know, maybe with a mouse you could even risk it and just go without fire extinguisher and take a medic.
Thing is, it burns, and it burns for a lot if it gets set on fire, so you don't want to risk. Sometimes you get set on fire on the first shot.
Yeah, in a match like this, fire is a huge hazard.
Well, Stefan gets a shot in return, and he loses his gunner. So, what is arguably worse, the gunner or the loader? I'd stick with loader still, for mouse.
For mouse, Definitely, but for a budget you don't want a dead gunner. That's like really horrible. I mean, the only worst thing to lose on a budget is a commander, which is a common thing to happen. But absolutely, that would be the worst, yes.
Well, Kazna Crew, we have to see if they go for the similar thing they did against Oops Mojo, where they put cap pressure on the number 2 base. Do you think we can see something similar, perhaps, from them?
But let us see the disposition of their tanks, how are they situated, because that will tell us all the stories. And so far, they're playing so deep on the lower side, it looks like they will do it again. The thing is, they're flanking from the lower side, to elaborate, and they need to do it so their tanks, if they enter the cap, cannot get shot from the lower side, like where Kuric is and so on, because there are angles you can take from there and just shoot from the distance and decap.
Well, here we go. Stefan has now relocated towards Diplomat and his mouse, and I think this is the moment where they might go on towards the cap, Mojo.
Well, the triggering the cap is only, of course, first step we've seen. After that is about positioning. Will they do some damage on Ding tanks? Will they see any opportunity to push? But Ding is actually massing up. I think they're actually expecting this. And look at the counter push. A slow one because it's mouse tanks. But look at the counter push on the upper side.
Be a slow but effective one, Mojo. They have taken this area. They're not spotted out so far. They need to be careful not to overextend because there is a lot of tanks waiting for Kazna Crew there. But positional gain, pretty good for them.
There we go, first spot incoming. Isna is still behind them, same as Kuric on the opposite corner for Ding, and he will see them and at least annoy them from their backs.
Yeah, and Isna still there in the RE251 positive, taking some damage in his T57, taking some more actually. Positive needs to be careful. Nexus is clipping towards him. Nexus actually getting the better off of Positive. One more shot from Nexus to remove the T57. Beautiful shooting from Nexus. First tank down for Ding.
Nexus is a true killer, you can see it in his eyes when he plays, and really important advantage for Kazna now. Now what they need to do to keep it up, they need to trench up, wait for the reload of Nexus, and start pressing the weak spots of the defense of Ding.
Well, they're going to lose Isna in return for that though. Breakneck needs 2 more shots to kill him. 1 more and then Isna will be down. And RU251 lost, and Haiba and Stefan are bleeding a lot in their mouses. Ding is actually making it work, Mojo.
They are pressuring now and they need Nexus to come off the reload and start clipping them from their backs, but they already withdrew a lot. You can see a lot of tanks are not in position to get attacked by that budget.
Shokish is in trouble, though Diplomat doesn't connect his shot, and it's crucial that he does. Nexus takes one from Huknik, going down towards a one-shot. Alien now reinforcing Shokish on this corner, while Huknik is in the 1v2 against Durs and Nexus from the backside. Huk needs to do as much as he can from this position. He's holding on very well, and Ding Mojo, they're starting to win the trades here, and there's a lot of module damage on the side of Kazna.
No, Ding is actually winning the shootout one-on-one because they're positioned better. Like Hulk is really holding his gun. Look at this. Haiba fell. Nexus died to Breakneck. Breakneck was already on low HP.
This is what the desk mentioned, Mojo. When you take 1 kill, the other team will try to get another, and Ding is taking just more than 1. They've removed a lot of the guns here from Kazna Crew, and like you said, those individual trades, Ding is out shooting Kazna Crew right now.
Much better play, but their mouses. We could see here on the corner how they didn't do the damage on Hulk. Hulk is still alive. They didn't even kill the Shokish, who was also 1-on-2, and he's still alive.
Durs gets the kill though on towards Huknik, but with just 3 mouses left standing as Meritorious cleans up Fetso with the help of Kuric, Shokic and Alien pushing on towards Diplomat. Durs still doing what he can, but even if they kill Shokic, even if they kill Alien, there is still Breakneck from behind as well as Meritorious cleans up Diplomat, and Breakneck or Alien cleans up Durs, and it's 1-1. And Mojo, like we talked about, between these two teams, gonna be defenses all around.
Defenses all around. I really believe Kazna actually had a huge chance now when Nexus picked up positive
for free.
It was a huge strike to Ding, and only reason this was lost because simply mouse players from Kazna did not penetrate their shots, and in return they were actually taking damage all the time.
You could just see how much Haiba and Stefan bled at one point, and the module damage significant as well. One of them had a dead ammo rack and a dead driver, dead gunner, and just the shooting all around from Ding was superior, by far superior.
Positioning individually, also seeking the help from the teammates. It doesn't even have to be verbal. And look at this, Shokish, who was on a strike, like on first one, 4.5k damage. Mary also, 4k damage. I mean, they're followed by other guys, but the mouses from Kazna...
There's only one mouse doing better than the mouses from Ding, and it's Diplomat, because after that it's Alien again. So, all around, really, really crazy actually that in a a fight that should be evenly skilled, Ding still managed to outshoot Kazna by so much in essence. I mean, very good stuff that he tried to do what he could from the back lines, but Breakneck was always going to go for him. And then Breakneck cleaned up Nexus as well.
Shockish 6 shells bounced, 2k damage. Meritorious 7 shells bounced, 2k damage. Alien 2k damage, 4 shells bounced. So a lot of HP lost there for Kazna, a lot of possible reloads and so on.
Now, that is Ghost Town. Both teams picking up their defense, but now Steps, Mojo. This is a map where I can see Ding going ahead, just like we talked about with Gohard. This is a map where I see Ding perhaps picking up 2-0.
There is a possibility for this. We've seen them even do something new last time. It was a really nice play by Breakneck and the guys. They kind of threw a curveball there for Gohard, but they cannot rely on it again. Like, it's a one-trick pony, it doesn't work twice on the same competition, and of course I don't think they will even try something similar anymore.
No, I don't think so either, but for the attack where Ding is starting first, we might see something similar to what they've done before. It's going to be interesting to see, because I want to see what Kazna Crew decides to do on their Steps defense, Mojo, because I wonder, they were always a decent Steps team as well, but can they compare up to Ding, who have been, I think, the best team so far throughout 2 seasons on Steps?
Well, it remains to be seen. Kazna in defense, playing with tier 9 American artillery M53, quite a risky move, I would even say, because it requires a lot of protection, but Ding also has a tier 8 arty and a lot of heavy tanks there. Wow.
Yeah. Double mouse again, just like they did against Gohard, but a different start though, Mojo.
But interesting is, it looks like Kazna was paying attention in school and they were watching what Ding does, so they were thinking like this: aha, Ding does change tactics, but rarely the setup of tanks. And they picked up a tier 9 arty because Shockish and Alien and even Korit are going to be huge targets for that tier 9 arty.
The question here is, obviously the tier 9 bat not as effective as the tier 10. It's very hard to play it. If Meritorious can keep up with Isne, then it's not worth it. If Meritorious can do the same, then Ding is going to edge ahead, because if for every shot Meri connects the same as Isne, Ding will edge ahead because they have more HP.
Yep, I mean, Isne, of course, this is a better and stronger arty, also faster in rotations, but honestly, I think they could have done it with tier 8 arty also easily. We've seen some games during the season, if you remember. I believe Papa Pavian had about 5,000 damage in M53, or he played M40?
No, he played M53 on attack against Oops.
Against Oops, yes, and Oops didn't even have mouses.
No, they had the dead zone.
True that.
He actually got one-shotted by Papa Pavian.
I remember that, yes.
So Shockish now taking the middle of the map here in the mouse. And Ding is starting to take that map control though, Mojo, and now the question remains, what I want to see is how do they approach this one? Because Vetso is playing over here with Camonet and Binos.
Interesting plays here by the Ding, because look at this, it's 2 minutes into the game. You would say they will be hindered by having so much mouses, but they already gained so much ground control because they didn't wait for a second.
Yeah, and I wonder if anybody will be able to spot out Vetso in that tier 9 bat at one point in time. Haiba gets spotted out, takes the connection already. Might have been even from the E50M of Koritz. Isne aims, shoots 617 on towards the mouse. Nice connection there from the M53.
Nice connection, but still not enough damage for such a side shot. I would say not much that even M40 would do in a flank.
Koritz getting spotted while going on towards the caps, signals that there is some sort of spotter somewhere. But will they figure out it's Vetso from A6?
Well, Vetso did gain a lot of ground there, and he can do it because Ding does not have that many rotational tanks. I mean, they have Breakneck, Hulk, and Positive. That's 3 budgets.
Ooh, they already found him. They've already connected him. Yes?
I think it was blind shot.
It was blind shot, and then now he's forced to run. So, good stuff there from Ding. Yes, Shockish takes 360 from the RD, but clearing out that spotter after 30 seconds.
Okay, Vetso ran away. He's alive. So good for Kazna in that regard. Ding is still looking strong and good here. I mean, they lost 1k HP on Shockish, but that's nothing. That's just 1/3 HP on mouse, and you would rather sacrifice that than any HP on a budget.
Yeah, Shockish here just spotting out Haiba in his mouse, and he's angling very, very well. There's not going to be any connections on towards him. The cap has started in the meantime, and this is really good from Ding. This is something Kazna Crew did before with a mouse. Well, they had more, they had 2, but now this time they're doing it with 1. But Ding knows how to counteract it. They're just perma-spotting him.
No connection by Isne also on anyone, so that will count in, Kazna will sooner or later have to send someone to spot. Unless they manage to do blind shot and decap like that, which is always a possibility, maybe even Isne can just splash it, they will have to send someone to spot.
You know what the thing is? When Haiba is spotting in the mouse, a part of the cap becomes unusable. Now, with him not spotting, Huknik can sit wherever he wants.
Isne is still aiming for Shockish, which I'm really surprised. He should be watching the cap, honestly, and trying to do that. Let's see, is there any connection here? No. I think this next shot must go to the cap.
I agree, Mojo. 1 minute 13 seconds. Don't forget, I could be boosted at any given moment in time. Haiba picking up again, trying to spot. He only sees Kuritz, but Kuritz is not an issue right now.
I think the boost is coming in because the mouse is approaching. He's going to actually make a block for the other guys behind. Look at this, he's going to enter the cap very soon.
Well, he knows that the cap is on and Huknik has all the capture points. Ilian is just a distraction at this point. The RT is on reload, they know it. And there's going to have to be a push in right now. Kuritz joining the cap as well. 10 seconds left, 8 seconds left, 12 seconds. Gets resetted a little bit. Huknik needs to be safe though, because RT might splash him.
Oof. Can Isne connect actually on any of them? Yes, he connects on Koritz, but it's not enough because they are not the people in the question. It's Halknik. Art is out of the question. Only a blind shot can save Kazna now.
Only a blind shot of Vetsu rushing in to spot the cap. It's not the mouse, it's not the E50, and that has the cap, Kazna Crew. You need to spot Huknik, and they haven't so far. They still don't see him. 3 seconds left. Ding might just run away with the victory here on step without anything even happen. Yes, it gets resetted, but not enough. Huknik still not spotted. 1 second, Kazna Crew. You've left it too late. He's finally spotted. A reset needs to come out. It doesn't. Ding captures on step. What a magnificent play.
We can only see the prolonging of the game while the guys are dying on a map, but eventually this is it. The game is done. And the Halknik got spotted in the moment of the 0-0 point of the capture.
They knew, Mojo. They knew there was somebody on the cap. They weren't resetting. Why did they not sacrifice at least Vetsu in the tier 9 to spot? They didn't send anybody.
I believe the mistake came actually before that, when Isne tried to shoot a mouse tank who was behind the tank. Instead of watching the cap, how are his teammates shooting, which areas are they covering, and then he tries to shoot with RT the area that wasn't covered at all and hope to maybe splash him. He doesn't have to damage him much. Just any kind of connection for a decap is enough.
Mojo, that was a magnificent play though from Ding, because Kazna Crew ran something similar to what they ran into in the season. With the mouse spotting, Haiba with optics or binos eliminates a part of the cap. What Ding did so magnificently, I think, is they opened that area of the cap again.
This is the thing, because Ding actually lured all the Kazna damage on Shockish. Shockish was well positioned behind the rock, really good angle, you could see that, and no one could really challenge him. No one could really challenge him. So he was doing multiple favors for Ding there. He was attracting the shots, he was spotting for his team, he was a gun that needs to be handled with when you actually push a spotter toward that, and then the real blow comes. Ilian comes in with his mouse and makes a block for everyone else.
And Koritz comes in with his tank as well as E50. Mojo, what that actually did as well though, in essence, the way they were positioning, you could see it. They actually blocked the shots from Kazna from that eastern side, because the mouse is such a big tank. They couldn't shoot the Huknik. Only Haiba or Vetsu could do it. And Haiba was very afraid because of the M40, and we could see it. Every time he peeked, he took a shot from Kuritz in the E50. That is the strength of that tank. Super accurate heat ammunition.
Good play by Ding, and you could see from the start of the game they actually had a plan what to do against Kazna, because they didn't wait, like in a case with the Gohard, to see what's going to happen, what will Gohard do. They just went for it immediately.
Brilliant play. Kazna Crew, that is kind of a round that doesn't make you very happy, let's put it like that. Losing like this,
you don't want to get capped. You don't want to get capped when you have like still 6 guys in a game.
Yes, they're not going to be happy about that one. Let's hope it doesn't affect their confidence, because they need to win now on the attack, because this is the map where Ding could break them a little bit. I'll put it 3-1 in essence.
You don't want to let Ding lead ahead of you. There we go, Kazna in attack with Barn Mouse and Kranwagen and artillery piece. I think we might even guess what's going to happen here, but Ding in defense also playing with 1 mouse.
We'll have to find out what both these teams are going for. Kazna starting off by going east.
I believe they can even boost the RT up on a higher elevated position. That would be really good for Kazna if they have time to do it. I was actually thinking they're going to do that and then rotate back to the rails toward the 1 cap and use the Kranwagen there to combine with the mouse. And RT from that position could really annihilate Ding tanks, but they chose to pressure this side. So let's see, maybe they have a better plan there.
You can see all the practice that went in for Koritz to learn this climb. He does hardly ever fail it. I think I've seen him fail it once throughout an entire season.
Not lately.
No, not lately, but through an entire season, I've seen it once from him.
Yeah, it was once or twice, but still nothing that really costed Ding much in those games. And there we go, again, positive, same climb like last time, same play like last time by Ding. This is their opening, this is their gambit, and we will see how will they proceed from there on. The only thing they changed, of course, is they are not keeping breakneck on that position, but this is I think they will actually boost the RTR.
No, the RT is not there, they're going to boost the bat shot.
Only him? Interesting.
Yes, it looks like that, Mojo, because look, Vetso is now coming in the train as well.
Yes.
And they're just going to climb a bat shot. Now we will have to see what this bat shot can achieve from this position, because we usually only see an artillery piece boosted up here.
Well, we saw it only once, so yeah.
Yeah, but it's been done in other regions as well.
So, what he can achieve from there, a good spotting position, good covering fire, great spotting position even.
Yes, but shooting-wise, it's not that great, because he has to move before he can shoot.
But there is the real bait. Vetso is the bait, and there's the cover for him. If they try to flank him, he's gonna clip from there. So that's their play. Also, they still have a heavy in behind, but still, okay, it's very nice. You are covering yourself against possible rotation from Ding, but you still don't know what is the actual Ding play. The
I love
Ding
this.
might even come
the
from
first
front.
thing Haiba does when getting here is put a blind shot in the bush that Breakneck was playing before. And another one.
There we go.
Well, at least the analyst desk was right about one thing today.
Checking the bushes. Way.
But Haiba doing similar to what Coca-Cola Labs did for the side of Gohard. How will Ding react this time? Because last time they had Breakneck in the position. Now Haiba might be able to push up and spot at least for Ardi.
Well, obviously Kazna is playing for that hand, and they are hoping that Ding will have to react differently this time. Not playing from this side, but from the outer side, and then that butt shot from their backs would come to effect. But we'll still need to see, because they still have Koritz up, and they can play a lot of cards on him decapping, buying a lot of time for them, and they can still push on the lower side.
You know, one thing that is not that good for Kazna Crew in essence? When you see tanks, when you see multiple bad shots, and they've all taken some damage, what does this mean to you?
When the multiple bad shots are taking damage?
No, when multiple the bad shots, when you first spot them, are not 1,800 HP.
Did they push someone up?
Exactly.
Well, there is really a fragment of HP they're missing, so...
For Stefan, it's 82.
Yeah, so there is a lot of things they could guess by that thing, but this climb is not a normal climb. They could make mistake that Kazna actually boosted someone on K1 and so on. And this is something that Positive will check pretty soon, I think.
Yeah, they might actually just think that the RT is up there.
That's a possibility also.
Now, they have to do nothing right now. They just sit and wait. Kazna Crew pushing Haiba forward in the mouse. He's going to try and spot for Yzne. And then the thing is, can Yzne get those connections? Can he do consistent damage?
He did play Arti from this very same position once or twice, if I remember correctly. In the matches, he even one-shot one guy when he got pushed.
Koritz took some damage there, though, even from Yzne, I think, because he's on reload. Lucky that he didn't get one-shot. We've seen it happen before.
Or just a blind shot and a splash, I would say.
No, he got spotted, actually, because he lost the driver as well.
Poor Koritz.
Needs to be careful now. What would the reaction be from Ding Mojo? You think Shokish is going to duel with Haiba and hope RD misses?
Oh my god. He definitely needs to hold his ground here, because that's the only way for him. They need to locate where the rest of the Kazna tanks. That's why they're not really going super aggressive. Breakneck got actually spotted. So did Halknik, rotating away. So Kazna has a good hint what is going on. But look at this connection. Shokish is actually winning this duel.
I think he hit a little gun on the left side of the main gun. We have highlighted in the past as a weak spot. But Yzne might even out at least the HP deficit that Haiba has right now. No.
Well, RT is always a gamble, and you cannot really always rely on it to hit, no matter how you aim. And this was not even a full aimed shot. There we go. There is a play from Ding from the outer side. It does look like Kazna guessed well what they're gonna do, but will it help them, because Kazna is really deep inside.
Mojo,
I'm not sure about that.
I'm not sure about this either. I don't think Kazna Crew will suspect this whatsoever. It's 4 batches in a 1-1-3. If they go for the straight over match, it's over for Kazna.
But they are still spreading around, so that batshot from the outer line will see them very soon. The question is only how will Ding react. If they just collide on Kazna in there, they're gonna win.
Well, we'll have to see, because they're now taking all the positions. Durs shoots, spots somebody soon. Yzne actually kills Koritz! So that's the RU-251 dead. Now there needs to be reaction from the side of Ding. Breakneck fighting with his friend over there, but now Meritorious pushing in as well. I don't know about this play from the 1-1-3. He's going to get clipped because Stefan's coming off of reload soon. Stefan putting the shots in towards Alien instead. 1v1 between the backs. Stefan should be able to win it, but he backs off. Benzo taking a lot of damage actually because he's getting flanked from behind. From Hooknik and Positive ignoring Durzer Nichter completely. Stefan now completely removed as well. And Mojo, what you said, they spotted Durzer and they went for the overmatch.
This is such a focused fire by Ding, much better than from Kazna. It did look really, really tight in one moment, but they're taking it over by the number of guns. Nexus has only one shot left. Positive will pick him up for 100%, and then if he manages to run away from Diplomat before he reloads, they will have a victory.
Ooh, but Diplomat is just about to come off reload though in that Grand Wagon. There comes the first shot. He's now into clipping. One more shot. Nope, Positive actually gets safe, and Ding is now running away, and Breakneck is actually coming in with 608 HP with 5 shots, and he could get the kill on towards Diplomat because Hooknick's reloaded as well. This Grand Wagon is going to get taken down from 2 sides. There comes Breakneck from the side. He turns the turret now. Breakneck is actually not going to pick it up, I think. Diplomat, he gets it before Break. A little bit of misplay coming out, Mojo.
A little bit of misplay. If he kept driving, he would actually have some firing solutions. Not like this, but still, we have 3 guns here for Ding and 2 for Kazna and an Artie. Artie, he needs to connect and kill someone if he wants to survive a game.
Ooh, Alien peeks out and gets the connection on towards Durz. A risky play, but it pays off, and Durz takes one more from Shockish. Alien not afraid to take these peeks, and it actually worked out very, very well. And now it's a 3v3, but the thing is, Artie is a factor still, but he's halfway done with reload. Positive going to put some aggression. He doesn't want to let them run away. Can he get the kill towards Durz? He misses the first, perhaps the secondary shot coming in. He does! And there we go, 3 kills for Positive. Durz dead, and this should be it, Mojo.
There is no way for Kazna out of this one, outside of Isne one shooting 2 of the guys in the same time, because Diplomat himself cannot deal with these guys. Kranwagen is a brilliant tank in cooldown, but when you need to rotate the turret or fight against superior mobility from
oh, that's a nice connection though, on towards Shockish. Shockish gets one in return. Diplomat trying to play here. He has 3 shots available. He's not enough to win this game. He gets one on towards Alien. He's now a 1-shot as well, but he needs 3 more if he wants to clean it up.
It's not gonna happen. He does pick up Shockish in a mouse. He does have one more shot. Positive, you cannot die to him.
Positive just went in. Yeast is still on reload though, 13 seconds. Alien, 1 shot, 1 opportunity. He needs to kill Diplomat, and he needs to not get connected by RT. He comes around, he picks up the kill. Now he needs to stay safe. 4 seconds. It's on to Yisne. Can he get the connection? Alien trying to run away.
Oh my god.
Can he get it? Yisne shoot.
He might.
He does. Yisne gets it. The kill off towards Alien. And he makes it 2. What a shot.
Unbelievable here! What a mistake by Ding players, charging on that Kranwagen 1 by 1 without any particular reason there. And brilliant shot by Isne. Reload just in time.
That was close, Mojo.
Look at Chris here. A bit of sweat on his forehead here.
Well, Mojo, 2-2. It looked dire at one point. Kazna Crew recovering because of the good plays from Diplomat. And before that, Isne hit Shockish for 900 as well.
It was really nice play, and they saved the day by Artie. Not something that a lot of players like to hear. But look at this shot. You could see it's well aimed.
You have to criticize Alien though for the way he drove in the bad shot. You know what I mean, Mojo? The best way to make artillery miss is by driving away from his reticle, if you know what I mean. Not
yes.
you know what I mean. Not straight, but like turn left. So he needs to re-aim and expand.
Theoretically, he should have just hugged the slope of the mountain and drive along it. But that's just shoulda, woulda, coulda. Honestly, I don't think the 2 guys before should have died. One of them could have easily went around Kranwagen, even let Mouse die. Who cares if Mouse dies by Artie?
They should have gone together.
No, you can just send one budget around, kill the Artie, and then Kranwagen is between them. Who cares? He's attacking, you're defending. What will he do? It's really a rare occasion when you see experienced team like this just submitting to desire to close the round, because they could have done it much easier just on a longer.
The round was lost for Kazna Crew, Mojo.
Yes, it was done. It was done. It was just like Ding made a mistake. We've seen it. It happens.
It happens, and it happened now. Kazna Crew know exactly about that from the New York Rumble. So, Ding giving something back. Let's hope it doesn't cost them in the long run. But that's steps, Mojo. It almost went to where we expected it to go, with Ding almost breaking Kazna on it. But now Ruinberg.
Well, this should definitely be the map for Ding. They are much more dominant here. I mean, most of the teams actually avoided to play it against Ding, and those that didn't go do that well. We've seen Kazna pick up a round in a last match in attack, which was rather daring, but it's something you do once, you don't try something like that twice. It's super risky, and I don't think it will survive a focus fire from Ding players.
Well, we are very close to finding out, Mojo, because it is going to be Ruinberg 2-2 between our teams, Kazna Crew and Ding, doing everything we hoped for and more. We've seen some standout performances, and let's get into Ruinberg. Lineups, Mojo, on Ruinberg, very heavy from Ding.
It's same as it was played before by Ding, it's same as it was played by Kazna in a previous match also. It only remains to be seen if they're playing the same, and that would be quite suicidal in my eyes.
Well, we'll find out, Mojo, because it looks like a similar start from the tanks from Kazna. And how do you think this is going to work out for them?
Very badly, because Ding is already closing in, and don't forget, they do have the Type 5 Heavy who can really annihilate one of these guys. But interesting thing is Ding actually didn't send Koritz to spot in.
Now, Mojo, Ding has fallen back. What is Kazna Crew's next move?
Well, they will trigger the cap and hope for the best, because once the Ding attack starts, actually, they will need to close in all the shells. But look at the Mary, badly positioned, taking so much damage.
Mary losing pretty much most of his HP. Positive now, not faring much better in his 1-1-3. Two tanks taking a lot of HP here on the side of Ding. They're trying to trade some damage though. Cap has started for Kazna Crew. Shokish tries to make a connection. Does not work out, and that was good from Kazna.
It was brilliant actually, because they've taken no damage so far. There was no spotter for Ding coming in here, so these tanks had a free reign of their own. Ding actually decided to save Koritz for some reason, while his prime function should be to spot them.
Breakneck now trading a lot of HP as well in his bad shot on towards the tanks of Kazna Crew. Positive needs to be careful here as well, and it seems like Ding is trading a lot of HP, but they're going a little bit aggressive, Mojo. I don't know if this is going to work out for them. Positive taking even more.
This is huge chunks of damage now taken on some of the crucial tanks. I mean, Breakneck, the only fast tank they have, he's already on half HP, Positive below, Mary also. Not gonna end up well for them if they keep doing this.
Well, Shokish is pushing forwards in his Type 5 Heavy. He wants to make a connection onto one of these bad shots. He's gonna peek around the corner very soon. He's lining up a shot. Hulknik trading with Vetsu in the meantime. He does get a shot though onto Stefan. Knocks out of his ammo rack. That's gonna be very annoying. Nexus and Yizna pushing forwards now. They want to catch up Breakneck, but the damage they're taking for this is significant. Yes, they get Breakneck, but they've taken a lot for this. Koritz is now getting focused out as well. Shokish needs to get in here because he has all the HP for his team.
I think still it's a good trade. 2 guns down for Ding, and if you even sacrifice Tier 9 budget, it pays off. Look at this, the pressure is on. Both teams are really doing it well.
4v5 right now. Elian still has a lot of HP in his mouse as well. He's dueling with Haiba off of the side. Shokish now going to come around the corner. He needs to make some kills. He's pushing them in towards Hulknik. Shokish gets Vetso. Important. Hulknik might get thirst, and he does. That is crucial for the side of Ding. Now Diplomat is going to get caught in between two sides. Koritz from one, Shokish from the other. I think Ding has just about taken it back, Mojo.
Yeah, I think the two dead Amorex on the Kazna side on Stefan and one of the budgets are definitely something that's hampering their style, because Stefan cannot be the constant damage dealer he's supposed to be and cover his teammates. This is definitely going to Ding, but so close.
642 was the first shot from Shokish. The second one will remove Diplomat. And Stefan, like you said, Mojo, in the back line with a broken Amarak cannot be a massive factor. And that was again Shokish who knocked that one out. Elian also crucial, holding on against Haiba.
Really, really great play here whatsoever. I mean, daring play by Kazna again to try a similar action that almost even worked, because their focus fire and aggression were on point. Just the shootout of a Ding was far superior than a previous opponent of Ding.
So much damage taken by Ding in the beginning, but they still recover, Mojo. That is something to talk about though. I mean, Ding, Mary dropped very low, 800 HP. Positive dropped low, 1.1, dead driver as well. Yet they did not let off the aggression. They knew if they let Kazna Crew play their positions, they're going to lose. So they pushed in, Type 5 Heavy first, and it worked.
Yeah, I really think that if Elian actually had a live Amorek and one of the budgets, Stefan, if he had a live Amorek on his E50M, because he was designated as a sniper, he was spamming the heat shells on those heavy tanks, he would do at least 3 or 4 shells more.
Perhaps.
And maybe in some of the critical
I think he would do only 1 or 2 more, because Shokish positioned himself between the buildings. I don't know if Stefan would have gotten any shots towards him, and Hulknik has those fences in between him and Stefan. I don't know. I'd like to see it, but I think it'd be like 2 shots, yes, but not more. Because what Shokish did really well...
Could have been a big difference, man.
What Shokish did really well, though, is he pushed forwards and he pushed them out in towards Hulknik.
He had to do it because that was the only play they had left. They lost the entire lower ground. There was only Alien down, and he was pretty much out of the play there. They had to push the upper side and make them go lower so they can make any kind of presence and cover fire. But like this, Kazna kind of lost it just because of those clippers. Once they lose the shells, they lose any kind of positional power. They cannot do any damage anymore, of course. And when they're pressed by a tank like Type 5 Heavy, who can just one-shoot any of them,
you're
that's
forced
a huge
to run.
fear factor.
You're forced... No, fear factor, and also the fact is, if you don't run and take the damage from the other tanks, you're going to take it from the Type anyways.
Not a good situation to be in now, but still, this was just a Ruinberg attack.
Yeah.
It's highly expected the team will lose it, and if you win it, it's just a big plus.
Now it's Ruinberg defense for Kazna Crew, and we expect them to pick it up. I'm wondering, we didn't see Ding play their attacking side against Gohard.
No, we didn't.
So, because they won on the defense. So we have to see what they have in store for us. This actually plays a little bit in the favor of Ding as well, because Kazna doesn't know.
This is going to be quite interesting. We need to see the tank lineup so we can talk more about it. I mean, knowing the Ding, you know they always bring something new to the finals, and this is definitely a moment to use it.
Well, if they have anything left, I don't think they will get a better moment. It's not like we're going to play Ruinberg again, Mojo. Second half, 3-2 in favor of Ding. What can you say about the lineups?
Super aggressive lineup by Ding. They definitely respond to aggression with more aggression. Scorpion usually used in the middle to snipe the sides of the tanks, and with these batches in 1-1-3, it's a mind game. You can press any side, probably the lower one.
Probably the lower one indeed. 4 bat shots pushing aggressively, Mojo. And remember, last time we saw Kazna Crew play it, they pushed 1-1-3 after 1-1-3 down the 0 line.
We need to see how long will Isna actually survive, and will there be any heavy tank like Stefan. Stefan also will try to play the hold down there. Isna is even spotted just now.
Isna getting spotted out already, taking one hit there from Hulknik. Stefan taking the damage again, and it's 1-1-3, but he's not going all the way. Breakneck is actually pushing in. They're going all in on towards him. Positive, Meritorious. They're focusing out Diplomat first. Thurs is finally coming in support. Breakneck is getting caught from 2 sides here. He's trying to do what he can. He's actually on reload, so it doesn't matter anymore. They lose Stefan, they lose Isna, and this was a brilliant play from Ding. Vetso's actually blocked in. He can't get away from there, Mojo.
Super aggressive play. They knew the Haiba will be completely out of the play, so they traded it. They left Koritz behind, and it's a tier 8 for tier 10, and Koritz is still doing the damage while Haiba is just looking at his team getting decimated. These Batchats will run away. They will reload, and when they come back, that's gonna be GG.
Shokish, perhaps get a shot here onto Vetso. He's looking for it. He wants to get it. Sees Nexus is top of the turret there. Does not fire. Shokish. And that's 1-1-3 Mojo. How does Kazna Crew deal with it?
Mouse is coming close to the middle, and there we go. Batchats are running away. They can rotate on another side of the map, and what will Kazna do about it? They have only one Batchat.
I don't know, Mojo. Haiba has to be the crucial factor. He has all the HP. Koritz actually gets Vetso. The Scorpion paying dividend at this point. And the aggression from Ding. We don't know them for this, but when they do, it's beautiful. They really did it well.
When they decide to push, they prove
Koritz again! Double kill for him! This man is on fire.
This is a situation you don't want to be when you're Kazna. This is a map that you count on. Yes, we will take definitely minimum 1-on-1. 1 game each, and they're losing a map.
That is true, Mojo. And Koritz, I think, might line up the shot here against Haiba if he peeks out. There's just 3 tanks left standing, Mojo, and they're doing the thing which nobody so far has achieved. Keep a lot of bad shots alive. They just lost Breakneck, and even he blocked in Vetso, which helped out a lot. And now, like you said, they're rotating.
But this was a good gambit. They knew it. They knew they will have 1 gun more in the game all the time, because Mouse is too slow. Even if he went from the start of the game toward this part of the battle, he would still be late to do something about this fight, because it happened immediately as the Batchats reloaded. They were already in their face and fighting.
Meritorious now letting off some shots on towards Haiba in his Batchat. Actually needs to be careful though, because Durs is rotating towards him. He's gonna die for free, Mojo. I'm not sure if I like this.
Whoa. He will actually pick him up here, but still it's 3 tanks against 6. It's hardly enough for Kazan to come back. They will need to do much more than that.
Meritorious is going to try to run in the open so he can survive that little bit longer, but Durs makes no mistake, he cleans it up, but in the meantime, Shokish and Huknik, this is their opportunity to push down zero line. They're finding Nexus. Durst rotated, which leaves another side of the map exposed with 2 little tanks. There's nothing they can do about it. Durst trying to get some connections, but Mojo, against 5 tanks, they need more than a miracle, if you'd like to say it like that.
Durst has 1 shell remaining, it's gonna be the last one. He fires with that commander, he's not gonna reload soon. And yeah, this is pretty much the end of the round for Kazna. It's just a matter of how fast will Ding guys close it in.
Beautiful stuff from Ding. Shokish picks up high behind the mouse, and Durst, the last man left standing in his Batchat. Mojo, do you think Ding played their standard strategy, or do you feel like they anticipated, the play coming out from Kazna?
I think they anticipated it because of the mouse in the game. So like they definitely planned to push into the Kazna from the start because they knew Mouse will be late in the fight. No matter what, as we said, no matter what. There was no way Mouse will be on time to do any kind of shots.
That was beautiful stuff. I mean, just didn't feel like Kazna was prepared for it whatsoever. I mean, I'm really excited for this match, and I think the analyst panel is the same, and I want to hear their thoughts about this one and how it's gone so far.
Thanks very much there, Daki. It has been a hell of a match between these two teams already. Started out there, guys, on Ghost Town, where the teams went 1 for 1.
Ghost Town really went shot for shot every single time. None of the teams wanted to make any mistakes. They all banking on trying to make the other team make a mistake and get a free tank for it, but it didn't really happen that much.
You could see actually both teams, you know, playing around the same lineup, but swapping it around what they're doing, you know, in the map, what they're playing, where they're going.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting to see that both rounds were kind of an even split across the map. So I think second round it went from an even split down the 5 line, and then managed to somehow turn around to be an even split around the EF line.
We saw so much mouses. Second round, we saw 9 mouses in total.
Speaking about mouses and the second round, let's actually just jump back into Ruinberg here. We can actually look at the post-battle damage here, see who came out on top for the team. Hulknick there in the bat chat doing top damage. With Kreets, we were just talking about 3 kills in the Scorpion G. You wanted to say about the damage as well there, Dead Zone?
It's actually, you know, 3 kills, you know, on a tier 8 tank. It's just unbelievable, and doing 2.4k damage, it really, you know, swung the match into their advantage.
And this is what happens when every player in Ding steps up and does their role in the tactic, that they win decisively.
Top 5 damage dealers in that round all coming in there from Ding.
And then looking at this, you can see Izina 1 shot, Stefan 1 shot, Diplomat 2 shots, Vetso did 2 as well, and then it's over.
Yep, the 1-1-3 is just really not working for Kazna Crew at all in that round.
The really cool thing I saw was Vetso getting blocked with one of Ding's Rex. So he was a sitting duck basically for anyone on the 0 line, which Ding also took really, really quickly and really decisively.
He was really lucky at the time because the bat chat that was shooting at him came off reload and ran away, basically. But nice, I mean, we're talking about the consistent players right now for Ding at the moment. You're highlighting, I believe, Shokish from Ding being consistent.
He's been really, really consistent, you know, doing his damage. Also, the Type 5 heavy plays, they're really fun to see.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a Type 5 to work that well on Ruinberg, but Shokish's made it work. It's working perfectly.
Making it work indeed. Now, a thing we definitely want to talk about was steps and what happened in the cap circle as well. You guys actually want to go into a bit more detail with that on the map?
Yep. Now, that was the round where Ding attacked. So it was the first round, I believe, on steps where Kazna had an M53, 55 round there. They had 140 and I believe a PvP around here. They've got the mouse here, a Batchat AP there, and then 2 of the other Batchats covering the south.
And the idea is quite simple behind the tactic. The tactic works around blind shooting the cap, the 1 cap. They use artillery, they use the TVP, the 140. They're going to constantly shoot down all the way into the cap, hoping that they get the decapping shot. So Ding was a bit lucky, they didn't get hit, and eventually they wanted to force Kazna, you know, to move out of their comfortable position. So they moved their mouse from the back ridge, they moved them straight into the cap. In the end, also taking the 50 with them, making sure that Kazna would be too late.
And you could see that they were trying to get the RT to waste their shot on any of these 2 tanks, and keeping Hulknick as safe as possible. In fact, Shokish and his mouse moved up ahead to here to bait any shots the RT would take at the cap instead.
Yeah, and we could see last second, you know, the guy getting spotted that had the most cap points, and before that, Mouse kept getting decapped. E50M got decapped, but it didn't matter.
At the same time, Breakneck was in the bad chat here to try and stop anything poking on top of this ridge, to try and spot the back of the cap where Hulknick was.
Yeah, and we saw last second attempt from Kazna with Nexus trying to push across, get this decapping spot, but he got shot from these angles and he was just totally obliterated.
Basically, the tactic worked down to a T, and Kazna just fell for it.
It was really exciting. It was really good listening to Daki. He's like, one more shot. Just, no, they've not got the shot. One more shot. And the whole time Creets is like, nobody spot me. Nobody spot me. Nobody spot me. And at the end, Creets was like, yeah, like, I had this.
They did actually spot him at the end, but they couldn't get the shot. And I saw him miss, like, kind of in the middle of the cap circle.
He actually got hit in the second that it was already capped, and then he got hit at that exact moment.
It's the cap done. Once the exclamation mark appears, but there's still those couple of seconds where it can get prolonged.
But that's the thing. I mean, 1 second, if 1 second makes a difference, it makes it, that's it.
Yep, and then coming from Ruinberg, it was 1-1. There was actually 2-2 at that point. Going in then into Ruinberg, and now we've seen Ding able to take a lead, and they're sitting here 4-2 as we're coming back in from the break, and you know, the advantage is with them at the moment.
Yeah, they seem to be keeping a strong hold on this match.
We can see both teams on Ruinberg especially playing so aggressive, especially Ding. This last round, you saw them with the bad jets, just straight pushing into there, taking out one tank after another, and from there on, controlling the game, controlling Kazna.
It seems like a throwback to kind of the earlier meta where people try and use as many French tanks as possible. Gohard did it as well in the earlier season. And the Scorpion we haven't seen for a while on Ruinberg, so it was nice seeing it make a comeback and actually be second in damage.
It's something, you know, that we've seen from Ding actually a lot. You know, they're taking back these old tanks like Breakneck on Steps, on C0. They're taking these old tanks, they're looking back and they're using it to their full effect.
Yeah, I mean, it's something we used to see on Ruinberg. We see an all French lineup, 50Bs, Batchats. Now there is a mixture of vehicles being used, and the Scorpion was used a hell of effectively. It looks like everyone is ready to go and continue on from the next round. Is it going to be Kazna Crew? Is it going to be Ding? Well, let's find out as we rejoin Daki and Mojo.
It's 4-2, and I want to just point out to the analyst desk, I said 7-5 in favor of Ding. You know, my prediction is still on track, I'm just saying, but you know. Other than that, taking into account as well, they talked about it, yeah, the tactic from Ding was super effective on Steps. You disagreed with shooting the mouse as well, Mojo, with the RT, so he could reset the cap, but we also have to imagine that the second Steps, if Kazna Crew do not have Isna there,
that would be a Ding victory 100%.
It's 5-1 at that point.
I believe that Ding threw that round. I even can't count it as a victory for Kazna. I mean, yes, score-wise, yes. But
yes, but Isna still got the shot, so he won the round for his team no matter what Ding did.
I don't question what Isna did. I'm questioning what Ding players did before that.
I agree.
That was a pure throw, inspired so much.
A necessary peek there from Elian as well. He took the first shot from the Kranwagen. He was a two-shot. He could have easily swung around. The Kranwagen, we both know the shell speed, really slow. Could have went from the rock straight into the downside, probably wouldn't even get hit and go kill the Kran.
Even if they just did it in the same time, all of them, not one by one. Yeah. This was a perfect scenario for Kranwagen. I'm in a cooldown, you're giving me time to get my shells in, and I'm gonna kill you all. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, pretty much that it. Now Kazna Crew 4-2. They have come back against Ding before, but this is the map I don't like for Kazna Crew. It's Cliff. I really don't like them on this. I only have bad memories from them on Cliff. They lost the last season finals on Cliff. They lost the grand finals on Cliff. It just doesn't seem to work out for them ever when it matters.
To be fair, I don't even especially that much like how Ding plays it also, so at least that goes well for Kazna. I really doubt that Ding is actually capable of taking 2-0 here from Kazna.
But like you said, they don't need to.
They don't need to, of course. 1-1 is always enough as long as you have a map advantage, which they do now because they took entire Ruinberg. But still, Kazna, they know also to come back in the game, so they need to wait for their moment and strike.
So Mojo, the lineups pretty standard here. Ding going with something similar to what Oops did, but just 1E50.
1E50 and another Batchat in attack. Tier 9 Kazna, rather standard TVP, Batchats and T49, something we've seen many times before.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see Mojo, and so far looks very aggressive from Ding here in the middle.
This is a super aggressive train by Ding, actually going like this, even risky, because I am not sure how the Diplomat managed to connect only one shell out of all of these, but there we go, some connections finally coming in even from the Batchats. HP thrown from Ding, measures.
Pretty significant HP loss from Ding, indeed, Mojo. The question that remains is how can they approach this run? Isna takes a lot in return as well on his. D49, Breakneck misses the last one though, but he has the hill, Mojo.
Yeah, but Breakneck will be in a problem. Look at this, there is a rotation coming in from Durs and Stefan. If he is not already up on a hill, there is very few guys who can actually support him. And Ding is in no situation to just go over the open field and press the tanks of Kazna here.
Do you think Breakneck is going to be caught? Ooh, he needs to stay there now, he can't go anymore.
He needs to sit here, and that's a situation when the Kazna guys can really win. And there we go, first connection comes in.
First connection comes in, Breakneck is forced to run away. Durs might get some more, but Breakneck very smartly running away here. How much damage is he going to take?
The question is only how well are the Kazna guys shooting, because also the guys from the center might actually add up to that a little. And there we go, there is a counter rotation here coming from the Ding. As we said, as long as one guy is heavily pressured, they will do something to respond.
Kuric gets a nice shot around towards the side of Nexus. They lose Breakneck though, Mojo.
That holds all the action from this side, you can see it.
And they're trying to get connections on towards Haibado, and that in his batch at only 300 so far. A lot of shots being fired, but none connecting. Not a good sting for Ding.
Well, Haiba can definitely report to his team that it's very windy up there and there is a lot of shells flying.
Mojo, I think at this point, with Ding being down one tank, I'd like to hear how they're going to recover in this run and what their plan is going to be in the future.
А не решили вот так вот разыграть, потому что мы умрем здесь?
Как разыграть? Надо первую играть, тут нет других вариантов. Если кто-то у них ошибется.
Типа ТВП подловить.
Ну, здесь вообще ничего не светится. Я
Ну и что, мы их не пропушим, даже если за 0 проедем.
Надо ехать в...
Ну давайте одного сюда.
Для двоих тогда надо.
Сколько поедем? Вот это вот...
Да, прикольно. Что за...
Мы поехали шоты.
Мы 2000 проиграем.
Да.
Блин. Поднимайте сюда, вот так вот впушивайте, не получится так.
Ну,
Вот так
понятно.
впушивайте.
Давай
И
почему
все, и потом, да, и потом наверх. Сразу. Я поехал тоже.
Бля.
ТВП минус 2.
Fucking 49. Уже не пропустим.
Она отсветилась, когда шотная стала.
Баты там до хера кинули. ТВП КД, ТВП КД. Вкатывайте. Да что вы стали-то, ёпта, блин. У меня хп нет. Ну, у меня ТВП сейчас просто убьет.
Да, это двигатель.
ТВП КД, да что меня толкает?
Well, Mojo, Ding not really getting a start in this round, going straight across the middle, not working out for them. You could hear on TeamSpeak a little bit of, Eden, are you coming with us? I don't think so.
They had an idea that Kazna might actually split from the start, but Kazna just did the same in the last round. Went with everyone on the middle to see what's going on and then play whatever happens from there. Ding actually ended up being split themselves, Breakneck pretty much alone on one side of the map.
Kazna Crew leaving nothing up to chance this time. They're coming in to close out the kill. Shockers is the first, Hognik will be the second. They're gonna pick up this round. Good and confident win for them, doing the early damage, not letting off the aggression, making it 4-3, a much needed win.
This is something they definitely really need now. If they can work their way out in the next round, in attacking round, they will be definitely back in the match. So this is probably the breaking point of the entire game.
Yes, if they pick up the next round, make it 4-4, we are back to where we started.
Back to the possibility of tiebreaker or whatever. If they lose it, Ding will have their advantage, transfer it to Mines, where I don't see Kazna winning 2-0, honestly.
No, I agree with that. I think Kazna needs this round here to make it 4-4, because Mines is going to be a 1-1. Moving into Prokhorovka, that could be...
Again, super risk, and I hope I will not see another 1-2 line push.
I feel like it's going to be a 1-2 line push, you know, I love it, it's amazing.
It looks amazing on TeamSpeak also when you hear it, but it doesn't really work well. Let's see. Diplomat 3k damage.
He got a full clip on the crossing.
Not a full clip, he actually missed like half of it, I think.
Really?
Yes, I saw a couple of shells just going left, right?
Well, Mojo, let's just pretend he had a full clip on the crossing.
Okay. I can actually check that one.
But the rest of the team, Haiba, Stefan, Durs, I mean, they just outpositioned Ding in this one thing. All in play, in essence, the way they did it. Breakneck, if he climbs the hill quicker, which is pretty much impossible for him, even if he does climb the hill, they would kill him.
And also he didn't manage to finish off Isne, but that's not really a crucial part. That's the T49. So Isne did his part. He spotted, he held his position there a bit, and the damage came from the buttshots where it's supposed to come from.
The Kazna Crew need to attack though, and...
Big Swedish flag there. you can see who is Isne, guys.
I think the first one from the right. But yeah, now this is defense though for Ding, Mojo. You think they can play it out passively, hold, or you think they need to go aggressive to beat Kazna?
Depends what Kazna brings in the game. If they see anything slower, I believe Ding will play faster. If Kazna just plays with fast tanks, Ding is just gonna turtle up and wait it up. They don't have to push. I mean, every team who just pushes in defense on Cliff is usually trying to surprise the enemy. That means usually you are kind of afraid of an enemy and afraid of prolonged games. Ding is not such team.
No, they're not afraid whatsoever. We have seen them do various of things today, more aggressive than we've ever seen them, actually. I'd like to think like that. Kazna Crew also playing extremely well, picking up some rounds here and there, which shouldn't have won, but still. Cliff, pretty much mirror lineups with the difference of a T54 lightweight versus a T49.
Yes, Kazna likes to play the 54 light. We've seen them play it often, and Kuric will probably play the 49 as usual, so it's going to be easy against him on light tanks. Rather similar lineup here, almost identical. Let's see how it develops.
Well, it's 2 tanks, 3 tanks into the 1-2 line, and I think Ding might actually maybe even go for an overmatch, Mojo. What do you think?
I believe Ding is actually closing in for sure, because Kazna tanks might be late, and Diplomat and Durs, they might actually feel the brunt force of it.
Mojo, we have to listen into Kazna Crew right now and hear how can they recover, because they're in a bad situation.
Can we ignore the
They can just turn. They can just turn on us now.
49 incoming.
Positive. Let me go in front.
Positive.
Shot.
Shock is -3.
Mary -3. -4.
Yeah, I couldn't ignore him. He would have harmed us either way.
Yeah,
This was
I
bad.
ignored him. Yes,
We
this
should
was
have
bad.
aborted. He had a positions on them.
Yeah, this wasn't good.
Yeah, they've actually no man's land, like 4 tanks stuck here.
Really?
They could have pushed us every time.
Fucking bullshit.
But
They
them
could have
pushing
pushed
around here, we would have done damage.
And basically, that's it.
We would have pushed into crossfire.
Well, Mojo, what we feared happened. Kazna Crew 3 tanks left alone into the 1-2 line. Ding showing no mercy whatsoever. 5-3. They realized the position from Kazna Crew and just went for it. T49 breakneck from behind.
This was a 100-second game, exactly. It ended up on like that. Kazna went in a dire situation. You could even hear it on TeamSpeak. They knew it the moment it happened. They still did a shell count. It didn't matter. They knew it was already over. They were outpositioned in every possible way. Their tanks stuck, and when you lose that gun power, there's no way out.
Yeah, and you know, 2 tanks, I think it was Diplomat and Durs. Those 2 batches in 1-2 line.
Vetsu and Diplomat.
Yeah, Vetsu and Diplomat. No, was Durs not there? Yeah, Durs was there as well.
He was behind.
But whatever, those 2 tanks in the 1-2 line that were peeking up with the T49 and the TVP coming from behind, you're kind of forced to make the peaks and try and do your clip.
You can't do anything. Like, when you're outpositioned like this, you can't do really anything. It was a fast opening game, but both teams didn't have the upper hand.
Yeah, initial positioning completely in the favor of Ding. Just like the last round, really, Kazna Crew expecting something to come out from Ding, it didn't, and getting punished for it.
Well, last round at least Kazna did punish Ding actually for it, because Ding did a blind play,
yeah,
aggressive play. I would say even the play in attack from Kazna here looks really similar to what Ding did in a round before that. It just didn't pay off.
No.
In both cases.
It's very hard to hold 1-2 line when you get crossfired.
It's impossible. Like
yeah,
this.
I mean, shock is from that one corner, which I didn't expect, and 3 tanks from the other corner, T49, TVP coming from behind, like, wherever you turn, there's a tank waiting for you.
Yeah, whatever they do, they had some people shooting in them. Also, Ding had people on the mountain, so if Kazna actually do try to rotate and help their teammates, they will get shot in the back anyways for free, then Ding can just pull back their
And that
tank.
guy always does a clip. You have to send somebody, you have to send technically 2 guys to kill him, because if you send 1, he's gonna die.
Then
if
other side falls anyways.
And if you send 2, then the other side falls.
And this guy will still do a clip.
And he will still do a clip. This is the thing. It's initial positioning so much in the favor of Ding. Mojo, this is the situation we talked about. It's 5-3 in favor of Ding. It's mines coming out. Kazna Crew needs to pick this 2-0 if they don't want to look at match point from Ding.
They're also attacking on mines. Usually, as I said before, mines was heavily defensive side. Then it became really attacking side in the new patch. But here at season finals, teams are doing exact opposite. Everyone is picking defenses here. So based on that, it does look like Ding has the upper hand. Also, we saw how well they can trench up, and we know they can hold their positions. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see how will Kazna try to get away with that.
Well, we haven't seen Artie yet on Mind's attack, Mojo. Is this a thing that perhaps Kazna would go for?
If Hisne manages to blind shoot one RT, if he's playing the RT, that could turn the game around, but we still don't know will they actually choose to pick it. So far, attackers didn't. I don't know why, honestly, because it's really useful, even when people, especially when people are trenching up like this.
I mean, the pick between T49 and Artie is always one you have to consider. I personally like Artie. Apparently the teams don't. They feel like it's a little bit of a gamble, but we have seen it pay off though. The thing is, it's not a mobile tank. If they push the hill, you're kind of in trouble because he's not going to do much.
Even Lorraine RT can pay off heavily, even against mouse tanks. If you know how to position it, to rotate it left, right, you can really buy some positions with it. But there you go, Kazna chose to play without RT. They're playing with 49, and Ding is playing identical setup as they used to.
Yeah, the very, very heavy double mouse, W4 to Batches in an M40-43. Obviously, Kazna has hill control with this lineup. Ding cannot challenge them for it, even if they wanted to.
I don't think that even it crossed their minds. With this lineup, definitely not. I mean, theoretically, they could do a late push here, but there is no need and reason for it, especially since they play with RTPs.
Ooh, Stefan almost getting the shot there on towards Positive, who's just doing that climb on the side, trying to get some information. He's going to back off, which is good. Now, Mojo, this is going to be a slow round coming out from Kazna Crew. How do you think they're going to approach it?
Ding likes to play with their RT on K4 there, so if Kazna actually manages to climb someone on zero line, which takes some, let's say, commitment from entire team, they might do something. They could even blind shoot that corner and take out the RT and start working from there. Otherwise, we've seen attempt from Gohard to surprise Ding, pressing from the water. It almost actually worked. It was just a matter of timing between a couple of tanks that were off in matters of seconds. And even like that, it ended really close. I don't think Kazna will attempt anything similar here. Large number of tanks actually gathering up here.
Yeah, a lot of tanks here from Kazna Crew, Mojo. What's the reason behind this? Perhaps blind shots or something along those lines?
Maybe they will try to surprise Shokish and clip him out before the rest of the teams understands what's going on and before they're able to help him.
Well, here we go. The first shot coming out from theirs. Diplomat and Vets, are they going to try something as well? No, nice connection though. He gets one. Doesn't get a second. It's some damage done, but it's
positioning.
It's also sometimes you have to like weigh the factor, you know? You have a bad shot. You have a bad shot with...
Was that a blind shot by Ilian that took out TVP?
No. Ilian was aiming
no, that was Nexus. Okay.
How much do you think it's worth it for a bad shot to spend 5 out of it? They're gonna boost the 113?
No, I think they're just gonna use him.
No, they're gonna boost the 113, really Mojo. Here we go. Choo-choo train. Stefan, can he get up? Can he get past the rock? No, it's the fail. And it's damage taken. There's now coming as counter boost though, and a big hit on towards Diplomat. Durs is climbing up, but he's gonna take some more damage for this. Shokish has one more opportunity. Yes, they've taken zero line, but is it worth the damage, Mojo?
Well, we will see. I believe it actually is, because climbing a tank here should be almost impossible with the lineup that Ding has. But there we go, they're alive. I'm just interested, I really need to ask them later. Was the real plan to climb 113, or it was like something and then Durs was ready just to jump in?
I think it's what Hyba talked about, plan A and plan B. Plan A is to get Stefan up and then to have Durs climb behind him, so Stefan takes the brunt of the damage. Perhaps even a bounce or two, and then Durs climbs. But like this, Durs still went for it. I feel like it was like that.
I hope it is, because it's really good planning in that case, but we already see there is a response from Ding coming in. They're rotating their tanks, and they might even gather up to see what's going on a hill.
Well, Meritorious is actually moving on towards the island. Positive spots out Nexus. He's very good at getting info so far this match. He spots Durs in the beginning, proxy spotting left, right, and center. Mary now moving. How much of a factor is this going to do, Mojo? How much of a factor is this already going to be?
A very important one, because when he rotates like this, he can still stay alive, he will not be blind shot, and he can hide behind this rock and do constant damage on the enemies. That's very important. You need him as a player all the time.
Now, Mojo, what I was asking you about, you know, with the bad shot, they're shooting 5 shots there onto the side of Shokish. With a tank that has 30 shots, and you're going to need a lot of them if you climb the hill, a lot of your heat ammunition even, is it worth it to take those 5 shots of which you know maybe 1 or 2 will pen?
Well, they need it. it was a part of the tactics. They need to buy the room for themselves in the game. They need to get the tactical advantage so they could even do their tactics. I don't think so, because he was in position. You can debate that someone else could climb up there, yes, of course, but obviously Kazna has this kind of plans.
All right, interesting to see. Now there's is on the hill area. He needs to do a lot of work for Kazna Crew to be able to push in. He needs to pretty much bring Shokish to 1000 HP, ideally kill him. It's going to be hard, but for that zero-line position to work, Mojo, how much damage does he need to do?
I think honestly that Kazna should rotate and attack the other side of the battlefield now, because they can then use theirs to his potential. He can then snipe them from the back while they're trying to shoot.
Positive is spotted out though. Positive is spotted out. He needs to drop off. He doesn't take any damage for it. Luckily enough, trying to counter climb here. Cheeky plays from Ding.
Connection here on Alien 300. Ooh, massive connection on Vetso. That is not going to go well for Kazna.
Yeah, that was 846 on towards Vetso, but still Positive trying to climb there is so risky, Mojo. When you know you can put yourself on match point, and HE coming out again.
That's his name.
It's not doing much.
No, but last shell I think he did 300.
So you think Kazna Crew should rotate to 1-2 line?
I believe the Kazna should press from that side definitely, because then they could utilize theirs up here on the mountain. Otherwise he can drive left and right indefinitely here and do absolutely nothing.
Haiba's playing a little bit more aggressive in his mouse now. Well, there's going to peek over, but do you still think they should go for 1-2 line with Vetso being this HP? Because well, you said it, he was full.
That's a problem. Look at this. There's already taking some damage here, but he's trying to make Kuric busy, which is super important before the push on 1-2 line. Because if Kuric is not aiming, they have a chance.
Alien taking so much damage to in his mouse. He went from 2,300 to 515, Mojo.
Unbelievable, like that's what you get for playing a goat instead of a mouse.
True. But yeah, we're talking about the 1-2 line push. With Vetso being this low HP, you don't think it's something that can work out? I mean, 1E4 shot, it's all they need.
True, but they can still just leave Vetso behind, or he can be the last guy
Who
pushing.
Who did they push then? Stefan?
Isne, Stefan, and one more Bachat. Oh dear.
Which other Bachat are we talking about?
Which other Bachat are we talking about?
Meritorious now aiming on Haiba. Nice connection there, 644. Now Shokish can 1v1 him. Haiba taking a lot of damage here. Kuric peeks out, bounces, taking a lot of damage now from Durs. Kuric could be going down here. Durs bounces though on a 366 HP for another one. He has one more shot available. Kuric just surviving, and Haiba paying the price for it. Down to 447. Mojo, look at the HP.
Stefan is the only one left, but look, they're gaining ground now. They might actually wipe up the water. The problem is 2.5 minutes in, and Shokish is actually pushing on Haiba, and I believe that he can take him out.
Yes, and Nexus there as well. Mojo has only 971 HP. Positive now coming around the flank. He has enough HP to duel. He cannot even be clipped by Nexus. And now Shokish and Positive versus Haiba, and Nexus. Positive will pick up the kill against Nexus, and then probably remove Haiba as well. One more shot. Nice roll, not enough. Shokish picks it up. They lose Breakneck, Mojo, but still, the HP is even now. The time is the issue.
Haiba and Nexus dying there is a big problem. It was really well played between the Bachat and the mouse, taking out the TVP first and then dealing with Haiba later. So Kazna Crew still in attack. They have some advantage in HP, but they have one gun. Actually, no, they have the same number of the guns now.
Yeah, but there's a tier 8 versus a tier 10.
Yeah, he's now one shot against the tier 10. That is definitely a problem. The biggest problem is actually because they are attacking and not defending.
Yeah, and they've got 3 tanks stuck in the 1-2 line. Stefan has to push first with 1 minute 36. Ooh, Kuric versus Diplomat. Kuric gets spotted out. Luckily enough, doesn't pen it.
Can Durs actually pick up Kuric? Maybe. Does he have a draw range there?
I think he might just about be out draw range. I'm not sure. It depends on where Durs is sitting. I think he might just have draw range. I'm not sure about it though.
Because if he does, if he picks him up, he might actually do something good for them, because they could press the
I don't think so. I don't think he has draw range all the way on towards it.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't seem.
Yeah, I don't
Let's
think
see when
so.
he gets spotted.
But he can blind shot though. That's what he can do. Whoa, nice connection from Kuric on towards Stefan, who's burning all the HP he had. He has a mere 80 remaining.
My god, he was almost on 100% HP, and look at this.
Hoknik is going to start getting clipped by Durs though. There we go. That's the first shot coming out from Durs. They're naked the second shot. He might even kill him. One more, and Durs actually gets it, but Diplomat goes down in return. 42 seconds left. Alien is still alive over here as well, and Durs only has one more shot.
Positive.
That time, it's not gonna work out, Mojo.
Yeah, Positive is a problem because Positive is sitting with 4 shells on the Kazna side. It is 30 seconds. They need to take out Alien first. If he managed to pick up Stefan, and he did, Vetso needs to pen his shells here, and they still need to find and deal with Positive.
Positive gets Yzne. Alien will go down towards Vetso here. Shokish is still alive as well, Mojo, on 1000 HP.
Not gonna happen.
With 15 seconds left, not gonna happen, like you said.
10 seconds to go. Durs doesn't even have enough shells to deal with Shokish here unless
he won't even reload before. He has 13 seconds left, 3 seconds left on the timer, and Ding puts himself on match point over Kazna Crew, 6-3.
6-3. Close game, you can say, but in reality, no. Ding actually had it under control. From the moment they won the hill fight, it was their games, and just Kazna had no way back.
I wonder though, in the back of my mind, I wonder, Mojo, what if Stefan got up? What was the plan then? What would have changed for Kazna Crew?
I even never seen something like... I've never seen a heavy tank climb there.
The thing is, it's
so
risky.
I've never seen them in a work.
The thing is, it's risky because, like, when you get up, right, you do expose your tank. So you expose yourself to the mouse, right?
Yes.
You expose yourself.
Not only mouse, to RT.
Yeah, RT as well, and the bad shot. And the thing is, bad shot can drive up and take 1-2 shots when first coming past the rock, and then 1 or 2 more when he gets past the top part. 1-1-3 is a lot slower. I don't think he would have made it up if they shoot well.
No, I think he was really just a bait or some kind of a hold-down position there, but it will never be seen now.
If he wanted to be a bait, then I don't know if they would have played it like this.
There's 4.2k damage here. Good shooting from up, but still. Hulk has 0 damage. I'm really surprised by that, actually. He had a brilliant position to connect.
I think he was watching, because of the fact that the hill position can shoot behind the bushes where you shoot 1-2 line, I think he was permanently watching on towards 9-0 line and didn't even get to shoot as Stefan went down the 1-2 line. It did look like that at least, because Stefan, remember, he was full HP, and when he drove down 1-2, he was still full HP.
Yes, and well, I thought he actually took at least 1 shell from Hulk when he was approaching to kill Koritz in his
No, it's
D4.
Koritz.
Yeah, but I didn't expect Koritz did all of that.
Okay.
That's the thing. I thought the Hulk actually contributed, but never mind. It worked out even like this.
Yeah, and about the 1-1-3 boost, Mojo, if they wanted to distract, then why would they sacrifice so much HP on the TVP for it though? Because to climb, the TVP exposed himself as well to RT.
Well, for any kind of these tactics to work, you really need that budget up, and he needs to have some HP. So any kind of sacrifice there works. I believe only thing they didn't count on is Vetso getting annihilated by RT, because they needed him for the later part of the game. They needed him with HP to press on, to go aggressive against the people who are defending then the K4 like Koritz, Hulk and so on, so he can go and take the point in attack. So they had Stefan with HP that was good, but they lacked that budget HP. They really lacked it.
Now, Ding on Mind's attack, Mojo, it's 6-3. All the pressure is on both these teams really, because Kazna Crew needs to hold on the defense, which is already hard enough as it is, you know, sitting there waiting, and you know when the push comes you need to hit your shots. And Ding sitting there, they pick it up, they become double champions.
I don't think they see it as any specific pressure, because this is kind of the games that some of them played since the very first initial season, like Koritz and Breakneck. They're here forever, and they were in winning teams like Virtus or Wombat. So those guys are super experienced and joined by Positive and so on and so on. The guys that just played so many tournaments between themselves. This is just another game for them. Entire pressure here is on Kazna, because Kazna cannot afford to lose anything. Still, even if they lose, they will be second and they will still go to grand finals. So it's not like
I don't feel like they're going to be thinking that way.
Not in first 5 minutes, that's for sure.
I don't think even in the first 3 months, but let's get into it. The possibly final round between Kazna Crew and Ding, 6-3 match point for Ding, Mojo. What do you think about the lineups?
I think the Kazna stole the lineup from Ding.
Well, they used this one against Oops.
So Ding playing with 2 mouse tanks, 2 budgets and a grille. This is again something they played before in their attack. Didn't work out though.
No, it didn't, but they went island last time. This time they're going hill.
They are going for the middle, which looks like much better play. Still, they do need to deal with Yzne. Breakneck and Positive immediately going for the side of the map. A quick boost immediately on the start of the match. Let's see how will that end up.
It's the climb from Positive and Breakneck. Positive makes it up fine. Breakneck doesn't though. He fails the climb. Positive is up. He's not safe yet though. He's going to start driving up. RT from Kazna Crew is not in position though, Mojo.
Yeah, he needs to fade first and then go up, and he's still spotted. Wow, wow, wow. There are more shells coming in.
He's alive.
But he's alive. Lost 1k HP, but he needs to be careful now because Kazna has those E4 heavies, and they do have RT. But RT actually was on position, but not the one to shoot at, and they exploited it because Kazna last time also played with Isna on corner.
Breakneck taking a big connection there from the backlines, which is next to his E4. So yes, Ding have bled a lot of HP, but positional advantage from the beginning of the game should be on their side, Mojo. What do you think?
They have it, but RT is not on K4. Kazna is not really caring much about the water part so far. It might actually buy them back. Because if Ding rotates those mouses into the water, it's gonna be really hard to deal with them.
Mator is just playing around the rock here. Does Kazna Crew react to this, or does this hold?
Well, they don't have any reactionary forces here. Honestly, they have only one butshot, so Stefan alone cannot make the difference. And they're using him as a bush spotter toward the one cap, as you can see. Honestly, I think only Ding should just rotate at least one mouse toward the water, with a couple of other tanks, maybe light tank behind him to cap, and that's it. Just keep everyone else ready to shoot whoever tries to cross on the other side.
Breakneck is now going to go towards the 1-2 line. How does Ding do the damage? Ooh, Wheelian taking some damage by himself though on his TVP. Nice connection there from Nexus again, I think. Stefan forced to run away though.
Well, so far so good for Kazna. 3000 HP advantage here for them, and all the guns are still accounted for. Couple of the crucial mediums for Ding are scratched a bit and bruised, but still they're able to play. As I said, I really think Ding just needs to push one mouse toward the water now and cap with a light tank behind, because Kazna then has to commit on attack, and then they would end up in a crossfire from a lot of Ding tanks from various angles.
When does Positive start trying to use his position on the hill? Because we know you can do the damage from there, but there's 2 mouses that he might have to deal with at one point.
Well, the damage...
Actually 3 with Vetsa.
The damage he needs to do is when other teammates actually spot him things he can shoot for free. At the moment, he can't even breathe properly because entire Kazna team is aiming there. So he needs to wait for a chance when Kazna's attention is elsewhere.
This is so crucial for both these teams. But the good thing for Kazna is though, they have done a fairly amount of big damage in the beginning of the game. And they have very hard lineup to break.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying, like, one mouse should go on that side, and when they pressure the cap, Vetso can only, like, HG spam the mouse, but he cannot decap the guys behind. And I don't know why they're still playing toward the village side, because that's the most defended side that Kazna has at the moment.
Perhaps it's part of their plan. We'll have to find out, because Shokic is now moving over there with his mouse, another weather side, but the eastern side play.
That's what confuses me, but okay, Ding are the guys that won so many seasons, not me, so let's see what they're planning.
Well, we'll see it soon. Shokic and the mouse are going to take a little bit. We have seen him play before in that D0 position, use the bushes at like E9. I don't know if he can do it with the mouse though. What is Positive planning here?
I just honestly don't like this play at the moment. I think I'm really surprised they're doing this kind of way. Alien is leaking more HP here, probably to Artie there.
Yeah, taking some HP damage from Artie. It's hard to play a TVP though against this lineup. I mean, so much armor. You don't have the greatest gun in the world. It works okay against like 113, bad shot, other TVPs, but
anything that is not super heavy armored.
Positive trying to peek out, make a shot there.
At least he's careful enough not to get shot again, because that would
Look,
be
this is
really
what I'm talking
bad.
about. Shokic sometimes plays these bushes over here, and maybe he'll try to get some shots on towards Highbar or something. I'm not sure exactly what the plan is for him.
Well, they do know that Artie is not able to shoot him because it's not on K4. That gives quite a lot about Kazna's play. It's a pure turtle. Interesting would be if actually Breakneck has any kind of opportunity to cross the water to the K1 line, he can really annihilate theirs in his back.
Look how far Shokic has gotten unspotted so far in his mouse. He's now
Positive is
on the
pushing
side
also.
of the house. What is the follow-up play for Ding here? Look at Breakneck. Is he trying to edge in the 1-2 line?
4 minutes till the end of the game. Ding is losing so much HP. I mean, Kazna is barely scratched even now.
Whoa, but Breakneck actually made it through the 1-2 line, and Hulkneck managed to connect on towards the back of Diplomat. Positional advantage even more in the favor of Ding here, Mojo. They're starting to surround, but what can Breakneck do? Can he push forwards to K2? I don't think so. I think Vetso will spot him for this.
4,500 damage. I mean, HP advantage here for Kazna still. Yes, they're kind of flanking Kazna, but they're paying so heavily. Look at this Breakneck. 1 HP! Oh, come on!
1 HP is all he need, Mojo, but RT is going to be aiming towards him probably just like with Deja. There we go!
You called it, man.
Yeah, well, it's obvious at this point. Meritorious pushing forwards as well, and this push from Ding doesn't seem like it has enough HP behind it, because Kazna Crew is up by just about 7,000, 6,000. It's not going to work.
Yeah, as I said already, I don't think this side of the map was correct to push. I mean, we've seen some interesting moments when Shokish pushed here, but there is still some action going. Mouse is on a hill trying to make their way toward Ili and Mary. But they don't honestly have to, they just need to buy some time.
Well, there's only 2 minutes and 40 seconds left as Positive tries to get some. Ilian gives some to Ilian though. Isna gives some to Ilian, he goes down. This push from Ding. The lineup from Kazna Crew just too heavy to break through.
In this way, yes. I really believe that there is a huge weakness in this defense if you pressed over the water correctly later. When you check out, Kazna is here, they're trenching up in all these corners, so let's sacrifice something like a Mouse or a Type 5 to cap once we already climbed the budgets up. And we have a great crossfire, because once they try to go over the field like this, like Isna is now, that budget can just shoot him in the back all the time from the mountain unchallenged.
Kuric tried to get a connection there on towards Stefan, but Isna and Durs come in to close him out, and just 3 tanks left standing. Kazna Crew gonna make it 6-4. Everything will be decided on Prokhorovka, Mojo, if it's gonna be a tiebreaker and the scoreline.
Well, for Kazna's sake, we can only hope they have some brilliant insight how to play Prokhorovka against Ding, because they're gonna need it.
They need 2 rounds, Mojo. Stefan, yeah, Grilla versus Batshot, not gonna work out in his favor, but now Ding should already be thinking about Prokhorovka, because this round, it's over. They can do some extra damage for the, you know, fanciness of it, but that's also gonna be it. Nice shot there from Hulk on towards Nexus. Prokhorovka though, what do you think? You think Kazna Crew can take 2 rounds on it?
Well, we've seen some interesting rounds on Prokhorovka, honestly. I don't know. Kazna played a lot during the season, if you remember, with Mouses, and pressing over the middle with them, with Prokhorovka, playing them like almost the scouts and then colliding on enemy. Most of the time it really worked well. The only team that shook them up seriously was Oops, when they almost brought them to their knees. But we're gonna see. I mean, Ding is, as I said, a team that really studies thoroughly their enemies. They will know if Kazna plays something like that, and they will have a plan to play against it immediately.
Well, we'll see, Mojo. Positive, I just don't feel like he did enough from that position, but he really wasn't in a position to do it. Isna picking up another kill in his bad shot. Vetso cleaning up the last kill. 6-4. Still in favor of Ding. Kazna Crew picking up a much needed round, holding on very well. Strong defense.
Still a match point here for Ding. I'm looking forward to see the lineup from Kazna here, because it's gonna be a crucial moment in the game, definitely. Ding was always famous on Prokhorovka for playing same setups, but on many different ways. They brought really interesting ways how to play Prokhorovka in the first season, if you remember. In this season, honestly, a bit less, because a lot of other teams brought inventive stuff, and when STRV, TD Tier 10 came into the game, it limited rotations from anyone quite a lot, because that one TD combined with like one Batshot can stop 3 or 4 tanks in their tracks immediately.
The issue is that none of the Batshots can reliably pen it unless they load heat, which you don't want to do on a Batshot. When you're pushing somewhere, low caliber gun with APCR will just auto bounce off any part of the armor unless you hit the cupola. So it's a strong tank to hold a position with camo value also working really well in its favor. But Mojo, who is defending first?
First defender will be Kazna in this one.
So Kazna will defend first?
Still got a chance then.
They should pick up this round.
They should pick up this round if they don't push the 1-2 line.
Don't say that. You never know. Maybe they found a new way, an ingenious way to push the 1-2 line. Maybe they'll go for the 3-line push and then swing into the 1-2 line.
With 7 tanks.
Yes.
Let's go and see.
If it's Kazna Crew, I wouldn't be super surprised.
I would, man. Like, they died so many times in that part of the map, they should just abandon it, delete it.
Well, Stefan is thinking about what tank to pick as he scrolls through his entire tank list. Obviously waiting for these players. 6-4. I think Kazna Crew will pick up this round. They should pick up this round because of the tendency we're seeing between these two teams on pretty much every map, except for one, where the defender picks up this round.
Only Ruinberg was at question. That's the map that Ding picked up both rounds, in case someone didn't watch entire match. But Kazna definitely should be able to pick up this defense. They are patient enough. They are not really storming blindly into the games. Just the question is, it's a tight moment, sitting on a match point all the time.
Yeah.
As
a
lower team.
You have nothing to work with, really. I mean, if you start a match, just like, okay, you lose a round, you can recover. You lose 2 rounds, you can still recover. But once you get put on match point, every decision you make, like in the back of your head, you think twice, 3 times about it. Because if it's not the correct one, that's it. That's done. You're out. So for Kazna Crew, whoever's making the calls right now, I think Stefan. I think it is Stefan in combination with Nexus and Haiba, probably. Something along those lines. Needs to think very well about what they want to play on Prokhorovka.
Well, Prokhorovka defense, so you don't really have much options to choose from. It's just a matter how will they displace their tanks. And we're probably gonna see some of the mouses there, but the question is, what will they do then in attack if they win this?
We remember when Ding played the attack against Gohard, they went for this quick counter push. Just don't see this happening in this round whatsoever. I think it'll be slow and steady from both the teams.
From Kazna, probably, because they're defending. They have really nothing to gain by charging into the Ding blindly, because as I said, that's the feature of the teams who are scared to fight. When you just go blindly and attack somewhere, that's a gamble. And gamble is always a gambit of a lower playing team. Kazna doesn't want to be that team. They want to challenge Ding, and then that means they're going to play the game. And Ding again playing with Object 263, Kazna playing with STRV TD in both ways. TD is superior in their roles in attack 263 because you don't need to go into siege mode. You can just go charge, stop and shoot, or even shoot without stopping. STRV as defensive sniper machine gun.
See how this works out for both these teams. 6-4 in favor of Ding, who are attacking. Kazna Crew on the defense need this round more than ever. And they're going for a little bit of a split here, Mojo. Same for Ding, though. What do you like? Do you like the initial position from Kazna?
They're standing an STRV on the A line, on the hill, so he can get those shots we've seen in the last game. Diplomat on a center here, covered only by Haiba and Stefan, so theoretically 1-2 line is a huge weak spot for Kazna here, but of course Ding cannot know it. They will expect an STRV there.
Yeah, it's always kind of a question. You think the STRV is going to be in A2, but he doesn't necessarily need to be there.
We've seen, I remember during the season, Utopia actually played with 2 STRVs.
Yes.
And they tried to climb one on the A0.
2 STRVs and an UDAS.
It was STRV.
Yeah, they played with 2 STRV and even an UDAS behind
even an UDAS, yes. But STRV got spotted in the start of the game, and the entire plan just went to pieces, and I haven't seen anyone climb to those positions till the final now.
Yeah, I mean, Ding did it against Gohard as well. They had it on A0, but...
And it went really well.
He completely shut down the push from Gohard. Ilian gets connected there. Well, a bounce. He now knows where the E50M is.
Yeah, he will know where is the enemy tank. Hoppala!
Nice shot there from Haiba in between those houses. It's not the easiest one to get, really.
It's almost impossible, honestly, so quite a lot of luck there involved. But still, damage.
So Ding just feeling out where Kazna Crew is sitting. It's a very hard setup to break, though, with the mouse in the middle, easily spotting the early rotation. Stefan there to pin down anybody that tries to pick up, and the eastern side is not really an option, is it?
The biggest problem here is honestly that STRV on the top of the hill, and he will not reveal himself until there is actual push coming in from Ding. He will just sit there. It doesn't even pay off for him. If even he has a clear target on someone in distance, it doesn't pay off for him to shoot at all.
He already shot, I think.
STRV?
Yeah, on towards Breakneck. He didn't connect. where he tried to shoot.
Oh, he shouldn't do that.
I'm like, let's say I'm 80% sure about it, because I don't think it was theirs, because he's never reloading. It had to be the STRV.
I didn't see it, but I hope he didn't, and I hope he didn't spot it, because if he did, Ding should definitely know either to blind shoot those positions heavily or to just go elsewhere and not try to challenge that part of the map at all.
Well, Nexus is actually repositioning just a little bit in his SCV. What are Break and Positive waiting for?
They're waiting to see what's going to happen with those heavy tanks of theirs on the middle, I guess.
Oh, they're sending Koritz down though in the RU251. This is the moment Positive and Breakneck are starting to make their play. Koritz is the bait. The two Batchats are starting to push across now. Let's see how much damage they take before getting there. So far, it's actually none. Positive decides to back off actually even. Nexus is spotted out in his STRV. He needs to be careful because Ding has a 263.
Vetso is pinned down in the water now. He has to go back. Nexus needs to fade. That means going out of the siege mode and coming back into it later, much later.
Well, Vetso is now pushing towards Koritz because he wants to pick up the kill against the RU251. He spots him out. Koritz, is he kind of safe over there? Yeah, he's actually a little bit hold down, so Vetso won't have an easy kill on towards the RU251. As I say that though, Nexus speaks from the top, closes out the kill.
We need to see what's going to happen on the middle now, because I believe Ding will switch their attention there and they're going to be counterpunch, but still, Stefan and Diplomat carry a lot of DPM and HP there.
Well, Stefan is actually in trouble because he's getting pushed by Meritorious now. Stefan took a lot of damage from these two 113s, but the help is coming in from Diplomat though. The second 113 of Alien is pushing towards the D50M as well. They want to do the damage, focus Stefan out, so it's just the mouse left, but Diplomat will do shot after shot. They catch Stefan. Now they need to refocus on towards Alien. Breakneck should go clean out the RU251, which they know is in the back lines.
Things are still doing well for Kazna here with 2,500 HP advantage and pretty much an even trade here. Kazna, if they manage to establish that STRV so he can pump up damage again, they will be in good position to defend this.
But they have closed out the kill now against RU251. Think Tank's trying to reposition. Shokish is still over there in his E50M. He needs to be careful because Durs is going to start clipping on towards the side. Durs gets spotted out. He needs to go safe as well. He cannot make an overextension at this moment in time. Who has the upper hand, Mojo? Not looking at the HP.
No, not HP. I believe the Kazna is in position better because they can have a crossfire on Ding. And Ding cannot really push Diplomat because there is Haiba and Nexus behind. Also, they cannot push over the rail because of the same reason. So I believe Ding will just collide because of that.
Well, Ding needs to make a play right now because they are starting to bleed a lot of HP. Positive down towards the one shot. 16 HP remain on him. Alien has a lot of it though. Breakneck takes a massive connection on towards his Batchat. And like you said, Mojo, the crossfire from Kazna Crew is in full motion right now as Ding bleeds HP after HP. And I don't think it's going to work out for them as Durs clips out Alien. Like you said, Mojo, they got caught in a bad position.
There is nothing the Ding can actually do anymore. It would require a huge mistake by one of the Batchat players from the Kazna Durs or Vetso for them to come back again. Even then it would be questionable because they will just approach with Haiba, and Haiba combined with Diplomat, he can play really huge pressure from that center.
C50M is going to be a struggle though for Vetso to penetrate because of the armor available on that tank. Positive actually gets Diplomat. They need to be careful here not to give up too many kills. Yes, the HP is heavily in their favor, but now Durs will close out the kill against Shokish. He's almost off of reload, and that will seal the deal.
I think he's also baiting Shokish to turn around, so actually Vetso can clip on his last two remaining shells he was saving, especially for this occasion. Yours truly, and triple kill here by Nexus coming in. Quite a chunky advantage for Kazna, and we will go as we thought in the next round.
It will be 6-5 unless Hulknik manages to pull off an amazing carry. He's going to push towards the Batchats, try and find a kill or two if he can. Nexus will be covering them though, and that's going to be the issue. Hulknik does not know where the Batchats are right now.
And Hulk is also a TD that doesn't have a turret, so he has to actually turn entire tank when he wants to shoot someone. It doesn't really work well against so many of Kazna.
Well, he's trying to get the shot here on towards Vetso. Sees the turret. Nice shot from Hulknik. Cleans it up. He still has a lot of HP to work with, but Nexus is now starting to reposition.
Let's see how it goes. Durs is actually in a problem because he has a dead commander. He will not know when he's spotted. He has to play super careful and just leech the damage away from his team. They have to rely completely on Haiba, and for Haiba to play. Nexus' only job he has in this game is to cover Durs. Only game he has.
The thing is though, Durs won't see Hulknik until...
It doesn't matter because once he sees him, Nexus will delete him from the
game. Doesn't realize if Nexus spots him, Durs doesn't need to see him. Well, I mean, he'll see them because of Nexus' spotting. So Hooknik now pushing forwards, he's spotted out, and this should be Hooknik dying. There we go, There's already putting one in, the second one, the third one to finish him off. There we go, There's triple kill for him, triple kill for Nexus as well. Meritorious left alone versus 3.
That's just not going to happen. He's on one shot against Haiba, so he might as well go ram himself against that mouse who has 1700 HP.
He doesn't need to, as Haiba gets the shot. 6-5 Mojo, 1 round for tiebreaker between these two.
Kazna still in the game, still playing strong there, so this is something they want, of course. But this does look like previous scenarios we've seen that might end up just 7-5 in a Ding's favor.
Who predicted 7-5?
Probably you, by the smirk on your face.
That is correct, Mojo. I'm glad you figured that one out. That's a good round from Kazna Crew there. You know, once they saw Ding rotating, Thurs took the positions. Ding, I mean, Brickdeck and Positive were left in no man's land. I'm not sure what the play was they're going for, but they got spotted in the middle of the field. And when you get spotted in the middle of the field in a bad shot, doesn't usually go well.
No, I mean, the positions from Kazna here were honestly impeccable. It was really good cover fire everywhere. The only weak spot in the start of the game was obviously Forest, but that's a gamble you cannot really take, because if you push 1-2 line blindly as any team and there is an STRV waiting there, you already lost it, and they didn't knew it, so they were gambling there on the other side. But then STRV was in the other side, so yeah, it just didn't work out.
Thurs and Nexus got 6 kills in between them.
Quite a good play there.
Yeah, crucial for both of them. I mean, Nexus, his damage he did was not the highest, right? But he picked up the bad shots that tried to game and support Shockish. Every time a bad shot would go over, he'd be like, you're dead, Shockish is left alone.
It's also the speed that STRV has. He can relocate really fast. The only problem is he heavily relies on his teammates to cover his flanks. So he needs people around him, in front of him to spot, and when that is delivered, and it was in this game, he was always in position to shoot. No matter what happened, he was always in some backline covering his teammates.
Yeah, that's very true. You completely depend on your teammates. If they just died, then you can't do anything because you need time to do that DPM.
It's not solo carry tank.
No, it can't carry solo because of the siege mode mechanics.
But we will see. Maybe Kazna will do some daring move now and try to surprise Ding, because hey, it's all or nothing game.
It is all or nothing for both these teams. Kazna Crew wins, we go to a tiebreaker. Ding wins, they win the championship. A lot of pressure on both these teams. The last round on Prokhorovka, the last round on regular time. Mojo, who do you feel is going to pick this one up?
Well, I'm hoping Kazna, you know that, but we can see, we can just wait and see.
Well, Mojo, lineups between both these teams. Kazna Crew versus Ding. E50, 113.
Even RT in the defense, that's gonna trench them up a bit, because they're relying heavily that Kazna will play with some slower tanks, try to pressure the cap. But this setup by Kazna, it does look like they just want to go into the face of Ding, honestly.
It looks, start from Ding is the same as it was before, Mojo. Like when they played against Gohard. Is Elian trying to fake a move here by driving through the cap?
He's definitely gonna get spotted, so is Korit.
I think he was trying to fake the play from Ding, because he went like, was driving towards the 3 line like you normally would.
But Korit was instantly spotted here, so that goes
That's
away.
why he's running.
I mean, Kazna, when seeing Korit on a 7 line on the side of the village, they know there is a bunch of tanks behind. You never, ever, ever send a 1-1-3 there alone, because he's too easy of a victim from a strong push then.
2 bad shots from Kazna Crew are holding the 0 line position though, Mojo. They're making a little bit of a trap, hoping Korit makes a peek, then clip on towards him.
If someone pushes, they will definitely be in position to do that. Also, they can defend each other well if there is a strong push by Ding over the hill, because Ding can actually choose to push with a couple of budgets over there and establish some dominance. But usually, again, when you have an RT, you don't do that also. And there we go. This is something we expected. Isna is clearing the forest to see is anyone there.
Yeah, they're pretty confident there's nobody from Ding in that area. After seeing Elian, after seeing Korit, it'd be a foolish mistake to have tanks waiting there. So Isna's going to clear that out. And that allows Kazna Crew to start pushing up the 1-2 line with Nexus in the STRV.
Yeah, and he needs to establish the firing line exactly here where Hulk is. So this is the area he needs to cover with his STRV if they want to do anything with this game.
Well, Haiba forced to run away. Still 3 tanks from Kazna Crew on that eastern side though. Does Ding do anything about it, or did they just say, okay, we can't do anything about it, we have to wait it out?
If Ding sees any significant movement toward Ilian, they're gonna send minimum 1 Batchat toward that side to see what's going on, and that might actually be the Kazna's play. Because if they manage to pressure Ilian from a couple of sides, and there is no significant response from these Ding tanks to cover him, then they will send people over the hill to try to establish dominance on the lower side of the map, to get the crossfire on Kazna, and if Kazna actually has enough mediums there, they can win a game. At the moment, honestly, this looks really good for Kazna. The positioning looks really good for Kazna, because Ding is boxed in, and if Kazna does a huge charge and manages to save some tanks, they will have Ding right where they want them. Below them, not able to spot.
They have both E50Ms now in H0, waiting for a spot on towards Gohard so they can do the damage on towards that 113. He's already bled a lot of it.
Half HP, almost gone. Okay, 1/3, let's say like that. Isnet doing a good job by spotting and occupying attention here from Ding. The only thing that Kazna would really get jeopardized on if Arti actually one-shoots Isnet or something like that, because they really need him alive to spot.
Slow game, 6 minutes 30 seconds. Kazna Crew with the initial advantage because of the damage on towards Gohard. A little bit of positional advantage even as well, with having most of the map under their control, and Gohard is now realizing he cannot stay where he was.
He's moving away. It's gonna be an interesting choice. How will he play there? I mean, when you are back where Halknik is, you don't really have a draw range to shoot up to the top of the hill at best.
It's positions here from Ding. They're just holding, waiting for Kazna Crew. Is Ilian in trouble right now though, if he gets pushed on?
Not before the STRV is pushed away. If Isna actually manages to spot STRV and makes him fall from the rail, then yes, then he is. Even these two 113s are then enough to kill him, because if they charge him and they just get in his flank, they can shoot him. And there you go, Isna is trying to clear those positions.
And Positive actually taking some damage because Vetso came to clear it out. Haiba takes some more in return though. Ilian is now spotted out. Isna needs to be careful as well in his tank. Positive played it well. They got some damage on towards Vetso and they got some damage on towards Haiba. Isna, Ilian might actually pick up to try and do some more on towards him if he can. But I think Isna will just about get over the hill. So far so good, but Kazna Crew have bled the HP they gained in the beginning.
Yes, still they got valuable information and they gave some back. Halknik taking some damage, Ilian also. Not crucial tanks to take it, honestly, but there you go, this is the final play for Kazna.
There comes the push from Kazna Crew, it's all or nothing for them, but Gohard is in that position as well, Mojo. So far, so good though, none of the E50Ms are taking any damage. Stefan is the first, only 374 for this crossing. This is going great for Kazna Crew.
And 113s are also pressuring here on the middle, they're in cooldown positions, we need to see who will they actually focus first.
Positive is forced to run away. Gohard is still holding over there in his position though. Nice already connection from Meritorious on towards Thirst. And Kazna Crew, they've caught out Ilian though. Can they actually kill him though? That's the question.
Two E50Ms can defend themselves against one Bachati, but if they get pushed by 2 or 3 guys, it's not gonna end well. Halknik getting really low there with his STRV.
Halknik needs to be super careful in his STRV. Stefan and Thirst might even try to kill him. Halknik is forced to run away. Ilian is now completely left alone. But the counter push from Ding Mojo, it's coming. They're abandoning Ilian. They're going to leave him alone. Positive, Gohard and Shokish are pushing in the water. Halknik just about surviving. Here comes the push. Shokish, Gohard, Positive with Breakneck from the side, coming to close out the game if they can. Stefan, he's in trouble, I think, because they're coming from behind. Ilian is dead. Break is now pushing as well, and they're coming from all sides. Break needs to survive. There goes Thirst. Stefan soon to follow. They need to keep all the guns in the game if they want to win this. One more shot out towards Stefan. He's down. Vetso trying to clip from the backside. The HP is low though for Ding, but the tanks in the game. Yizna getting another one, getting Halknik in the STRP. He might get the RT as well.
Oh, he missed this shell, but this is still going on. 5 on 5, and Kazna has 5 real guns in the game, not an arty like Ding. Also, they have Nexus in STRV on 100% HP. They can place Isna on a cap and just defend this side of the rail. They actually boxed in Ding. They effectively boxed them in.
It is very true, Mojo. Nexus might get a shot here onto Shokish as well. He does. 359 on towards that E50M. He's still alive, though Nexus knows not to overplay his position. Diplomat holding. Well,
Vetso needs to come back.
Vetso is going to be in a one-on-one with Positive. I think Positive has the reload advantage though. Vetso versus Positive, it's the fight that will decide this game. 1v1, Vetso is forced to drop off. This gives Breakneck room to move though. Vetso needs to be careful not to overextend because Breakneck's coming from behind. It's not over, Mojo. 42 seconds, Meritorious gets the kill on towards Vetso. And now there's a little bit of room here to move, but Gohard is taking the downs towards Nexus. I think Kazna Crew might just about have done it to Mojo.
Nexus is the crucial player here because he can keep all these guys pinned down. Art is the only factor actually keeping Ding in the play because he can take them out. The Shockage falls down to Nexus, and I don't believe anyone can actually move to do anything about it. 1-on-3 is mirroring the positioning of the Breakneck. He's trying to get a decap. 14 seconds to go on, and even if he does it, he will just die for it.
Breakneck gets picked up by Diplomat though, and 8 seconds left, and Positive in not a position to reset. Kazna Crew is going to bring it to a tiebreaker. The reset comes out though from Meritorious, but it's not going to be enough. Nexus is still on full HP, Gohard is locked down, and Diplomat can just lock down Positive, and we are going to a tiebreaker because if Positive peaks, he's going to die.
Positive is spotted, which is even more important here for Kazna. Everyone will aim on this direction. There we go, first shot coming in. He is on one shot now, trying to do some ludicrous shots with ludicrous speed toward the Kazna, but it's just not gonna happen. 1 second to go, and that's it! Tiebreaker!
It is going to be a tiebreaker between Kazna Crew and Ding. Once more, the repeat of last season, 6-6. We have gotten to this point, and what a match it has been. Ups and downs, but this is where we are. Tiebreaker.
This was a really good action here by Kazna. It was honestly balls of steel to execute it. It required a lot of imagination and a lot of courage to do this, but they did count on one thing. How will Ding be positioned? Because they saw them play it already.
Yeah, beautiful surround from the guys from Kazna Crew there with the double E50 coming down, and they took so little damage for it, Mojo. Coming off that, only Stefan took one shot from a normal tank.
Timing was brilliant, yes, because they timed with the rest of the team on elsewhere on a battlefield, and they really composed it well. You can see Ding is now a bit worried here because now you go to the gamble part. They're gonna play Ghost Town, I believe, is the tiebreaker, and you don't know. You never can know what's gonna happen there.
It all depends on who gets to pick the side, honestly. Whoever gets to pick, well, on Ghost Town, you want to pick the defense, I think, still. Because of the time working in your favor, no matter what.
This is going well for Kazna, man. They took 3 rounds in a row from Ding, who was on match point. This is not good for Ding, no matter how seasoned team they are.
Now Ding is really going to be thinking about that one steps round, Mojo.
Quite a bit, yes. Quite a bit.
Quickest attacking round. Has to be Ding on Ruinberg.
Yeah, definitely. Like when they charged in Kazna, they really wiped them out so fast.
So Ding will get to pick the side, which is the most important factor here in this one.
They're gonna pick defense on Ghost Town.
They are.
But let's see and wait for confirmations. I'm not even 100% it's Ghost Town as a tiebreaker map. I think this.
I think it is indeed as well. Kazna Crew having a little team meeting.
Okay, we hear.
Little huddle. Tiebreaker Ghost Town. I think Ding will get to pick the side, so we expect them to play the defense. Kazna Crew on the attack. One deciding round.
One to win them all.
Hooknick is already sleeping.
Well, it's been a long day for everyone here, but still, very fast games by most of the teams and good actions that we've seen. Kazna is hyped up. That is really important for them. They came from the brink of defeat, and they look much better than Ding, honestly, at the moment.
Well, to be fair, Ding always looked the same.
Snack?
Yes, pretty much. I don't think their visual expressions have changed throughout this match.
No, actually, I think they looked a bit worried now. Usually they're just ice cold and let's get this done with, but this doesn't look like that. But we will see. Kazna needs the hype. They always need the hype. They can use it. They can thrive on it. We know that. And we might see some new interesting action on Ghost Town now because all the gloves are off.
All the gloves are off. The post-battle stats. Nexus, Diplomat, Vetso in that order. Again, Nexus, crucial.
STRV, man. A machine gun. Like, no matter what they did against 2 E50Ms, honestly, I even think that E50Ms by Kazna could have done a better job, because in one moment they just chose to shoot ahead. They completely ignored the Breakneck behind them in Bachat, and combined with Vetso, they could have killed him easy, and then do some sporadic damage on the guys ahead. But still, that STRV positioning there, cutting off the map from them, that was a crucial move. It was a crucial move.
It was a crucial move, and they've done it before, and they've done it so well, and it's brought us to this moment in time where it is going to be the tiebreaker between Kazna Crew and Ding. 6-6. It was a tiebreaker at the New York City Rumble. It was a tiebreaker at the Season 1 Finals. So it's no different here. These teams know it. These teams hopefully love it as well. 6-6. They have one chance, Mojo. Just one.
Well, Positive was the ace for the Ding last time. Who will be the ace in this game? What do you think?
Snack.
Snack for Ding. Okay. I vote for Isna and Kazna.
Isna and Kazna to be the playmaker during this round. Well, Mojo, we will have to find out as we are getting in our tiebreaker on Ghost Town between Kazna Crew and Ding. 4 mouses for Ding, 2 for Kazna.
Heavier setup by Ding, but as defenders they can afford it, and this is the setup they used already today. Kazna in attack. I also believe they used something similar to this, only they didn't have the 57.
Yeah, very similar indeed. Just standard positioning from both these teams in the beginning. Vetso going a little bit aggressive over on that side in his WZ. What is he trying to find, Mojo?
The Germans coming in with their mouse tanks.
Jokic spots him out. So far so good for both these teams. Stefan playing that position with the 1-1-3. He was playing it with the mouse last time.
Positive again in 57. Hypa and Diplomat approaching from the side, covered by Nexus from their flank. Breakneck on the opposite side. Teams pretty much mirroring in, but it does look like Kazna will try to pressure the 2-cap from the start. Of the game.
It looks like a quick play indeed for the side of Kazna Crew. Diplomat Hypa getting in towards the capture circle here. Meritorious getting the first bit of damage on towards them. Breakneck getting spotted out. He should know that it is Nexus from the side. Positive in position as well. Meritorious is crucial. He needs to get the connections here on towards those mouses.
Load an HE and do it, Mary. That's the safest way here. You don't have to really pen for the full value. Hulknik taking actually some quite significant damage, 1k down, but Ding from the start had 2000 HP advantage just because they had 4 mouse tanks, so it can be afforded.
It can be afforded indeed for the side of Ding. Hulknik bleeding some more. He needs to be careful in his mouse. Stefan trying to get an angle on towards Ilian. Close stuff between these two. Nobody wants to give an edge to the other. Diplomat bleeding some more. Meritorious taking a lot in return though. HP about even. Initial trading for Kazna Crew on point.
Kazna so far so good. They almost equal every advantage Ding had, and they're still holding up on those positions. Now they can do even rotations if they really want to. I mean, their setup is more mobile than Ding's. Ding's has to fight around the center because so many slow tanks doesn't give them any advantage to flank around the map, so they have to focus themselves, sticking together around the center and just keeping those 2 or 3 tanks covering them from the flanks.
Kazna Crew again rotating a little bit on the side there. Diplomat it is, together with Hyba, trying to find an angle. There is in the T-57, just overlooking the cap. Ilian pulling back ever so slightly, trying to play against Stefan. Close stuff here between these two, but it looks like Kazna Crew rotating just slightly. Vetso going back towards that AB line. They don't have the tier 8 light to put on the cap though, Mojo.
Let us see. Kazna can afford to put one tier 9 VZ on a cap though, so that can be done because Koritz is the only one who can do anything about decapping there, and he would require a spotter for that.
Rotation coming out, Nexus joining the rest of his team in that northern side. I think they might want to get an overmatch against Hulknik and Ilian from the side, but if Breakneck is in position...
There is so many guys from Ding in that area here, so any kind of possible push on Ding will not end well, that's for sure. So it's all about, can there be any cap pressure here coming in from Kazna at all?
Positive still holding very far back. Reeds making the spots. Close stuff between the two. Vetso not willing to peek again. Cap restarted, and there we go. Pressure applied now, Mojo. Ilian taking a lot of damage, getting ammo racked already. Positive still out of the fight. How do you think this is going to go, Mojo?
This is actually going really well for Kazna here because they faded the tanks, they lured them to think they're going another angle, and they're pressuring in. They're bleeding the HP of Ding.
Here comes the counterplay from Kazna Crew. They're pushing straight through the center. Stefan Nexus, they're trying to make the play. Hoknik and Alien are the first line of defense. The cap is still on. 3 tanks on that one. 23 seconds. Keep an eye on to that one. Breakneck peeking from the side. Getting the resets. Positive is the crucial factor, though. He's coming from the side. NSD 57 heavy. Who can he find? Nexus is the first. Still 23 seconds left. Kazna Crew bleeding a lot of HP here. It's not going that well so far. Alien still getting the resets. Ding edging ahead, Mojo.
They're edging ahead, they're keeping it about 1500 HP ahead, and they have the cooldown position. Ooh,
Nexus goes down towards Alien. That is crucial. Now Breakneck coming from the side. Ding, they smell blood in the water. 3000 HP up. Haiba getting pushed on from the side. Actually a little bit of a fire there. He's down towards the one shot. He's out. Diplomat, the next one. Kazna Crew trying to go for the play. There's 7 tanks from Ding. It's not working out. Meritorious picks up Diplomat. 4 tanks left standing. And Ding, they seem to have done it once more after Season 1. Looking to claim Season 2 as well, Mojo.
The domino effect is in there. When one player falls in this kind of the games, everyone relies on him and they just fall down. Nexus took so much HP when he closed in. And there we go, the final moments for Kazna.
Vetsto, the last man standing for his team, but 6 tanks from Ding, who are claiming their second Wgl Eu title in a row with a round from Breakneck, and Ding are your Season 2 champions.
Okay, I'm joined here on the stage by the winners. It is Ding, second season in a row. Hulknick, talk us through what this one means to you.
So I cannot explain like my emotions. It's just incredible. I don't know why, but yeah, we're just happy that we did it. And I don't know how to describe it.
You looked broken there in that last round. You were head down on the desk. It looked like you were done and dusted.
Oh, I was just focusing, like meditation stuff. Just focusing on what I should do in this game and how I should, my decisions and all this stuff. Yeah, just meditation stuff.
Okay, now you're going to be going to Moscow. You knew this already. You're going through as season champions once again. How much forward are you looking to being playing against the American teams, the APAC teams, and the Russian teams again? Are you looking for blood, looking a bit of revenge for the Russian teams?
Yeah, we want to revenge on other rocks, and I don't know. We just want to do our best on this grand finals, and maybe we can prove that EU region is don't think that can manage maybe to win, even to win against Russian teams. Yeah.
Okay, it's been a hell of a match. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise here for Ding. Okay, now let's go back to Daki and Mojo for their final thoughts of today.
Well, what can I say? It was a truly amazing event. A lot of clutch rounds, Mojo, which we usually don't see. A lot of very decisive rounds, and what a beautiful final tiebreaker once more.
Huge comeback by Kazna, followed by the bloodbath there. I really liked it. It was something that we needed. But unfortunately for Kazna, again, Ding won. Deserved, well deserved, because they were leading the entire match. And we're gonna see these three teams we said already in grand finals.
Yeah, we are going to see them at grand finals, and perhaps if the odds are in our favor, we might see a rematch Ding against Kazna at one point during the tournament.
Or Kazna against Navi and Ding against Tornado.
Well, we knew how it went
Maybe
last
they
time.
get lucky this time.
Maybe they got lucky this time.
Or good enough this time.
Now, Mojo, what are your closing thoughts on the event?
Well, I'm looking forward to see what's gonna happen next, because the patch will hit us before the grand finals. This was a brilliant event, but everything will be changed. It's gonna be a whole new planet of World of Tanks.
Yeah, it's gonna change. It's gonna change a lot. Final thought for me was, I mean, very happy with all the teams here. Some performing less than others, but all around, congratulations to all the team that made here the communication of a entire season of hard work.
It was a brilliant season.
Brilliant season, closer than ever. I hope everybody at home enjoyed watching it as well. And I think that's it for me and Mojo, and I hope to see you next time.
And here we go, guys, jumping straight into what we just saw there between Ding and Kazna Crew. What a hell of a fight between these two teams.
It's been going left and right, you know, all game long, and it's been truly amazing.
If I could describe this game in one sentence, it would be blow for blow.
It's so close, like you said. We're going left, we're going right, and then eventually Kazna with a huge comeback.
And here's something interesting. I didn't want to mention it earlier on, but now because we're going to close out the show, Daki and Mojo can't say anything anymore. 2 to the caster desk, 2 to the analyst desk, sorry, 1 to the caster desk. Dead Zone, you picked up the prediction for Gohard and Ding, and Scarium, you picked up the prediction here between Ding and Kazna Crew.
I know, I'm glad for it.
Yet another thing that we're better at than Daki.
Yep, just predicting match results. I mean, here we saw, we started off Ghost Town 1-for-1, we then went into Steps 1-for-1 with this amazing cap that they were able to do.
It's really, really down to the wire with these caps in the games.
It was amazingly played, beautifully thought out, beautifully played.
Execution was totally perfect, working together, communications and everything.
And the thing that was also really interesting is, even when one team won, there was still such low HP on the board. The team still beat the absolute crap out of each other to get that win.
It never was a steamroll at any point in any of the match, in any of the rounds.
It all went down to the wire, like just this shot by Isna. It's unbelievable how he did this, how he won this, you know, this 1v1 like that.
This shot was absolutely amazing. We were going crazy here.
Yeah, the cheer from everyone was really good. The crowd really reacted awesomely to that. And then it went a bit ropey when Kazna Crew came into Ruinberg here.
Yeah, Ding took the Kazna team by surprise, actually, taking both rounds on this. So they put themselves at a two-point advantage.
Yeah. And it was like really these games that Ding, you know, they played before aggressive and they decided to play more passive, but it worked out now.
And on Ruinberg, you were saying, Dead Zone, how there was excellent use, I think, by Diplomat to use the walls to stop shots being put in
so
them.
113s, you know, they have heat shells. Mostly they shoot heat shells to make sure that they penetrate their shots. Diplomat was using those walls so the other 113 couldn't shoot him.
Both teams taking some decisive actions and wins on the cliff for each of their sides.
Yeah, but Cliff, we ended up back on 1-1, so then the advantage was still with Ding on 5-3, as we then went into Mines.
Mines, just also a really, really close game, you know, going left and right, going eventually, again, just like every round, down to the wire, down to the last HP.
But unfortunately, Kazna Crew were unable to put the bit of extra damage in and win that round.
It was really, really spectacular rounds.
It was one of these, we've said it all season, and we keep going back to this all season. It's so difficult to predict how these matches are going to perform against each other. And we saw in Cliff, there was so many vital shots, so many vital plays, and Kazna Crew hung in there. They hung in there, and at the end, it was 6-4. Ding still had the lead, Breakneck here, 1 HP.
Yeah, and actually on the attack we saw Breakneck fail a climb for the first time, and I think that was literally what lost him the game after that, because as we saw later on the zero line, I think Positive was trying to climb higher higher on about J0 K0 to get easier shots.
The X-ray angle.
But that never happened, so they had to rotate back to the water cap, and they weren't prepared for that.
Their whole strategy just was lost straight away when that boost was failed.
Yep, and it's always hard to identify MVPs of teams, but for Kazna Crew, Yizny really did step up today, wasn't he? Some exceptional shots with artillery.
He showed really what he's made of and why he's in that team right now.
I wouldn't be able to pinpoint any MVP in any of the teams because they all played amazingly. They all played really good.
That's a fair point. It was a team effort all around. Kuritz was playing great on the maps where he was being able to get spots and do a lot of damage. Had the triple kill on the Scorpion. We saw Mary stand out and Ding as well for artillery getting the shots. Positive, Breakneck, Alien all doing damage. Shockish doing damage as well.
And it was even better that Kazna managed to overtake that defense bias on Prokhorovka and go to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, coming back, to this tiebreaker, just amazing how they were down.
And with Kazna as well, you always had, everyone else in the team had the potential to do damage. It went into the tiebreaker here, into Ghost Town. It went really quickly. We said to ourselves, we think it's going to be a rush from Kazna, but that didn't happen, did it?
They played more passive. They wanted to make sure that there was no RNG, no random factors. They wanted to make sure that every move they made was well calculated.
And unfortunately, the brawl after that just went into Ding's favor. They just had the better parry skill, maybe the better focus fire, and it ended in Ding's favor.
Yep, and you had the Daki and Mojo saying you had the snowball effect. Once you start losing a couple of tanks, it's much, much harder. The enemy team has the more guns, they're able to focus their fire, and it's really hard to come back from it. And sadly, that just seemed to happen. Like, you could see Ding smelling that they had the victory, and they just really went hardcore for it.
They used all their angles really effective. Against Mouses, especially Mouses, having multiple angles makes you win. If you have one angle, you're not going to win.
Yep. Now actually, as we saw the end of that battle, let's actually have a look at the post-battle stats so we can see the damage done in that round there on Ghost Town. Diplomat coming out on top for Kazna Crew, doing 4k damage, and then his, so I was going to say his previous teammate, but Diplomat wasn't in the team when Alien was in the team. So Alien then coming second place for Ding, next three players all coming for Ding as well.
Shockish coming in third again with a strong performance. He's actually been performing really well over the entire final.
Yeah, I mean, generally everyone always highlights Breakneck and Positive and Ding, but you have Hulknick and Shockish are always consistent as well for the team. They're always consistent damage dealers as well. It's the potential damage from Ding is always a huge threat.
Yeah, looking at the last page, we can see Isna and Nexus not getting any damage out, one shot each.
Yeah, it was a really tough one to call. Now, for post-match stats, who do you think came out on top? I mean, we had a hell of a series there. We had, 6-7 right to the wire.
I'm most likely going to be wrong, but I'll go with Shockish.
I'm also going with Shockish.
Shockish and Shockish. I'm going to go with Alien for post-match top damage there. Let's see who's right there. Post-match stats across the entire rounds there. Who came out on top?
And
Snake.
And Snake finally carries Ding.
Snake carries the team. Well carried, Snake. Nice, Shockish. Nice.
Nice, Shockish. Nice, indeed.
A total of almost 3k average, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, 31,000 damage is ridiculous, to be honest.
It's a big chunk, and it's about 3,000 more than the next player on the team.
That is, yeah, it's huge. That's a huge carry. His teammate right behind him, yeah, Diplomat. Oh, no, sorry, teammate behind him. The logo is being so similar here. Diplomat, then Alien, Nexus, Dares. I mean, Dares was somebody we were talking about as well for Kazna
Exactly,
Crew.
and Diplomat showed up yet again.
Yeah, it's shown like it was a really big purchase there.
Actually expected at the bottom, Isna and Kuritz, the more lower tier players, still, doing quite good looking at the total damage, and then comparing to Breakneck, which is one of the carry players.
There. But that's what we're saying, you have Breakneck, you have Positive. If they don't do it, then you have like Highbun Shockish who can step up, and Shockish completely stepped up. He just flung the team on his back and says, don't worry boys, I'll carry you.
Exactly.
Rename him to Carry Snake for his team next season. Now, let's have a look again at the bracket to see how the teams got here and how we ended up at the final results. We started off today, it was Gohard versus Ding. That was the first match of today, and that was a match that everyone was excited for because Gohard had a big chance to upset everybody today.
And they started out pretty strong, actually, for the first half going 4-2 up. But after the break, Ding came back refreshed and with new tactics, new approaches, and they were able to take that match 7-4.
And then in our next match, Kevin, we had, Dead Zone, we had Kazna Crew against Oops. Oops being your team, could kind of see the moment your heart broke during this match.
It was kind of horrible to see it going to around 0-5 and then eventually, you know, taking that one map. Maybe hoping for the comeback like Kazna did, but it didn't happen.
Yep, and with those results, it meant we were all lined up for Kazna Crew Ding playing in the finals again. We've seen it so many times, these teams going head to head. They finished the regular season first and second place, and they finished today first and second place. Kazna Crew so close once again, the closest they've ever made it.
Exactly.
Just not enough in the end.
Well, last season it was 7-5, now it's 7-6. Who knows what we'll have next season? Or this season was 7-6, next season will be... Who knows?
Who knows?
Maybe finally Kazna's moment again after Sofia, which is almost 2.5 years ago.
They could always win grand finals, could always take it to the Russians, the Americans and the APAC region.
We'll definitely be rooting for our European teams.
Oh yeah, definitely, big time, big time. Final thoughts, guys, before you go. It has been a pleasure having you both on the desk.
It's been some really nice, really amazing games actually. It's been amazingly fun to commentate, to analyze the games, because we've been having some curveballs thrown at us. And thank you for watching, and we'll hopefully see you also next season.
Dead Zone, your final thoughts?
It's the games today really amazing. You know, we've actually had an unexpected result. You know, we expected more from teams like Oops and Gohard, but in the end, we really had some great games to watch and really enjoyed it.
Yep, well, I've had a blast. Once again, I've shown everyone who watches our streams that I can't predict matches to save myself. I was so close, I was saying to Scary at the end, it's me or you, mate, it's me or you. But in the end, it was Ding who won it. So congratulations, Ding, to our champions. Thank you, everyone who's been watching, for all the people who participated with the quest. There was lots of winners. We're not announcing them on stream because there's so many, but I do believe there'll be something like a forum post or a Facebook post. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys for the grand finals next month in Moscow.